Chapter 2038. At this point, he suddenly changed the topic.
This is the route I originally prepared for you, but now that Chotsi City is in a state of war, you have to bypass Chotsi City and go through it from the side.
Look at the map. There should be a small path here. You will see the desert after you pass through it. After a few days, you will reach India.
When you get the information in India, you will return and wait for me at the port of Tang Empire a year later. Before Xuanzang could say anything, Li Shimin asked, Fengzi, why did you ask Xuanzang to go to the port?
Zhang Feng smiled faintly. Lao Li, did you forget about the steamship I mentioned before? It will be ready in a few days. When Xuanzang is at the port, the steamship will be able to pass through. As he spoke, he picked up the map on the table and handed it to Xuanzang. Xuanzang, this is a map that I drew for you. With your speed and the help of your guards, it will take you at most a year to return. Don't worry. Xuanzang took the map excitedly. His emotions were indescribable.
He bowed to Zhang Feng and said, Thank you, master. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, You are welcome.
This is what I should do.
The more Zhang Feng acted like this, the more excited and grateful Xuanzang was. He felt as if his heart was about to fly to India.
Master, I cannot thank you enough. Please allow me to thank you when I return. After that, he bowed deeply to Zhang Feng and Li Shimin and left. Zhang Feng looked at Xuanzang's back and sighed in relief. He turned around and sat down on a stool. He took out a cigarette from his waist and slowly lit it up. His face was full of enjoyment.
Fengzi, your acting just now was not bad.
Li Shimin turned around and looked at Zhang Feng playfully.
Don't talk nonsense.
Zhang Feng took out the cigarette but rolled his eyes at Li Shimin. I wasn't acting just now.
It was all for the people of the Tang dynasty in India. Li Shimin waved his hand and casually found a chair to sit on. It's not an act, okay?
Then he turned to Zhang Feng and asked mysteriously, Fengzi, do you think Xuanzang will listen to you? Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes. He didn't know what was going on. He wasn't 100% sure about this, but it was still a good thing to have Xuanzang on his side.
He took a deep puff of his cigarette and said, It's hard to say.
Xuanzang is a very compassionate person. He's also very loyal to his principles. It's hard to say if he'll send a message.
At this point, he suddenly revealed a sinister smile. That's why I told him to arrange for guards. As long as we bring these guards into India, even if Xuanzang doesn't send any information, these guards will still be there.
Do you understand? Li Shimin nodded. How could he not see through Fengzi's little tricks? In fact, he had noticed something strange just now. It was one thing to be apprenticed to a master, but he still acted as if he appreciated him. Wasn't this a bit of a show? Fortunately, that silly monk Xuanzang couldn't see through it.
He looked at Zhang Feng and said seriously, Fengzi, how do you plan to arrange for the guards?
Guards? Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes. In fact, he wanted to arrange for the guards in the mansion. After all, these guys were veterans and loyal. They wouldn't betray him in India. But now, he changed his mind. He was about to go to Jiangnan. These guards couldn't be used for other purposes. After thinking about it, he turned to Li Shimin. Lao Li, you should have some guards. Do you want them to protect you? Me? Li Shimin shouted subconsciously. He originally thought that Fengzi would ask him to take care of it. Why did he push the responsibility to him? But on second thought, it seemed more reliable. What kind of good guards did Fengzi have? The guards in the mansion were veterans who had retired from the army. Most of them were injured, not to mention going to India. They would probably die on the way. With this, he might as well send someone to the barracks to find some active soldiers. That seemed more reliable. After thinking about it, he nodded. Okay, I'll take care of the guards. Zhang Feng nodded slightly and took a deep breath of his cigarette. He said cautiously, This matter can't be known by too many people. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if the news is leaked. As he spoke, he turned to look at Zhang Sun Wuji, who was sitting at the side. Li Shimin followed Zhang Feng's gaze and looked over. Sensing the strange gaze, Zhang Sun Wuji shuddered and quickly waved his hand. You still don't trust me? I'm an honest man. Li Shimin immediately looked at him with disdain. Others might not know this guy, but how could he not know? Don't be fooled by his sanctimonious appearance. In fact, He was full of evil tricks. But to be honest, he still had talent and wisdom. Most importantly, he was loyal. Otherwise, how could he become such a high-ranking official? So, he still trusted this guy. Chapter 2039. Zhang Feng didn't have much contact with Zhang Sun Wuji, but he had some understanding of him. Since Zhang Sun Wuji had said so, he didn't say anything. He just nodded, then looked at Li Shimin and said seriously, "Lao Li, Xuanzong should be leaving soon. Arrange the guards as soon as possible. You must make it clear to the guards that gathering information is the most important thing." "You're right. I'll go back and prepare now." Li Shimin nodded. He knew the seriousness of the matter, so he didn't say anything. He stood up and called Zhang Sun Wuji, then walked out of the door. Zhang Feng didn't stop him. He sat on the stool and smoked. But at this moment, Du Ziting stumbled in. Master, someone wants to see you." "Who?" Zhang Feng looked up and glanced casually. Now that the news of his departure had spread all over Chang'an City, there were people coming to see him almost every moment, so he wasn't surprised. They said it's the Minister of Revenue and the Minister of Works. Du Ziting stood still and said, panting slightly, "The Minister of Revenue? The Minister of Works?" Zhang Feng frowned. He didn't understand why the officials of the imperial court came to see him. Did they also hear that he was leaving, so they came to see him? That shouldn't be possible. After all, these guys had important things to do every day, and he rarely interacted with the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works. He couldn't figure it out, so he said, "Let them in." Du Ziting took the order and left. After a while, she brought in two tall men. They were Dai Zhou and Duan Luan. Zhang Feng also saw that these people were unfamiliar, so he couldn't sit still. He stood up and greeted them. "This one is Zhang Feng. May I know who the two sirs are?" Dai Zhou and Duan Luan looked at each other and said in unison, "The Minister of Revenue, Dai Zhou, and the Minister of Works, Duan Luan." "Dai Zhou? Duan Luan?" Zhang Feng repeated in his heart. He didn't have any memory of these two, and there were very few. However, these two were still ministers of the 6 ministries of the imperial court, so he didn't dare to slight them. He smiled and said, "Sirs, please take a seat." After saying that, he glanced at Du Ziting. "Old Du, serve the two lords tea." Du Ziting accepted the order and left. Not long after, she returned with a servant carrying tea. "Sirs, please have some tea." Zhang Feng raised the teacup in front of him and gestured for the two to drink. Then he smiled and said, "May I know why the two of you are looking for me today?" Dai Zhou and Duan Luan put down their teacups and looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Originally, the two of them were like enemies, neither willing to submit to the other. They had no choice but to come to the Zhang mansion, so they reached an agreement on the road to stop quarreling between the two of them and talk about it after the matter was settled. "President Zhang, the main reason we're here today is because of the burning of Dongxi City." Duan Luan couldn't keep his composure any longer and took the initiative to speak. "East and West City?" The Zhang mansion had a puzzled expression and glanced in the direction of Dongxi City. "Dongxi City was burned a long time ago. Why are you guys looking for me?" Indeed, Dongxi City had been burned for a few months. If this fellow didn't mention it, he probably would have forgotten about it. Duan Luan smiled awkwardly. "President Zhang is right. It's been a long time. It's just that the burned Dongxi City hasn't been repaired. This time, His Majesty ordered us to repair it, but the Ministry of Works doesn't have enough money. In addition, we can't repair it because of the lack of workers. Therefore, we specially came to ask for your help." "Are you kidding?" Zhang Feng's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what this fellow said. The Ministry of Works didn't have enough money? And there were no workers? How was this possible? He subconsciously said, "Your Ministry of Works is one of the 6 ministries. How can you not even have the money to repair Dongxi City?" Duan Luan looked awkwardly at Zhang Feng and said slowly, "President Zhang, I won't hide it from you. The Ministry of Works has been repairing the residences of the ministers and emperors all year round. There's a lot of money that hasn't been collected. Otherwise, why would we come looking for you?" Zhang Feng could understand what he meant. Indeed, other than building new buildings, the Ministry of Works also frequently repaired the residences of the ministers and emperors. This way they could earn some extra money.
However, even if these fellows didn't have money, why did they come looking for him? Why didn't they borrow from someone else? Could there be something strange about this? He narrowed his eyes and stared seriously at Duan Luan. Minister Duan, even if your Ministry of Works doesn't have money, why did you come looking for me to borrow money? The Ministry of Revenue is the world's money house. Why don't you go to the Ministry of Revenue? After saying this, he realized the problem. Wasn't the Minister of Revenue Dai Zhou right beside him? With this thought, he turned to look at Dai Zhou. Dai Zhou also felt the burning gaze. His face turned red, and he deliberately coughed twice before slowly saying, President Zhang, it's not that our Ministry of Revenue doesn't want to borrow money. It's just that we've already spent most of our money on the Battle of Chotzi. We don't have any extra money. Moreover, repairing Dongxi City is not a small expense. Our Ministry of Revenue still can't afford it. The Ministry of Revenue couldn't afford it? Zhang Feng was stunned. Since the Ministry of Revenue couldn't afford it, then how big of an expense would it be? Were these two fellows trying to make him a sucker? Chapter 2040. He knew that as long as he entered the court, he wouldn't be able to get his money back. He wasn't bragging. If he lent the money to these two old men now, the court would definitely renege on the debt. This had happened before. Although he had a lot of money, he wasn't a fool. Moreover, the eastern and western markets had nothing to do with him. He still needed to use the money in Jiangnan. Thinking of this, he revealed a troubled smile. Sirs, as you know, the hundreds of people in my Zhang residence have to eat, drink, and defecate every day to make cotton-padded clothes. We don't have any spare money at all. You'd better look elsewhere. Finishing his words, he put the cigarette in his mouth and assumed a posture that said, I don't have any extra money. You can do whatever you want. In short, he didn't have any money and he didn't have any life. Dai Zhou and Duan Luan looked at each other. They had already thought of this result. After all, no one would lend money to someone for no reason. This was common sense, not to mention borrowing from the court. If it was a normal person, they might have offered the money with both hands. However, this was Zhang Feng. What could they do if he didn't want to lend? However, since they had thought of this result, they naturally had a corresponding solution. Dai Zhou smiled and revealed a harmless smile. President Zhang, do you still remember the promise you made to the students when you built White Deer College? At the mention of the college, Zhang Feng's interest was piqued. He remembered promising the students that if they didn't have a good job after they finished their studies, they could be assigned to the Ministry of Revenue or the Ministry of Works. What did this old man from the Ministry of Revenue mean by this? Did he want to use the students as an excuse? He didn't reply and quietly listened to Dai Zhou. Dai Zhou was also a clever person. Seeing Zhang Feng's interest, he struck while the iron was hot. President Zhang, you promised the students of the college that they could work in the Ministry of Revenue or the Ministry of Works after they graduate. This is an excellent opportunity. The eastern and western markets need it. You can let the students learn in advance. I also heard that there is a construction team above the college. This can be used to train the construction team. Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows. He was a little tempted. Indeed, there was a construction team above the college. However, if he had to fork out money and manpower, wouldn't this deal be too disadvantageous? He didn't get any benefits at all. Unless, students had a 100% chance of entering the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue. As he thought about it, he glanced at the two of them and smiled slightly. I understand what you mean, but you want me to pay for both the money and the people. Isn't this a bit too much of a loss? You don't do business like this, do you? Dai Zhou and Duan Luan smiled awkwardly. Naturally, they also knew that they had taken advantage of the situation. A little embarrassed, they said, President Zhang, what you said makes sense. What do you think? These words were very vague. He did not mention any conditions, nor did he mention any requirements. It seemed like he wanted Zhang Feng to make a request, but in fact, it was equivalent to not saying anything. However, Zhang Feng was not like those old foxes in the officialdom. He was even more cunning than them. He smiled and said, I don't have any other ideas, but I do have a few requests. First, you have to guarantee that the students of my academy can enter the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue after graduation. Second, I can only give you the workers of the construction team, but not the students. You have to guarantee the safety of all the workers and their future jobs. Hearing Zhang Feng's requests, Dai Zhou and Duan Luan felt their scalps go numb. The second request was not a big deal. After all, the Ministry of Works was lacking workers. These workers could go if they wanted to. Moreover, these workers were originally working on nothing, so they might not necessarily go to the Ministry of Works. However, the first request was a bit difficult. Guaranteeing that the students had to enter the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue? If the students were a little talented, they could not wait to beg. But what if the students were half-baked? Not to mention the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue, they could not even enter the ordinary county government. Now, Zhang Feng wanted them to arrange for the students to enter the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue. Could it be that they wanted to go through the back door? That would cost a lot of money. Dai Zhou could not help but hurriedly interrupt. President Zhang, we have no problem with the other requests you mentioned. But for the first request, the students must enter the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue. Old man naturally has no objection to talented students. But what if there are some ignorant and incompetent people? How do you want the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue to answer to His Majesty? Ignorant and incompetent people? Zhang Feng was a little angry. This old fellow actually said that White Deer College had ignorant and incompetent people? He instinctively wanted to scold Dai Zhou, but after thinking about it, this fellow's words were not without reason. Which college did not have ignorant and incompetent people? However, such a situation rarely happened at White Deer College. His expression was a little gloomy as he said, "Don't worry, my White Deer College will not have such a situation. Even if there is, they will not enter the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue." Indeed, even such a person would be eliminated in the examinations time and time again. Chapter 2041. Hearing Zhang Feng's promise, Dai Zhou and Duan Luan were slightly relieved. They smiled and said, "Since President Zhang said so, there will be no problem." Zhang Feng nodded and said with a smile, "When do you two plan to repair the East and West markets?" "Of course, the sooner the better," Duan Luan said eagerly. This order was given by His Majesty, so he did not dare to neglect it. "Okay." Zhang Feng smiled and turned to the door and shouted, "Old Du." As soon as he said that, Du Ziting stumbled in. Zhang Feng stood up and patted Du Ziting on the shoulder. Then he looked at Duan Luan and Dai Zhou and said with a smile, "This is my butler. You can talk to him if you have any problems." After that, he turned and walked out of the door. He really did not want to be involved in settling accounts. Before he walked out of the door, Dai Zhou's voice came again. "President Zhang, what about the workers?" "I'll take care of it for you." After saying that, Zhang Feng left in a hurry. When he came to the front yard, he glanced at the guards who were doing push-ups and shouted, "Everyone stop!" Hearing that, everyone stood up and wiped the sweat off their bodies. They looked at Zhang Feng with admiration. "How's the training recently?" Zhang Feng looked at everyone with satisfaction. "Very good. Master's training method is really effective. I feel like I can kill a tiger now." He Quan scratched his head and looked at Zhang Feng with a silly smile. "Good." Zhang Feng patted He Quan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "I have a task for you. Now send someone to Shao Mountain to call the construction team down." He Quan looked at Zhang Feng with a confused face. "Ah, why do you want to call the construction team down?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at He Quan and said angrily, "Just do it. Why are you talking nonsense?" He Quan replied with an "oh," and did not continue to ask. He then turned around and glanced at the crowd. You come with me. Let's go to Mount Shao." As soon as he finished speaking, two men walked out of the group. He Quan led the crowd and ran towards the door. "What are you looking at? Continue training." Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd and shouted. Only then did the guards realize what was going on and hurriedly did push-ups on the ground. With his hands behind his back, Zhang Feng scanned the crowd as he walked. Training well is your only way out. If you don't train now, what will you do when you reach Jiangnan? Are you protecting Master, or is Master protecting you? Don't think about cheating all day long. Your body is your own. Only with a strong body can you become a person above others. Master. Master? A servant hurriedly ran over. "What is it? Can't you see that we're training?" Zhang Feng turned his head and rolled his eyes at the servant as he said in annoyance. The servant was timid. After being scolded by Zhang Feng, he stood there and did not know what to say. Zhang Feng was a little anxious. He hurriedly said, "What is it?
Tell me quickly."
The servant then reacted and hurriedly said, "Master, someone is looking for you." "What the hell?"
Zhang Feng was slightly stunned. His first reaction was that he had seen a ghost. Why were there so many people looking for him?
Forget about the people outside the door.
Why were there people looking for him now? Was he so popular?
He frowned and asked, "Who are they?" The servant lowered his head and slowly said, "There are dozens of them.
They say they're from Mount Shao." Mount Shao. Zhang Feng frowned. When Mount Shao was mentioned, his first reaction was those teachers. But there were only a few teachers. Why were there dozens of them? This was obviously not them. Then who could it be? Could it be the students? It shouldn't be. They should be preparing for the year-end exam.
He waved his hand and said helplessly, "Let's call them in first."
The servant took the order and left. After a while, he brought back dozens of strong men. Looking at the group of people, Zhang Feng vaguely remembered that they were the guards on Mount Shao. But why did these guys come to the Zhang mansion? He asked with a puzzled look. "You should be the guards on Mount Shao, right? Why did you come to the Zhang mansion?" The leader was Zhou Ji. As soon as he saw Zhang Feng, he was delighted and hurriedly said, "Director, we are the guards on Mount Shao. This time, we came to the Zhang mansion to participate in the training in the mansion." The training in the mansion? Zhang Feng was slightly stunned. Only the people in the mansion knew about the training. How did these guys know about it? Did those guys go out to show off again? He turned his head and glanced at the guards, only to see Song Tai's face blushing. In an instant he understood something. Song Tai and the other guys went out to show off, which attracted the guards on Mount Shao. Originally, he didn't intend to promote this training method. After all, it was only prepared for the guards going to Jiangnan. Now the guards on Mount Shao also knew about it and came here. What about the safety on Mount Shao? Thinking of this, he pulled a long face. If you come down like this, what about the safety on Mount Shao? Chapter 2042. Zhou Ji's face turned red when he heard this. When he left, he really didn't think about this. He just wanted to focus on training. Now that he heard what the director said, he felt that something was wrong. However, since he was already here, he couldn't just leave like this, right? Moreover, not all the guards on Shao Mountain had left. There were still some left. He quickly explained, "Director, when we left, we didn't take everyone with us. Moreover, as long as we participate in your training, won't we be able to guard Shao Mountain better in the future?" There was nothing wrong with these words. It even made sense. Indeed, there was usually no danger on Shao Mountain. The guards were useless. It didn't matter if they left for a while, not to mention that there were still guards on the mountain. Most importantly, after participating in the training, they could better guard Shao Mountain. This didn't seem to be a bad thing. At least it could strengthen their physique. In the future, they would be more dedicated to guarding Shao Mountain. After thinking for a while, Zhang Feng nodded. "All right then. Since you're already here, I can't let you go back like this. Join the team." When everyone heard this, they were so happy that they almost jumped up. They were waiting for this sentence. They quickly learned from the guards and lay on the ground to exercise. Zhang Feng smiled and casually found a stone to sit on. He lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. He looked into the distance and suddenly thought of Yu. He wondered how Yua was doing now. Was she in danger? Didn't old Yu send some news? He was very worried about Yu, but there were too many people around him now. He couldn't leave at all. Otherwise, he would have gone to Jiangnan long ago. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Since he couldn't go to Jiangnan now, he could send someone else. That's right. He should send some people to protect Yu first. At the same time, he could also develop some businesses in Jiangnan. But, who should he send? Jiangnan was full of clans. He had to send someone with weight. Old Cheng? This guy was too reckless. He might ruin things. Besides, this guy might not help him. Old Yu? This guy was the same as Old Cheng. Although he was Yu's brother, he didn't seem to be of much use. Moreover, if he was impulsive, he might get into trouble. Gao Can? This person was good. Although he was a little silly, he was obedient. Moreover, his martial arts were amazing. Ordinary people were no match for him. Not to mention this guy's identity. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to touch him. Yes, this the one.
Just as he was thinking, Du Xiting's voice sounded. Master? Master. Are you calling a soul?
Zhang Feng stared at Du Xiting with dissatisfaction. He was thinking, and was disturbed. Naturally, he was unhappy. But when he saw Du Xiting's submissive look, his anger seemed to disappear in an instant.
He had to ask, "What's the matter?"
Du Xiting saw that her master was no longer angry, so she took a step forward. Master, the two officials from the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works have left. They said that the workers can go directly to the Ministry of Works.
Oh, and they also took 50,000. All right, don't bother me with such trivial matters.
Zhang Feng waved his hand and looked indifferent. Then he suddenly remembered what had happened just now.
His face changed and he said to Du Xiting, "Come with me to the study."
Sending people to Jiangnan was a big deal. He felt that it was better to discuss it with Du Xiting. After all, two heads were better than one. Du Xiting was confused. The master was angry just now, but now he seemed to be a different person. But he didn't dare to ask more, because he knew that the master had been unhappy every day since the news from Jiangnan. He could only follow the master's footsteps to the study. The two soon arrived at the study.
Zhang Feng sat on the main seat, then pointed to the chair next to him and motioned for Du Xiting to sit down.
Old Du, I'm going to send people to Jiangnan first. What do you think?
Zhang Feng looked at Du Xiting with a serious expression and asked.
Of course. Du Xiting nodded. He had always supported the master's decision.
Just as he finished speaking, he thought of something and added, "But who are you going to send?"
Zhang Feng took out a cigarette from his waist and lit it before saying, "I'm going to send Gao Can over, but this guy is a simpleton. One person isn't enough. Help me think of a few more. At least give me 5. Gao Can's strength was not a problem, and his identity was not a problem. But this guy's brain was not good. It would be bad if he fell into someone's trap. So he had to find a few good brains." Du Xiting stroked his half-white beard and narrowed his eyes. After thinking for a long time, he slowly said, "Master, don't you have students? You can send your students." "You thought for a long time and this is all you can think of?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Du Xiting and said unhappily. He had expected this guy to come up with some ideas. But this guy's words were equivalent to not saying anything. Students? What's the use of students? Those bastards from the academy went to Jiangnan, but they were not enough to feed those old dogs. And Ma Zhou if this guy went. Chapter 2043. Ma Zhou was too dull. But there was still Hao Chujun. This guy usually had a lot of ideas and was also clever. If Hao Chujun went, he might be able to fight with those old dogs in Jiangnan.
Thinking about it, he smiled and said, "Old Du, what you said just now was right.
Continue to think."
The corner of Du Xiting's mouth twitched, and he felt a little helpless.
This master changed his attitude so quickly, right? Just now he said that his idea was not good, and now he said it was good. He really wanted to ridicule his master, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. He began to think about candidates again. Zhang Feng smoked his cigarette and was also thinking about suitable candidates. Suddenly, he had a brainwave, as if he had thought of something. Lai Ji, this kid's talent was not inferior to Hao Chujuan's, and he was also very clever. If these two people went to Jiangnan with Gao Can, they could help Gao Can and form a restriction, and there would be no problem. However, if Gao Can was alone, he might not be able to suppress the two of them. He had to add 2 people who knew martial arts. Otherwise, with Lai Ji and Gao Can's cleverness, they might be able to fool Gao Kansas. 2. Didn't old you have 2 sons? Yu Baolin and Yu Baoqing. According to seniority, these 2 still had to call you a little aunt. If these 2 guys were arranged to go to Jiangnan, there might be no problem. Although these 2 guys were a little silly, they still had martial arts. If they cooperated with each other, and Hao Chujun cooperated with them, there should be no problem. After making up his mind, he turned to look at Du Xiting. Immediately send someone to call Gao Can, Old Yu, and the 2 sons of Old Yu, Hao Chujun and Lai Ji. These 6 people are all here. Old Yu only had these 2 sons. Since he wanted to order these 2 guys around, he had to give Old Yu a heads up. Yes, master. Du Xiting accepted the order. He was too lazy to ask the reason.
In any case, he would just do as the master said. Zhang Feng was the only one left in the study. He deeply smoked his cigarette, but his heart had already flown to Jiangnan. After about 15 minutes, Du Zidong walked into the study. Master, Hao Chujun and Lai Ji are already here. The rest are not here yet. Let's go and take a look. Zhang Feng slowly stood up from the chair, turned around, and walked towards the hall. In the hall, Hao Chujun and Lai Ji bumped into each other on their way here. The two of them chatted happily, sharing their recent experiences. As soon as they sat down, they started guessing the reason why Zhang Feng had called them over. As they were talking, Zhang Feng had already stepped through the door. The two of them hurriedly got up to greet him. Teacher. Dean. Zhang Feng nodded and waved his hand. Take a seat. After saying that, he sat in the main seat and looked at the two of them seriously. I won't talk nonsense with you. This time, I called you here because I want you to go to Jiangnan. Jiangnan? Hao Chujun and Lai Ji looked at each other, a little confused. They had thought of countless possibilities just now, but they never thought that their teacher would ask them to go to Jiangnan. Right now, Jiangnan is in a period of strife. Rumor has it that prices are soaring. Why go to Jiangnan? Could it be that they were going to stabilize prices? Hao Chujun made an obeisance and asked with a puzzled face. Teacher, why do you want us to go to Jiangnan? Zhang Feng threw away the cigarette butt in his hand and said with a serious face. This time, I want you to go to Jiangnan mainly for two purposes. The first is to protect you. The second is to develop power. You know that I will go to Jiangnan after the end of the year, but now the situation in Jiangnan is unclear, and I don't know about your situation. As long as you go, I will be relieved. Hao Chujun nodded slightly. He could understand his teacher's thoughts. You, would definitely be his woman in the future. It was not a problem to protect her now, and it was understandable to develop power in Jiangnan. After all, Jiangnan was a rich town. Doing business there would always be better than doing business in Chang'an, so he did not have any thoughts in his heart. Lai Ji and Hao Chujun were similar. At first, they were just a little surprised, but later, they did not have any doubts. It was not a bad thing that the dean wanted to develop power in Jiangnan. He nodded slightly. Dean, I have no problem. Teacher, I have no problem either. Hao Chujun nodded. As Zhang Feng's disciple, he naturally had to support him in the first place. Hearing their words, Zhang Feng was relieved. However, he thought of something and said with a cautious face, This time, not only the two of you will go to Jiangnan, but also Gao Can and the two brothers of the Yu family. I don't need to tell you about their temperaments, so I hope that you can restrain these three guys and not let them cause trouble. It will be difficult to clean up when the time comes. Hearing this, Hao Chujun and Lai Ji's hearts sank. They knew that these three guys were difficult to deal with, especially Gao Kansas. He usually looked silly, but his martial arts were very powerful. If they did something that made him unhappy, they might be unlucky. The two brothers of the Yu family were also straightforward. They were used to abusing others in Chang'an and liked to bully others. If these three guys got together, wouldn't they poke a hole in the sky? Chapter 2044. Indeed, the Yuchi brothers were considered tyrants in Chang'an. Coupled with the power of the Yuchi family, these two guys were fearless. Especially with Cheng Chumo, these three people were simply a combination that no one dared to provoke in Chang'an City. As for Gao Can, this guy was also fearless. Coupled with his military achievements, he was a character that no one dared to provoke in Chang'an. Asking him to go to Jiangnan with these three guys? Thinking of this, Lai Ji's heart trembled a little. Go to Jiangnan with these three guys? If he made these guys unhappy on the way, wouldn't he be beaten up? Hiss! He sucked in a breath of cold air and turned to look at Zhang Feng. Director, you want us to go with these three guys? Hao Chujun also felt a little uncomfortable, but he didn't dare to ask. He could only look at Zhang Feng with sparkling eyes. Zhang Feng actually guessed the thoughts of these two guys. After all, the two of them were scholars, and the three guys were warriors. There would inevitably be some disputes if they were together, but this was also something that couldn't be helped. Without these two guys, no one could control Gao Can and the others. It was precisely for this reason that he wanted to send Hao Chujun and Lai Ji to control Gao Can and the others. Therefore, he would not change his mind. Therefore, he put on a sincere look. Chujun, Lai Ji, This is also something that can't be helped. Except for the two of you, there is no one who can control Gao Can and the others. What's more, if I let others go, I won't feel at ease. That's why I asked you to go. Hao Chu-jun originally had some objections, but after hearing this, he seemed to be able to understand his teacher's feelings. Not to mention, this was what his teacher had instructed him to do. Now that his teacher was speaking so earnestly, how could he not agree? He turned to look at Zhang Feng and said with a face of understanding, "Mentor, I understand what you said. I am willing to be the forerunner." Zhang Feng nodded with satisfaction. He had expected that this guy might think about it, but he didn't expect this guy to agree so quickly. This was still very surprising. Good. I really didn't misjudge you. He looked at Hao Chu-jun with admiration, then turned to Li Ji and smiled. What about you? Li Ji looked embarrassed. He wanted to think about it. After all, going to Jiangnan was not a small matter. But now that Hao Chu-jun had agreed, what else could he do? He could only nod his head in agreement. Zhang Feng nodded his head in satisfaction. He was just about to talk about the situation in Jiangnan when a roar came from outside. Fengzi! Fengzi! There was no need to guess who this voice belonged to. Other than Yu Qigong, who else could it be? Sure enough, not long after, Yu Qigong led the two Yuqi brothers and Gao Can in. Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly went up to greet them. Old Gao, you're finally here. Yu Qigong grinned and said, Fengzi, why did you call us here? Why do you insist on bringing these two brothers along? As he spoke, Yu Qigong patted Yu Qibao and Yu Qibao's shoulders. The latter looked at Zhang Feng in confusion. Yes, Fengzi, why did you suddenly call us here? Gao Can also looked at Zhang Feng with a silly expression and asked in confusion. Take a seat. Take a seat. Zhang Feng pointed to the chairs next to him. After everyone sat down, he said with a serious expression, Old Gao, I called you here because of something in Jiangnan. I hope old Gao can bring the two brothers to Jiangnan. Jiangnan? Gao Can looked at Yu Qigong, confused. Jiangnan was now in a period of chaos. All the major clans were fighting for their own interests. Why did he want him to go to Jiangnan now? He turned to Zhang Feng and asked in confusion, Fengzi, why do you want me to go to Jiangnan? Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and said seriously, As you know, I'm preparing to expand my influence in Jiangnan. I wanted to go there as soon as possible, but there are still many things I can't get away from. I can only go there at the end of the year, so I hope you can go there first to help me stabilize the situation. Gao Can curled his lips. He was a little against going to Jiangnan because most of the people there were scholars, and he was a martial artist. If he went there, he would feel like fire and water. Moreover, scholars had always looked down on martial artists. Although the gap between scholars and martial artists had lessened, it still hadn't been completely removed. So, he was a little dissatisfied to be asked to go to Jiangnan now. Yu Qigong was different. He knew that Fengzi wanted the two brothers to go to Jiangnan not only to expand his influence, but also to protect Yu-er. Yu-er was a woman of the Yuqi family. Now that the situation in Jiangnan was not good, as a member of the main family, he couldn't just stand by and watch. So, he didn't hesitate and nodded. Fengzi, I agree to let the two brothers go to Jiangnan. Chapter 2045. Yu Qibao Lin and Yu Qibao Lin were still in a daze. When they heard their father agree on their behalf, their hearts sank. However, there was nothing they could do about it. They knew that once their father had said something, it was impossible to take it back. They could only accept it silently. Gao Can saw that everyone had agreed, so he couldn't say anything more. He just said lightly, Fengzi, since everyone has agreed, then I have no objections. However, the people in Jiangnan are all scholars. If you let the three of us who are illiterate go there, what if we get into a fight? At that time I won't care. Zhang Feng seemed to have expected him to say this. He pointed at Hao Chu-jun and the others and smiled. You don't have to worry. Not only are the three of you going, but they are going as well. They. Gao Can followed Zhang Feng's gaze and glanced at Hao Chu-jun and Bao Lin. He said with a bit of disdain, What can they do? Zhang Feng smiled. Don't underestimate them. They are all scholars. When they go with you to Jiangnan, they will take care of many things. You three just need to put in effort. Hearing this, Gao Can immediately felt much better.
He was annoyed with mental work. As long as they put in effort, how could it not be easy? The Yuchi brothers were the same. They had perfectly inherited their father's genes and adhered to this principle. If they could act, they would not use their brains. Seeing that Hao Chu-jun and Bao Lin were on Jiangnan Road, they felt much more at ease. Zhang Feng looked at Hao Chu-jun and the others and said seriously, "After you go to Jiangnan, the most important thing is to first understand the situation in Jiangnan, especially those top clans. For example, the industries they are involved in, family businesses, assets and so on. Also, the products that are popular in the Jiangnan market, no matter what it is, must be investigated clearly. Then, send a letter to me." Hao Chu-jun nodded. He understood that the dean was going to start with the Jiangnan clans. The best way to attack the clans was to first destroy their industries. "Yes, Dean." Lai Ji nodded slightly. These things were not a problem for him. Before his family had met with disaster, they were considered a large aristocratic family. He still had some confidence in dealing with the clans. Zhang Feng was very satisfied with their answers. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work this time." After that, he turned to look at Gao Can and the others. "Do you have any other questions? If not, get ready to go. Leaving today." Gao Can frowned. "That's right. Let's leave today." Zhang Feng nodded and asked, "Do you have any questions?" Gao Can shook his head. He had always been a little against Jiangnan, but now that everything had happened, he had nothing to say. Zhang Feng glanced at everyone. "Since no one has any objections, then let's get ready to depart. I have already prepared everything for you. There is a carriage outside the door. All right, I also have a letter here. When you reach Jiangnan, find a man named Jia Daoren. He will meet you." As he spoke, he took out a letter from his sleeve and handed it to Hao Chu-jun. Among this group of people, he trusted and valued Hao Chu-jun the most, so giving the letter to Hao Chu-jun was naturally the best choice. "Chu-jun, when we reach Jiangnan, give this letter to Jia Daoren. He will arrange everything." Zhang Feng said solemnly as he handed the letter to Hao Chu-jun. "Yes, master." Hao Chu-jun took the letter and stuffed it into his sleeve. "Fengzi, since we are ready to depart, I will take these two brothers back to prepare." Yuchi Gong looked at Zhang Feng and smiled faintly. Zhang Feng wanted to stop him. This matter was urgent, so what was the point of packing? But on second thought, going to Jiangnan was a big matter, so he nodded. "Go, but go early and come back early." Yuchi Gong nodded and left with Yuchi Bao and Lin. Gao Can chuckled. "Fengzi, I will also go back and pack." "Wait." Zhang Feng stopped Gao Can and took out something from his sleeve that looked like a tiger tally but also not like one. It looked like a tiger tally because there were many ancient seal characters engraved on it, not much different from the tiger tally in the military camp. It looked like a tiger tally because there was a large Li character engraved on it. This was a commander's tally that Li Yuan had given to Zhang Feng. It was a symbol of status, but it could not be used to mobilize the army. He handed the commander's tally to Gao Can and said solemnly, "Take this." Gao Can's expression changed, and he repeatedly waved his hand. He knew what this thing was. Back then, the large clans had encouraged Li Yuan to raise an army. In order to ensure that they stood on the same line as Li Yuan, the large clans had discussed making something that represented status. It was this kind of commander's tally. In reality, this commander's tally did not have any power, and very few people had seen it. However, it was a very high symbol of status. Seeing this commander's tally, even court officials had to retreat, let alone some small aristocratic families. Of course, this commander's tally might not have any use because it was made by them. But he did not dare to accept it. This was something that Li Yuan had given to Zhang Feng. What was the point of him taking it? Zhang Feng did not know these twists and turns. He grabbed Gao Can's hand and stuffed the commander's tally into it. With a solemn expression he said, "This trip to Jiangnan may be very dangerous. If there is an emergency, take out this commander's tally. I believe that ordinary small clans will not dare to touch you. This is enough for Jiangnan." Chapter 2046. Originally, he wanted to give the commander's seal to Hao Chu-jun and Gao Can, but he thought that Hao Chu-jun and Gao Can were both scholars who didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. In addition, they didn't have any experience, so they couldn't use the commander's seal in their hands. Moreover, both of them were bookish.
To put it nicely, they were cautious, but to put it bluntly, they were fearful. Gao Kan, on the other hand, was different. Although he was big and rough, he was never careless about military matters and understood them very well. Sometimes he might be a little impulsive, but at least he dared to charge. In addition, this guy's brain was slow. Gao Kan originally didn't want to accept the commander's seal because he felt that it was too precious. Moreover, it was given by the emperor. However, seeing that Zhang Feng was so insistent, he couldn't say anything. He held the commander's seal tightly and said with a solemn face, "Don't worry, Fengzi, I won't let you down." The commander's seal was originally an extremely precious thing. Now that Fengzi gave it to him, it was obvious that he valued him very much. He was very clear about this. Zhang Feng nodded and said, "This commander's seal is for you, but you can't use it recklessly. If you cause public anger among the clans, it won't be easy to clean up the mess. Because this thing has both advantages and disadvantages. Not all clans will be afraid of it. Big guys like the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs will be afraid soon." Gao Kan had been a soldier before, so he could naturally understand these words. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, I know how to use it. Is there anything else? I also need to go home and prepare." As they were talking, this guy ran out of the mansion like a wisp of smoke, not giving Zhang Feng any chance to interrupt. Zhang Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but this was also good. He still had things to say to Hao Chujun and the others. Thinking, he turned to look at Hao Chujun and Gao Kan and said, "Now that they're gone, I have something important to tell you. You still don't understand the situation in Jiangnan. When you get there, first find Jia Daoren and then develop some of your own forces. You can also bring some of your own confidants. Of course, there are still my people in Jiangnan." Hao Chujun nodded. Then, as if he had thought of something, he asked, "Teacher, with just the 2 of us, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince everyone." Zhang Feng waved his hand and said carelessly, "Don't worry about this. I've already explained it to Jia Daoren in the letter I gave you just now. He will cooperate with all of your matters in Jiangnan. When you arrive in Jiangnan, just investigate the local situation and develop your own forces. However, don't be too ostentatious. After all, Jiangnan is not our territory." Lai Ji cupped his hands. He still had the right to speak about the clan, so he nodded. "Dean, I understand what you're saying, but I'm worried that Gao Kan and the others will provoke the clan." Zhang Feng pursed his lips. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Don't worry about this. Gao Kan likes to drink. When you leave later, bring 2 bottles of good wine with you. If he acts on his own, you can use good wine to lure him. I guarantee that he will obediently obey. As for the 2 brothers of the Yu family, they are just 2 children. You can just coax them a little." Hao Chujun and Lai Ji nodded. Originally, they were worried that it would not be easy to control these 3 fellows after going to Jiangnan. Now that they knew their weakness, it would be easier to make a move. "You guys sit here for a while. When those 3 fellows come, we will set off." Zhang Feng stood up and glanced at the 2 of them. Then, he walked to the front yard. These few days, checking on the training of the guards at home had become something he had to do every day. Although these guards used to be soldiers, they had been retired for many years. It was inevitable that they would be stained with some lazy habits. Therefore, he still had to urge them more to prevent them from being useless when they went to Jiangnan in the future. Before he reached the front yard, he heard a shout. It was the sound of the guards doing push-ups. Zhang Feng was delighted. He secretly thought that these fellows did not waste his efforts. He quickened his pace and walked to the front yard. He saw the guards lying in several rows, doing push-ups on the ground with their upper bodies naked. Their faces were red, and beads of sweat rolled down from their foreheads. He did not disturb the guards. He turned and walked to the hall. However, at this moment, old Du's voice came from behind him. "Master, the 2 brothers of the Yu family are waiting outside. They said that they want you to take them out. They are about to set off." Zhang Feng was delighted. He did not expect this guy to come so quickly. He turned to the hall and shouted, "Chu Jun, Lai Ji, get ready to set off. Come to the door." After that, he turned and walked to the door. "Master, the 2 young masters of the Yu family pulled a carriage. Do you know what is inside?" Du Ziting followed behind Zhang Feng and chattered endlessly. When the Yuqi brothers left, Zhang Feng guessed that they might have gone home to get something. Therefore, He was not surprised to see a carriage. He only said lightly, "It's okay. Let's go take a look." Chapter 2047. Arriving at the door, he saw the Yuchi brothers pulling a carriage. There seemed to be some goods inside, and there was a burst of fragrance.
This smell seemed to be wine? Zhang Feng's expression changed. He asked, "Why are you guys pulling so much wine?" "We're going to Jiangnan, not to avoid the summer."
Yuchi Baolin turned his head and glanced at the carriage. Then he looked at Zhang Feng and said with a wronged expression, "We didn't want to pull this.
"It's Uncle Gao. He told us to pull it." "Gao can?" Zhang Feng frowned.
He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Just as he was about to speak, there was the sound of horse hooves not far away.
Another carriage came.
He focused his eyes and saw that the driver was Gao Kansas. Was there also a bar inside the carriage? He quickly asked, "Old Gao, is there also a bar inside?" "Whoa!" Gao Kan reined in the horse and smiled at Zhang Feng.
"Fengzi, you really know how to guess.
There is indeed good wine inside.
How about it? Do you want some?"
Damn it. Zhang Feng really wanted to curse at this moment, but thinking that he still had to rely on this guy to go to Jiangnan, he stopped.
With a gloomy face he said, "We're going to Jiangnan. Do you think we're going to play? Why are you bringing so much wine? Besides, is there no wine in Jiangnan? If you want to drink, you can buy it.
There's no need to bring wine on the road."
"I know we're going to Jiangnan."
Gao Kan waved his hand and said carelessly, "But the wine in Jiangnan is not as good as the wine in Chang'an.
Besides, there's a lot of your good wine. I'm going to take it to Jiangnan.
Otherwise, if I bring it there for a year and a half, I'll suffocate to death." Zhang Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He originally wanted Hao Chu-jun to bring some wine, but now it seemed that it was completely unnecessary. He glanced at Gao Kan and said angrily, "Old Gao, it's not that I don't want you to bring wine, but you brought a little too much, right?
How long will it take to get to Jiangnan?" "Don't worry about that."
Gao Kan still had an indifferent look on his face.
"I used to be an expert at riding a horse. It won't take me many days to travel from Chang'an to Jiangnan. Besides, I didn't bring much wine. It won't affect the journey at all."
Zhang Feng couldn't be bothered to say anything because he knew that this guy was the same as old Cheng. He was addicted to alcohol.
It didn't matter much if he took some wine. Thinking about it, he sighed. "All right, if you want to take it, then take it.
But don't delay the important matters in Jiangnan." As he spoke, he looked at Hao Chu-jun and the others.
"Get ready to set off. The carriages have been prepared for you."
Hao Chu-jun nodded and cupped his hands. "Yes, master." The group of people boarded the carriage and waved goodbye to Zhang Feng.
Then, they drove towards the city gate.
Looking at the back of the carriage, Zhang Feng thought of something. When he was discussing with Xuanzang about India, he had promised to pick Xuanzang up at the port. Now it was time to prepare the steam engine. Thinking about it, he turned around and glanced at Du Ziting.
"Old Du, get ready. I'm going to Shao Mountain."
Du Ziting took the order and left. After a while, the servant drove the carriage to the main gate. Zhang Feng boarded the carriage. With a crack of the whip, the carriage rushed towards Shao Mountain. He didn't say anything along the way and soon arrived at Shao Mountain. However, this time, he didn't choose to go to the academy. Instead, he went to the textile factory because he intended to give this task to Cheng Chumo and the others. When he just arrived at the textile factory, Zhang Feng didn't see Cheng Chumo. However, Cheng Chumo and the others saw Zhang Feng and strode towards him.
"Fengzi, you're finally here. I thought you had forgotten about us."
Cheng Chumo hugged Zhang Feng as if he was crying and reminiscing. "That's enough." Zhang Feng pushed Cheng Chumo away and said with a look of disgust, "Don't you know what you smell like?
Don't hug me."
Cheng Chumo scratched his head awkwardly. He originally wanted to leave a good impression on Fengzi. After all, the composite bow was so good that he wanted to make something else. However, when he saw Fengzi's look of disgust, he didn't know what to say. Fortunately, Zhang Sun Chong was quick-witted. He hurriedly stepped forward and said with a smile, "Fengzi, the composite bow you made last time was really amazing. You can shoot a willow leaf from 100 steps away. When are you going to make something else?" Dugo nodded and said, "Yes, Fengzi, when are you going to make something new? You see, we have nothing to do in the textile factory."
Nothing to do? Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows in joy. He was still thinking about how to explain it to these guys.
Now that the opportunity had come, he deliberately coughed twice and said with a mysterious expression, "This time, I came to find you guys to prepare something new."
What new thing? Tell us.
Chung Chumo rubbed his hands, impatience written all over his face.
What's the hurry?
Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Chung Chumo and then glanced at the others. He said, "The new thing I'm going to make this time is called a steam engine.
It needs water to operate. Take me to a water source first." Chapter 2048. That's easy. Zhang Sun patted his chest and dragged Zhang Feng inside. There's a pool of deep water over there. It's the best place to do the experiment. But other than water, what else do we need? Zhang Feng thought for a while and said, "Give me some paper. I'll draw it for you. The experiment materials have to be custom-made. You won't be able to find them." The three of them didn't think too much about it.
They knew that although Feng Zi was usually unreliable, he was still very serious when it came to this kind of thing. If he wanted to draw something, it would definitely be very important. Hence, the three of them turned around and went to look for paper. Not long after, Chung Chumo and the others came back with the paper. Zhang Feng took the paper and spread it out on a random stone. As he drew, he said, "This steam engine needs 7 parts. This is called the cylinder, this is called the base, the piston, the crank and connecting rod mechanism, the slide valve steam distribution mechanism, the speed regulating mechanism, and the flywheel. First, make some according to the parts on the blueprint." As he spoke, he handed the blueprint to Zhang Sun. "These parts can only be more and not less. You can ask the people in the workshop to make them. Later, I'll show you an experiment."
Zhang Sun took the blueprint and was a little confused.
He had never seen the things drawn on it before.
Each of them had strange shapes. He wanted to ask Feng Zi, but he thought about the experiment later. Hence, he handed the blueprint to the others and instructed them to make it in the workshop. Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and said seriously, "Go and get 2 iron pots. It's best if there's a small hole in the middle. Then take a few eggs." The three of them were a little confused. Iron pots? You still need eggs? Were they going to cook eggs? Ching Chumo laughed. "Feng Zi, you're not going to eat eggs, are you? Eat your sister." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Chung Chumo. Lao Tzu prepared the eggs for the experiment. The same goes for the pots. Hurry up and prepare them. Cheng Chumo pursed his lips. He thought they were going to eat eggs. In the end, they were going to use eggs for the experiment? He was too lazy to ask any more questions. He turned around to prepare the eggs and the iron pot. The group of people came to the front of the pool. Cheng Chumo also arrived at this time.
He carried the eggs and the iron pot and said while panting, "Feng Zi, everything is here.
What should we do now?" Zhang Feng didn't reply.
Instead, he glanced at the pond before turning to look at the crowd.
"First, find some firewood and boil the water in a pot. You'll know in a while." The three of them looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled expression. From the looks of it, he was going to boil eggs.
However, they didn't dare to ask because Chung Chumo had already been scolded when he asked, let alone now.
Moreover, they also knew that Feng Zi wouldn't do useless things. Although his actions were sometimes confusing, in general, it was all for the sake of experiments. Thus, the three of them had no choice but to follow Zhang Feng's instructions. They looked for firewood, started a fire, and boiled water. Not long after, a pot of water began to boil, emitting a huge amount of steam. Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly said, "Use the lid to cover the pot." Chung Chumo heard this and quickly covered the pot with the lid.
Then he asked, "Feng Zi, what should we do now?"
Zhang Feng glanced at the eggs on the ground and said with a smirk, "Which one of you go and put the eggs where the steam is coming out? Remember, don't let go of your hands." The 3 people present were all young masters. They belonged to the kind of people who were always provided with clothes and food. They had never been in the kitchen before and didn't know the power of the steam at all. When they heard Zhang Feng say this, they thought that there was some mystery behind it and raised their hands to express their willingness. Zhang Feng was naturally happy to see this scene. He pointed at Cheng Chumo and said with a smile, "Tai Nyo, you go and put the eggs on the steam. See if it can cook the eggs." Cook. Cheng Chumo frowned. Obviously, he didn't believe it. In any case, he was a young master in the Cheng family.
What had he not seen? However, he had never seen such a small amount of steam being able to cook an egg. He looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled face. Fengzi, are you kidding me? How can this little bit of steam cook an egg? If it was a little bigger, I might believe it. Indeed, the round hole on the lid was less than 1 centimeter, so the steam was only about 1 centimeter. That was why he didn't believe it. However, Zhang Feng knew the power of the steam. Not to mention that the steam was only 1 centimeter. Even if it was smaller, as long as there was enough time, the eggs would still be cooked. He smiled and said, "If you don't believe me, put it on and see if it can cook later." Cheng Chimo naturally still had a look of doubt. However, this time he learned to be smart. He didn't continue arguing with Zhang Feng because he knew that he couldn't win against this guy. So he put the eggs on the steam. However, the moment the eggs came into contact with the steam, he felt a burning pain. He immediately pulled his hand back. He turned his hand over and saw that the place where the eggs came into contact with the steam had turned red and was accompanied by waves of intense pain. Fengzi, why is this steam so powerful? Cheng Chimo blew on the wound and said to Zhang Feng. Chapter 2049. At first, he didn't believe that the steam could cook an egg, but after being scalded by the steam, his heart started to waver. It hurt so much when he put his hand on it. If it were an egg, it might really be cooked. Zhang Feng grabbed Cheng Chimo's hand and looked at it. He smiled and said, "Iron Bull, I told you just now that the steam is very powerful, but you didn't believe me. Now you're in trouble, aren't you? But this is good. You've really experienced the power of the steam. Now, go find some leaves to wrap your hand and put the egg back on. Let's see how long it will take to cook." Cheng Chimo was speechless. He wanted to let it go, but when he heard Fengzi's words, his curiosity was aroused. He turned around and grabbed some leaves to wrap his hand. Then he put the egg on the steam. This time, with Zhang Feng's guidance, the steam didn't burn Cheng Chimo's hand. However, the temperature of the steam was still as high as before. He felt a little uncomfortable, so he turned to look at Zhang Feng. "Fengzi, how long will this take? My hand hurts a lot." Zhang Feng glanced at the steam and said indifferently, "If you feel pain in your hand, just let go." "Ah, let go?" Cheng Chimo opened his eyes wide and looked at Zhang Feng with some confusion. "If I let go, will the egg fall?" Zhang Feng squinted his eyes and looked at the steam. He thought for a while and said, "It shouldn't. The steam has a very strong impact. Let go and try." Cheng Chimo was a little unwilling because he wanted to see if the egg could cook. He was worried that it would break if he let go. However, the steam was too strong. The leaves in his hand were all wet and his hand hurt. After thinking for a while, he let go. But something magical happened. Not only did the egg not fall, but it was also hit in the air by the steam. Cheng Chimo opened his eyes wide and slowly turned to look at Zhang Feng. "Fengzi, what's going on?" Zhang Sun Chong and Zhang Sun Chong also looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled look. They had seen the whole process, but they didn't know what happened. Even though they knew that the steam was somewhat powerful, they didn't expect it to be so powerful. Zhang Feng smiled and said proudly, "Steam is very powerful. This is just the tip of the iceberg. If you increase the water capacity and the holes on the lid are bigger, it won't be a problem to make a cow float, let alone an egg. Also, steam can be heated and humidified. It can also generate power. As a machine driver, the experiment I did this time is to use steam as a machine driver. Think about it, if this little bit of steam can move an egg, what if there is more steam? Can't you move something 10 times bigger than an egg?" The three of them were a little confused because they were still at the stage where the egg floated. Now that Zhang Feng said a lot, they were even more confused. Zhang Sun scratched the back of his head and said with confusion, "Fengzi, I understand the principle, but how do we do it?" "Don't worry about that. The parts are not back yet." Zhang Feng waved his hand and didn't care. Then, he looked at the egg and said with a serious face, "Look at this egg first. See if the steam can cook the egg." The three of them nodded. Then they looked at the egg. Indeed, the parts hadn't come back yet. No matter how much they said, it would be useless. Moreover, with these 3 dog brains, they wouldn't be able to remember anything even if they said more. It was better to talk about it later while they assembled the parts. But at this moment, a crisp sound of an egg breaking was heard. Everyone looked at the egg. It turned out that the eggshell on the egg had cracked. The egg inside had already solidified. Cheng Chumo was overjoyed. He went forward and took the egg. He held it in his hand and looked at it carefully. The eggshell had a few cracks, and the egg white was exposed. It seemed to be cooked. He quickly opened the egg and looked inside. It was cooked. He turned to look at Zhang Feng and said with surprise, "Fengzi, it's really cooked." Zhang Feng had already expected this, so he wasn't surprised. Instead, he smiled faintly. "This is the power of the steam that I wanted to tell you about. A little bit of steam can cook an egg. If there's a little more steam, it's enough to move a carriage, a ship." Cheng Chumo and the others listened. At first, they felt that Fengzi made a lot of sense. However, as they listened, they felt that something was wrong. Steam could cook an egg. This was something that everyone had seen just now. But to say that steam could move a carriage? Move a ship? They still couldn't believe it. After all, a ship was too big. How much steam would be needed to move it? Moreover, how would the steam be transported to the ship? Therefore, they all maintained a skeptical attitude towards this point. Chapter 2050. Fengzi, I believe you when you said that steam can cook eggs. After all, everyone saw it. But you said steam can move a ship? How do you expect us to believe that? Cheng Chumo looked at Zhang Feng with a questioning look. Zhang Feng seemed to have guessed this reaction. He smiled faintly. I knew you guys wouldn't believe me, but it doesn't matter. Wait until the parts are back and assembled. I guarantee you guys will find it refreshing. As soon as he finished speaking, a worker ran over and whispered something in Cheng Chumo's ear. Cheng Chumo's face lit up. He turned to Zhang Feng and said, Fengzi, the parts are back. Can we install them now? Zhang Feng didn't expect Arcanon to be so fast. But since it was done, it was a good thing. He smiled and said, Of course. Let's go and take a look. The group of people came to the entrance of the textile factory. There were a lot of metal products here. They were the parts that Zhang Feng had drawn on the blueprint. Zhang Feng picked up a part and looked at it. After confirming that there were no problems, he turned to Cheng Chumo and the others and said, You guys come and help. Get ready to assemble. Cheng Chumo and the others were happy to help. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. They each held up a part and looked at Zhang Feng with shining eyes. Iron Bull, the part in your hand is at the bottom. Just put it on the ground. Bug, the cylinder in your hand. Install it on the base. Remember to install it tightly. Otherwise, it won't be good if the steam leaks out. Debing. Install the piston on the cylinder. Install it tightly. If you can't install it properly, pour some oil on it. Any kind of oil can be used. It can be used for lubrication. Zhang Feng held the parts in his hand and explained to everyone while giving instructions. Although Cheng Chumo and the others were stupid, they had been in the factory for a long time. They were familiar with all kinds of machinery. It didn't take long for them to assemble the parts of the steam engine. Zhang Feng looked at the steam engine in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. This steam engine is the first model. I still need to test it. Iron Bull, go get someone to bring me some water. Cheng Chumo nodded and left. After a while, he came back with a worker carrying 2 large buckets of water. Pour the water into the boiler. Zhang Feng instructed the worker. Then, he looked at Zhang Sun, Chong, and the others. Go and find some dry wood. We're about to boil the water. It would have been better to use coal, but now that they were outdoors, there was no need to waste coal. Besides, it was not suitable to use coal now. Zhang Sun, Chong, and the others naturally did not know about this. They turned around and went to prepare firewood. By the time they returned, the water in the boiler was already full. Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and said solemnly, Start the fire. Zhang Sun, Chong, and the others had previous experience. It was not difficult for them to start the fire now. After a while, the fire was lit. The fire grew bigger and bigger, and the water in the boiler slowly began to sizzle. Soon, the water in the boiler began to boil and make a buzzing sound. The lid of the boiler was also raised high. The outlet of the piston kept emitting steam, blowing the surrounding leaves away. Feng, is this a success? Cheng Chumo looked at Zhang Feng and asked excitedly. It's half a success. Zhang Feng looked at the steam engine and replied indifferently. These words made Cheng Chumo's originally high mood fall to the bottom in an instant. After working so hard for so long, it was only half a success?
Just half of it was tiring. Wouldn't the other half be even more tiring?
He looked at Zhang Feng with a bitter smile. Feng, how do we do the other half?
Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and said indifferently, the next step is to install the steam engine on the things that need to be installed, such as ships, cars and so on. We still have to continue to research and develop it. This steam engine is only a small-scale one. At most, it can be installed on a car. You have to continue to make some bigger ones. At least, it must be able to be installed on a ship.
Install on a ship?
Cheng Chumo was dumbfounded. He originally thought that this guy was joking. Now it seemed that he was not. This guy wanted to install the steam engine on a ship. One had to know that at this time, the smallest ship was a fishing boat. If it was slightly bigger, there would be passenger ships. If it was bigger, there would be warships. If Feng Zi was going to install this thing on a fishing boat, it would be easy. A few people could do it. If it was installed on other ships, it would be troublesome. After all, the steam engine was a new thing. No one had installed it before. Moreover, there was no space on a normal ship. Where would the space come from to install such a big steam engine? After thinking about it, he looked at Zhang Feng with a troubled expression. Feng Zi, you just said to install this thing on a ship. But where is the space on a ship to install such a big thing? Besides, no one has seen this thing before. Who would install it? Chapter 2051. Zhang Feng smiled maliciously. This is the task I want to give you. I've made it. As for how to install it, it's up to you. Speaking of this, his face darkened. But what you said just now is right. Generally, there is no place for a steam engine on a ship. You can open up the back of the ship, so there will be more space. Of course, you can also make a ship yourself, as long as the steam engine can be put in. As for the installation, it's not difficult. Take a piece of paper and I'll draw it for you. Wait. Zhang Sun reached out to stop Cheng Chumo, who was about to take a piece of paper. He said with a puzzled face, Feng Zi, why do I feel that something is wrong? Why do you want us to install it for you? And you want us to take the ship ourselves? Don't you know how much it costs to make a ship? Yes. Cheng Chumo nodded belatedly. He also reacted now. Feng Zi, why do you want us to install it? Why don't you do it yourself? Me. Zhang Feng stared and looked at Cheng Chumo with some dissatisfaction. Don't you know that Lao Tzu is going to Jiangnan? I've been preparing for the things in Chang'an all this time. How can I have time to do this? Go to Jiangnan? Cheng Chumo suddenly understood. He knew that Feng Zi was going to Jiangnan. A few days ago, he also heard that the people of Chang'an were going to send Feng Zi off. At that time he thought it was fake. Now it seemed that it was true. If Feng Zi really went to Jiangnan, who could play with him in the future? What's more, this guy left such a big mess. No, he couldn't let this guy go. Even if he left, he had to take him with him. Thinking of this, his face changed and he cried, Feng Zi, you can't go. If you leave, what will I do? Yes, Feng Zi, you can't go. Zhang Sun looked at Cheng Chumo's expression and instantly understood. He grabbed Zhang Feng. He didn't want Zhang Feng to leave either because Feng Zi had a playmate in Chang'an. If Zhang Feng left, he wouldn't be able to play anymore. Besides, as a young master, he also wanted to go to Jiangnan. So he said, Feng Zi, if you go to Jiangnan, you must take me with you. Otherwise, I won't let you go today. As he spoke, he increased the strength of his hand, as if he was prepared to hold Zhang Feng there. Zhang Feng felt a little helpless. He knew that these three guys were scoundrels, but he didn't expect them to be so shameless. His expression changed and he shouted, Crawl for Lao Tzu. The shout scared Zhang Sun and made him stumble. He quickly let go of his hand and took 2 steps back. Even Cheng Chumo couldn't stand it and kept retreating. Du Go was watching the show. Although he also wanted to go to Jiangnan, he didn't want to offend Feng Zi. You guys, Lao Tzu really doesn't know what to say to you guys. Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd and said angrily, In the future, don't tell anyone that Lao Tzu taught you. Cheng Chumo was a little confused. Didn't he just say that Feng Zi didn't want to go to Jiangnan? Why was this guy so angry? He said timidly, Feng Zi, why are you so angry? We are doing this for your own good. Think about it,
Jiangnan is so dangerous. It's better to stay in Chang'an. We can drink and go to brothels when we're free. Yes, Fengzi. We are doing this for your own good. Jiangnan is full of big families. We said this because we are worried. Zhang Sun looked at Zhang Feng with fear. In fact, Zhang Feng was dubious about what these guys said. He believed that these guys didn't want him to go to Jiangnan because he wouldn't be able to play with them after he went there. Besides, he could often study some new things in Chang'an. These guys were naturally reluctant to let him go. What he didn't believe was that these guys cared about him. Each of them was more selfish than the other. However, they did care a little. After all, they had been brothers for so long. They still had feelings for each other. However, when these words came from these guys' mouths, Zhang Feng felt that something was wrong. However, he couldn't refuse directly. Therefore, Zhang Feng could only smile and say, I know what you guys are thinking, but it's impossible to stop me from going to Jiangnan. I have already made up my mind. No one can change it. After hearing this, Cheng Chimo and the others were instantly disappointed. Because they knew that Fengzi was a donkey. Once he made up his mind, even 10 cows couldn't pull him back, let alone them. Since they couldn't stop this guy from going to Jiangnan, why not go with him? After thinking about it, Cheng Chimo put on a smile and said, Fengzi, since you must go to Jiangnan, can you take us with you? As soon as he finished speaking, Du Go moved. He had been looking at Zhang Feng's face. It wasn't easy to see that this guy's face was better. How could he not go? He smiled and said, Fengzi, yes, take us with you. Maybe we can help you. Chapter 2052. Zhang Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Did he just scold them for nothing? Did they not have a good memory at all? His face darkened, and he was speechless. Did King scold you for nothing? You don't have a good memory at all. Then Lao Tzu will say it again. I can't take you there. Why? Cheng Chimo's face changed as he blurted out. For someone like him who liked to play around, he wanted to go to Jiangnan the most. He knew that Jiangnan had always been known as the land of fish and rice, the land of scholars and beautiful women. There were countless rumors about it, and it was rumored to be heaven on earth. In addition, he had been in Chang'an for more than 10 years and had never left. He couldn't wait to go out and see the outside world. However, that damn father of his insisted that he stay in Chang'an, saying that it was to protect his safety. Was it not safe to leave Chang'an? Now that Fengzi wanted to go to Jiangnan, he naturally couldn't let go of this excellent opportunity. Even if that damn father of his stopped him this time, he had to go. Of course, the premise was that Fengzi agreed. Zhang Feng didn't know this. He only saw that this guy wanted to go to Jiangnan, but the current situation didn't allow him to bring anyone. He could only explain, it's not that I don't want to take you there, but if you go, you will definitely attract the attention of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. When that time comes, it will be difficult to handle. Zhang Sun frowned and didn't understand. How will we attract the attention of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? We are not important people. He knew that Fengzi still didn't know their identities. Besides, even if she knew, going to Jiangnan together wouldn't affect anything. The 5 surnames and 7 hopes didn't care about the officials of the imperial court. Even if his father, Zhang Sun Wuji, came, he would only be a child in the eyes of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Zhang Feng was speechless. He took out a cigarette from his waist and slowly lit it. He continued to explain, think about it. Last time when we went to bomb the Turkic camp together, it caused a huge uproar. The 5 surnames and 7 hopes should have noticed it long ago. If the 3 of us go to Jiangnan together, won't the 5 surnames and 7 hopes deal with me? If I go alone it will be different. After all, I won't attract too much attention if I go alone. Although Zhang Sun, Chong, and the others were usually unbearably stubborn, they could still be considered reasonable. Moreover, they were also descendants of the clans, so they naturally understood the meaning of Zhang Feng's words. When they had taken the hot air balloon to blow up the Turks, it had indeed caused a great uproar. It was said that many people had died in Chang'an at that time. This data was enough to spread to the ears of the 5 clans and 7 Wang. Even though they understood, they still could not stop their desire to go to Jiangnan. Du Go furrowed his brows and said, Fengzi, even if we go to Jiangnan and attract the attention of the 5 clans and 7 Wang, as long as we pay a little more attention, we should be fine, right? Cheng Chimo and Zhang Sun both nodded. They also had the same idea. After all, the temptation of Jiangnan was too great. They did not want to give up like this. But Zhang Feng was not willing. He shook his head and said with a serious expression, "No, you can stay in Chang'an. First, you can help me divert the attention of the 5 clans and 7 Wang, so I will receive less attention in Jiangnan. Second, even if you go to Jiangnan, it will be useless. Jiangnan is full of the 5 clans and 7 Wang. Even if you go, there will only be a few more people. There will not be much change." This, Cheng Chumo and the others looked at each other. They had originally wanted to keep Feng Zi and later wanted to go to Jiangnan together. But these were all refuted by Feng Zi. They felt that the enthusiasm in their hearts was extinguished by Feng Zi again and again. "Don't be so depressed." Zhang Feng saw that these guys were dejected and could only comfort them. "There is a reason why I did not let you go to Jiangnan this time. Staying in Chang'an is equivalent to helping me. As long as the situation in Jiangnan stabilizes in the future, you can come if you want to. Is that okay?" Hearing this, Cheng Chumo's mood improved a little. But he still said with a bitter face, "Feng Zi, is what you said true?" "Of course it is true." Zhang Feng patted his chest and said with a look of assurance, "Right now, the situation in Jiangnan is not very clear. Wait until it gets better. If you want to come over, then come over. Right now, what you need to do is to help me divert the attention of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs, as well as the steam engine." "Steam engine?" Cheng Chumo looked troubled. Now he knew that Feng Zi was going to leave. But even if Feng Zi was going to leave, there was no need to give such a huge task to him. No one had ever made this thing before. No one knew how to play with it. After thinking about it, he said with a bitter face, "Feng Zi, we know you are going to Jiangnan, but no one knows how to play with this thing. Besides, we have to experiment. How can we do it?" Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go also looked troubled. Although they also liked this novel thing, they had never touched it. Even if they wanted to make it, they did not have the strength. Chapter 2053. Zhang Feng glanced at the group and seemed to see their difficulties. He nodded and said, "What you said makes sense, but don't worry. If you really can't do it, go to Arkanon. He should have a way. As for the shipbuilding experiment, you can go to my residence to get some money first." Hearing this, Cheng Chumo instantly felt more confident. He smiled and said, "I was waiting for you to say that. Then we have a way." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Since it's okay, I'll draw the installation steps for you." As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper and said as he drew, "The cylinder and the base are the static parts. In the steam boiler, the water is boiled into steam through the combustion process. The steam is sent to the cylinder through a pipe. As for the cylinder and the base, you have already assembled them." After he finished drawing, he handed the drawing to Cheng Chumo and said with a serious face, "This thing has to be handled with care, or it will be damaged easily. If you don't have enough materials, go to the forge and find Arkanon." Cheng Chumo took the drawing and looked at it. He nodded and said, "No problem. With our brains, we promise to do the experiment in less than 2 days." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Cheng Chumo and said unhappily, "Since there's no problem, I'll go first. I still have a lot of important things to do at the foot of the mountain." "Wait." Cheng Chumo grabbed Zhang Feng and said with a smile, "Feng Zi, you're leaving soon. Why don't you have a gathering with us?" Zhang Feng turned his head and glanced at the 3 of them. He said indifferently, "How do you want to gather?" "I don't have much time." Cheng Chumo smiled and looked at Zhang Sun. The 3 of them looked as if they had already discussed it and said in unison, "Drink." "Drink." Zhang Feng frowned. He instantly knew that the 3 of them were up to no good. They must be planning to finish making all his good wine since he was leaving soon. But then again, once he left, the wine would be of no use. He might as well drink it and end it all. With that thought in mind, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go then. Let's drink at my place." After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "You can drink the wine, but you can't forget about the steam engine." All right, I got it." Zhang Sun rushed to Zhang Feng's side and patted his shoulder with a smile. "Cut the crap, let's go." Zhang Feng glanced at these guys and walked down the mountain helplessly. The carriage had been waiting for them for a long time. Soon, they arrived at Zhang Mansion. "Master, you're back." Du Ziting quickly stepped forward. "Old Du, go prepare some hot pot." Zhang Feng glanced at Du Ziding and said indifferently. Du Ziding turned to look at Cheng Chumo and the others behind Zhang Feng and suddenly understood. Master usually didn't eat hot pot alone. No wonder he wanted to eat hot pot today. It turned out that these guys were here. He still remembered the incident in Chang'an last time. He was almost beaten up by this guy Cheng Tiniu. He had to give this guy a super spicy hot pot later. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live up to the scare last time. With that thought, he turned and left with his servants. Cheng Chumo and the others acted as if they had returned to their own home. They looked here and there and sometimes even picked a few leaves. Zhang Feng saw all of this. He had to admit that these guys were really cheap. Just as he was about to scold them, a burst of shouting came from not far away. Fengzi, what's that sound? Cheng Chumo's ears were sharp. He pointed at the source of the sound and asked. That's the guard training in my mansion. Zhang Feng didn't even turn his head and walked straight to the hall. But he attracted Cheng Chumo's interest. Guard training? He strode forward and pulled Zhang Feng. He smiled and said, Fengzi, take us to see. How do the guards in your mansion train? Zhang Sun was also interested. He hurried forward and said, Yes, Fengzi, take us to see. We still don't know how the guards in your mansion train. You want to see? Zhang Feng turned and glanced at the others. Seeing them nodding, he also had an idea. He had to supervise the guards at ordinary times. It was fine to go and see. Besides, it would take some time to prepare the hot pot. He nodded and said, Okay, let's go and see. With that, he turned and walked to the front yard. Cheng Chumo and the others were naturally happy to follow behind. When they heard the loud roars just now, their interest was piqued, especially Cheng Chumo. He had been wandering around the barracks since he was a child, so when he heard the shouts, he felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. A moment later, they came to the front yard. Before they got close, the shouting was endless. 1-2. 1-2-1. The next thing that came into view was a group of half-naked men. They were all lying on the ground, doing aerobic exercises. Cheng Chumo looked at the strange movements of the guards. He couldn't help but think of some thought-provoking things. He turned to look at Zhang Feng and smiled. Fengzi, I didn't expect you to like this. Like your sister. Chapter 2054. Zhang Feng glanced at Cheng Chumo. If there were not so many people, he would have gone up and kicked this guy. Why did this guy think of a good exercise as such a dirty thing? And it was not just this guy. Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go were also looking at him with lewd smiles. This made him feel disgusted. He hurriedly explained, This is just a kind of exercise, can you not think so dirty? No need to explain, no need to explain. Cheng Chumo patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and smiled. We all understand. You don't have to explain. That's right, Fengzi, you don't have to explain, we are all men. Du Go chuckled and showed his yellow teeth. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at the three of them. He originally didn't want to explain, but these three guys insisted on thinking in that direction. He had no choice but to explain. In the end, when he tried to explain, these three guys didn't want to listen. They made it seem like he was hiding something. He simply crossed his arms and didn't say anything. Right, Fengzi, are all your guards so strong? They don't even wear clothes in such cold weather? Du Go pointed at the guards on the ground and said with a face full of surprise. Zhang Feng originally did not want to answer such an idiotic question, but seeing these people's thirst for knowledge, he could only say, Guangzhong looks cold, but it is only cold in the morning and at night. It is not especially cold at noon. Also they are exercising, and their bodies are sweating. How can they be cold? Hearing this, Cheng Chumo could not help it. Exercising could be so hot? They were sweating? He did not doubt Zhang Feng's words because he saw with his own eyes that these guards were topless, their bodies still giving off heat and large beads of sweat rolling down. If he also exercised, then wouldn't he not be afraid of the cold? And it could strengthen his body. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains. Otherwise, why would these people be in such strange positions? Thinking this, he looked at the guards on the ground and then looked at Zhang Feng. He smiled and said, Fengzi, can you let me try? Me too, me too. Zhang Sun raised his hand high, as if he was afraid of missing himself. Zhang Feng was speechless. These three guys seemed to feel that this push-up was a beneficial exercise, and it was a beneficial exercise in that aspect. Since they wanted to try it, he couldn't stop them. He waved his hand and said, "If you want to try it, go ahead." As he spoke, he turned to look at Dougal with a look of disdain. "Do you want to try as well?" Why did he ask Dougal? Because when Zhang Feng was speaking earlier, he had seen Dougal's fiery gaze from the corner of his eyes. Most likely, he had long wanted to go. Sure enough, as soon as Zhang Feng's voice fell, Dougal ran even faster than Cheng Chumo, choosing a spot in advance to lie down. "Debing, how the F***ck are you so fast?" Cheng Chumo cursed angrily and then found a place to lie down. Zhang Sun naturally didn't want to be left behind. He stuck close to Cheng Chumo and lay down. Zhang Feng glanced at the three of them and shouted, "Get ready to start. 1 2 1 2 1." Cheng Chumo and the others listened to the chant while mimicking the positions of the guards beside them and began the aerobic exercise. In the beginning, these guys were doing very well. It was considered standard practice. However, as they continued, they felt that something was wrong. "Feng Zi, my arm hurts a little. I feel like my whole body is going to fall apart. My arm hurts so much." Cheng Chumo and the others' faces were red as they shouted in pain. Looking at the three of them, Zhang Feng couldn't bear it. In fact, he didn't want the three of them to do push-ups. After all, people who hadn't done this exercise before would definitely feel uncomfortable doing it for the first time. Some might even sprain their arms easily. These were all common occurrences. Furthermore, these three guys didn't exercise normally. How could they withstand it? However, before he could say anything, these fellows had already gone down. So what if they went down? They had only done a few and they couldn't hold on anymore. Looking at the guards, then looking at these fellows, Zhang Feng really wanted to spit on them. Thinking about it, these guys still wanted to make the steam engine for him. He could only say, "If you can't do it, then get up. I'm not forcing you." Cheng Chumo nodded with difficulty. Just as he was about to get up, his arm felt like it was hit by something. His arm went limp and his face fell to the ground. "Iron Bull." Zhang Feng strode forward and quickly helped Cheng Chumo up. He asked with concern, "Iron Bull, what happened to you?" Cheng Chumo sucked in a breath of cold air. His left hand held his right hand tightly. He gritted his teeth and said, "My arm hurts." "Your arm hurts." Zhang Feng gently pinched Cheng Chumo's arm and asked, "Does it hurt here? How do you feel?" "Iron Bull, how do you feel?" Zhang Sun Chong and the other two also came over and asked nervously. When they heard Cheng Chumo scream just now, the two of them didn't dare to continue. They were afraid that something would go wrong. Cheng Chumo was still gritting his teeth. However, the pain seemed to have lessened a lot this time. He said cautiously, "It doesn't hurt as much as before." Chapter 2055. Zhang Feng frowned and glanced at Zhang Sun Chong. "Bug, go and find a doctor." Zhang Sun Chong nodded and was about to leave when a big man came and held him down. Then he looked at Zhang Feng. "Master, Chen Xiaoya's hand is fine. I can see it." The person who spoke was He Quan. He had seen everything clearly. Although he knew what was wrong with Cheng Chumo, he did not go forward because he was just guessing. Now that he saw Cheng Chumo's arm, he was sure that there was a problem. Zhang Feng glanced at He Quan and asked with a serious face, "You can read it? Are you a doctor?" Although Tai Nyo was not a good person, he was still his brother. He could not give his hand to others. Even if the person was a guard in the mansion, it was not a problem to ask for details. He Quan seemed to know what the master was thinking and smiled awkwardly. "Master, I am not a doctor, but I know that Chen Xiaoya's hand was just twisted. There is no need to find a doctor. Maybe we can find a doctor who is not good at medicine. Chen Xiaoya's hand will be ruined." Cheng Chumo's face changed and he pulled He Quan with his left hand. He said excitedly, "Take a look at my hand." Zhang Feng let go of his hand suspiciously. He remembered that this guy did not know any medicine. How could he be so good at it? But it was not the time to think about it. It was more important to let He Quan treat Cheng Chumo's hand. He Quan took Cheng Chumo and rubbed his hand. Then he suddenly pulled. Cheng Chumo screamed like a pig being slaughtered and then he calmed down. "Master, it's done." He Quan shook Cheng Chumo's hand and then looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng could not answer and Zhang Sun Chong asked with confusion, "That's it? That's it?" He Quan nodded and said, "Chen Xiaoya just twisted his hand. We just need to adjust his bones." We often encountered such situations when we were doing push-ups and we always used this method. Zhang Feng was suddenly enlightened. It turned out that this guy knew the truth through practice. Previously, when he was doing push-ups, he even twisted his wrist. How could he not know? Just as she was about to ask, Cheng Chumo spoke, "My hand doesn't seem to hurt anymore." As he spoke, Cheng Chumo even swung his hand. His face was filled with joy. However, this guy's strength was a little too strong. Perhaps it was because of the tug, but it made a pig's cry. "Are you all right?" Zhang Feng looked at Cheng Chumo with concern. "It should be fine now." Cheng Chumo rubbed his arm and looked at He Quan. "Thank you." He Quan chuckled. "No need to thank me. This is what I should do." With that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Zhang Feng hurriedly said, "Wait." He Quan turned around and looked at Zhang Feng. He said respectfully, "Master, what else can I do for you?" Zhang Feng glanced at He Quan and said with appreciation, "I didn't know you twisted your hand before. Go to the accountant and get some money as compensation." He Quan didn't reply, but the guards behind him couldn't suppress the joy in their hearts. One by one, they jumped high and shouted that their master was wise. In their opinion, their master was already magnanimous by doing this training. Now he was even giving them money. This was simply a saintly figure. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, did not think much of it. He was originally from the later generations and did not have such a strong division of social classes. He only said indifferently, "Everyone, don't be happy. This is just a simple reward. Continue training." After that, he looked at Cheng Chumo and smiled. "I just told you to be careful. Are you okay now? Your hand is still like this." Cheng Chumo had always had a fearless temperament, so he naturally didn't care about the injury on his hand. He smiled and said, "This injury is nothing. Let's go eat hot pot." With that, he put his left hand on Zhang Xuan's shoulder and looked indifferent. Zhang Feng shook his head. He wanted to say something, but when he saw this guy's appearance, he stopped. The group of people came to the hall. The fragrance of the hot pot was already floating in the air. A group of servants was busy in the hall. "Master, the hot pot and wine are ready." Du Ziting bowed to Zhang Feng. Before Zhang Feng could reply, Cheng Chumo was already sitting around the table. He picked up a pair of chopsticks with his left hand and put food into the pot. However, this guy was right-handed and his right hand was injured. His left hand did not seem to listen to him. He picked up the food and ran away. It was very funny. Zhang Sun smiled and strode forward. "Tainyo, you're destined to not eat hot pot. Watch Lao Tzu." With that, he picked up a plate of beef and put it into the pot. Cheng Chumo naturally did not want to be outdone. He glared at Zhang Sun and poured the food into the pot with his left hand. Looking at these guys, Zhang Feng was speechless. He wanted to leave quickly and meet up with these guys. In the end, these guys started fighting among themselves. He walked to the table with a face full of anger. "Can you guys stop for a while? This is hot pot, not a fight." Chapter 2056. The addition of Zhang Feng calmed these guys down a little. Cheng Chumo picked up a jar of wine, gritted his teeth, looked at Zhang Feng and said with a smile, "Fengzi, come and drink." Yes, drink." Du Go also picked up a bottle of wine and looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng naturally fell behind and bumped into everyone. After drinking a glass of wine, Cheng Chumo's face instantly turned red. He looked at Zhang Feng and said with a smile, "Fengzi, what are your plans for this trip to Jiangnan? Tell us and see what we can help you with." He was not bragging. As the son of a duke, he was going to inherit the title of duke in the future. Although his title might be lowered, the Cheng family had some influence in Chang'an and even the entire Tang dynasty. Therefore, it was not a problem to provide some help. Zhang Feng took out a cigarette from his waist. He knew Cheng Chumo's intention. He smiled and said, "This trip to Jiangnan is nothing more than to develop perfume and silk." Although Cheng Chumo had good intentions, he could not say too much. Some words could only be said to people like his teacher. Otherwise, with Cheng Chumo's temper, he might spread it everywhere. Cheng Chumo did not know Zhang Feng's thoughts, but when he heard this, his face was slightly embarrassed. "Fengzi, if you say something else, I might be able to help you. But this perfume, I've only heard about it from you. I can't help you at all. Silk may not work either." This thing is too precious, and most of it is in the hands of the clans. In fact, Zhang Feng already knew. After all, perfume had not been developed yet, and it was a modern product. Some people had not even heard of it, let alone know about it. Therefore, he did not blame Cheng Chumo. Instead, he smiled and said, "It's okay. Let's drink." Fengzi, although we don't know about perfume, I think I've heard you mention it before. Why don't we? Cheng Chumo winked at Zhang Sun and the other two, then looked at Zhang Feng and said with a smile, "Why don't you tell us what this thing is today?" Zhang Sun naturally understood Cheng Chumo's wink, and he was also interested in perfume. He smiled and said, "Yes, Fengzi, let us also broaden our horizons. Tell us what perfume is." Zhang Feng originally didn't want to talk about the perfume, but thinking that the perfume might be sold all over the country in the future, and these guys might also help, he might as well explain it to them. So he said, "Okay, I'll tell you guys today." As he spoke, he took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Perfume is a kind of water with a smell. It's mainly made of flowers." The three of them were a little confused, but thinking that this was a novel thing, they still braced themselves and listened. Zhang Feng also explained to the three of them with a serious face. No matter what the three of them asked, he would try his best to answer. After all, these three guys might be his greatest assistants in the future. They went to study the perfume, but the hot pot in the pot was still boiling, emitting a strong fragrance. The fragrance continued to spread throughout the entire residence. Naturally, it also included the backyard where the two women lived. Zhang Yuyao smelled the fragrance that gradually came in and frowned. She turned to look at the maidservant Xiao Chui and asked, "Xiao Chui, who is eating hot pot in the residence? Why is there such a strong smell?" She had eaten hot pot with Zhang Feng before, so she naturally knew what this smell was. Xiao Chui naturally also knew. She glanced at the door, then looked at Zhang Yuyao and said with a smile, "Miss, it's your husband." "You wretched girl." Zhang Yuyao rolled her eyes at Xiao Chui, but she was very happy in her heart. She liked people to call her Madame Zhang, or the mistress of the Zhang residence, because she felt that she was Zhang Feng's woman. However, Zhang Feng still did not marry her, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. "Prince Zhang is not my husband yet." Xiao Chui smiled and went to Zhang Yuyao's side. "Miss, if he is not now, then he will be in the future. Are you thinking about marriage?" "You naughty girl. Saying these shameless words all day." Zhang Yuyao pinched Xiao Chui and said with a little sadness, "But Prince Zhang is going to Jiangnan soon." Since Prince Zhang said that he was going to Jiangnan last time, there seemed to be a stone in her heart that she could not move away. In fact, she did not want Prince Zhang to go to Jiangnan. First of all, it was very dangerous to go to Jiangnan. There were many clans there, and those clans all regarded Prince Zhang as an enemy. If Prince Zhang went to Jiangnan, there would definitely be a conflict. At that time it would be difficult to deal with it. After all, the clans were so powerful that even the imperial court had to retreat. Second of all, it was because of Yu. Although she had accepted Yu, she felt like there was a thorn in her heart when she thought that Prince Zhang was going to Jiangnan to find Yu. This was the nature of a woman, or the selfish side of her. No one could avoid it. But she also knew that she could not persuade Prince Zhang, so she could only go to Jiangnan with Prince Zhang. Chapter 2057. However, she had a new worry, which was her reputation. She was an unmarried woman. Although she had some status with Prince Zhang now, she was still unmarried. It would not be good for an unmarried woman to travel with a man. However, she was worried about Prince Zhang, which made her very confused. Should she go to Jiangnan with Prince Zhang or not? If she didn't go, what if Prince Zhang was in danger in Jiangnan? Moreover, Yu was there. If she went, what about the Zhang family's reputation? As Zhang Yuyao's personal maid, Xiao Chui naturally understood her thoughts. She patted Zhang Yuyao's shoulder and whispered, "Miss, are you still thinking about going to Jiangnan?" Zhang Yuyao looked up at Xiao Chui, but she didn't say anything. She just nodded gently. Xiao Chui pursed her lips. She didn't want to talk about this with her miss, but when she saw her confused face, she couldn't help but say, "Miss, I don't know whether I should say it or not, but I think you should go with Prince Zhang. Please don't blame me." Although she often joked with Zhang Yuyao, she didn't dare to talk nonsense about this matter. Zhang Yuyao slowly raised her head and looked at Xiao Chui with some doubts. "Why do you say that?" Xiao Chui pulled the corner of her clothes and said with some uncertainty, "Miss, I don't know, but I think Prince Zhang is so good and rich. Now he is going to Jiangnan to develop his business. He may settle down in Jiangnan in the future. If you don't seize the opportunity now, it will be too late in the future. Moreover, now the people in Quan know about your relationship with Prince Zhang. If you don't go now, how can you establish yourself in Chang and in the future?" She was speaking her mind. In fact, this was also true. Zhang Yuyao and Zhang Feng's relationship was like an unmarried couple, and the people in Quan knew about it. If Zhang Yuyao didn't go to Jiangnan, it wouldn't have any impact. However, if Zhang Feng didn't come back for a long time, what would Zhang Yuyao do? Was she going to remarry? He probably wouldn't even dare to accept her if she remarried, because it was a taboo for women to remarry in this era. Moreover, he might not even dare to accept Zhang Feng's woman. Of course, this was all in the future. Zhang Yuyao's heart was in a mess. She grabbed Xiao Chui and said nervously, "Xiao Chui, I know what you're saying, but if I go, people will inevitably criticize my family. I want to go, but I'm worried about my parents." Indeed, when an unmarried woman followed a man to a faraway place, it was easy for people to think of some ambiguous scenes. These scenes would naturally involve the family. Xiao Chui also knew this deeply. She said with some hesitation, "Miss, if we don't go, what if Prince Zhang is in danger? Besides, Yu is in Jiangnan. I heard that there are many beautiful women in Jiangnan. What if Prince Zhang is bewitched by women? At that time, you won't even have a place to cry." This was also the truth. Jiangnan had always been a place filled with beautiful women and talents. Although Xiao Chui was just guessing, what if it was true? She was doing this for the sake of Mississippi. Zhang Yuyao nodded. She also knew what Xiao Chui was thinking, but she was hesitant about whether to go to Jiangnan or not. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and quickly said, "Xiao Chui, what do you think about discussing it with father?" This was the only way she could think of now. Since ancient times, when children went out, they would go home to say goodbye to their parents. She was no exception. It was a good opportunity to discuss it with her father. Xiao Chui nodded. "Miss, you're right. We should discuss it with Master. Maybe he has a way to satisfy both sides. But it should be done as soon as possible. Otherwise, it won't be good if it's late." Zhang Yuyao nodded slightly and quickly said, "Xiao Chui, go back and tell father about the situation first. At the same time, you can also sound him out." Xiao Chui nodded and turned to leave. At the same time, in the imperial study of the palace, Li Shimin sat on the dragon throne with a cigarette in his hand. The smoke filled the entire room, making him look mysterious and serious. "My dear ministers, I plan to reveal my identity to Feng Zi. What do you think?" When he said this, Wei Zhang and the other ministers frowned. They actually did not agree with Li Shimin revealing his cards. This was because they understood Zhang Feng's personality and talent. Normally, such an expert would not easily become an official. Of course, they did not know what Zhang Feng was thinking. But to reveal his cards just for the sake of revealing his cards, it was undoubtedly not worth it. What if Zhang Feng was that kind of expert, and once Li Shimin revealed his cards, Zhang Feng would leave? Wouldn't this be the biggest loss to the Tang dynasty? They could not afford to lose such a huge gamble. Thus Wei Zhang stood up and said with a serious face, "Your Majesty, I feel that now is not the time." "Old fart Wei, what do you mean?" Chapter 2058. Cheng Yaojin jumped out and stared at Wei Zhang with dissatisfaction. "Jijie, don't speak." Li Shimin waved his hand and motioned for Cheng Yaojin to leave. When the latter saw that His Majesty had spoken, he had to leave with an indignant expression. Li Shimin turned to look at Wei Zhang and said solemnly, "Minister Wei, continue." "Yes, Your Majesty." Wei Zhang cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, we have been hiding this fact from Zhang Feng. This is undoubtedly a lie. If you suddenly tell him that you are the emperor now, he will definitely not be able to accept it. Besides, what if he is unhappy and runs away?" Li Shimin nodded slightly. He had not thought about this. He just wanted to lay his cards on the table with Zhang Feng because Zhang Feng was about to go to Jiangnan. There were many clans in Jiangnan, so it must be very dangerous. At first, he wanted to persuade Zhang Feng to stay. After all, Chang'an was his nest. What could he not have? It was not certain if he went to Jiangnan. There were so many clans. If he was not careful, he might be buried in the tiger's mouth. However, this guy did not listen to his advice. He was bent on going to Jiangnan. There was no other way. Li Shimin could only plan to lay his cards on the table with Zhang Feng. There were 3 advantages to doing so. First, he could tell Zhang Feng that he was the emperor and that he could protect him. Second, he could also warn the 5 clans and 7 kings that Zhang Feng was his man and no one could touch him. Third, according to Zhang Feng's past achievements, he could casually give some rewards to Zhang Feng. In this way, his safety would be increased a lot. However, Wei Zheng's words made him reconsider. However, at this moment, Cheng Yaojin jumped out and said with a face full of indignation, "Your Majesty, I have decided to lay my cards on the table. Now that Fengzi is about to go to Jiangnan, as long as we lay our cards on the table, it will definitely be a protective umbrella. Those clans in Jiangnan will definitely not dare to touch Fengzi." Li Shimin nodded slightly. It had to be said that Cheng Yaojin and he had the same idea. As long as they laid their cards on the table, the clan would not dare to touch Fengzi. However, if they laid their cards on the table, what if they agreed with Wei Zheng? With that thought in mind, he swept his gaze across the crowd. Does anyone else have any objections? Zhang Sun Wuji turned his head and glanced at the crowd. Seeing that no one spoke, he took a step forward, cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, Zhang Feng's character is jumpy. He is not suitable to be an official. Besides, he doesn't seem to have the intention to be an official. If we lay our cards on the table with him now, it will inevitably arouse his vigilance. Moreover, if we lay our cards on the table, will there be anyone who can talk to you so intimately?" These words were like a clap of thunder that exploded in Li Shimin's mind. If he laid his cards on the table, would there be anyone who could talk to him so intimately? Indeed, although he was the emperor, no one dared to talk to him so intimately like Fengzi in front of him. Even the ministers who met him every day were afraid of him like a tiger. The only person who could talk to him intimately was Maid Guanyin. However, they were only husband and wife, unlike Zhang Feng. He vaguely remembered the scene in Zhang Feng's tavern. At that time, Zhang Feng did not know his identity. He really treated him as a friend. They even chatted about the Xuanwu Gate incident together. If he laid his cards on the table, perhaps he would not dare to say these words, right? Yes, when he was not the emperor, there were many relatives and friends around him. Everyone present was his confidant. However, once he became the emperor, these people seemed to have changed. They became very afraid of him. They even began to speak carefully and did not dare to reveal their true feelings. Even the imperial uncle, Zhang Sun Wuji, was the same. At that time, he and Zhang Sun Wuji were friends. Now, even when he spoke to him, he was careful. What if Fengzi also became like this? While he was thinking, Cheng Yaojin spoke again. "Your Majesty, they are talking nonsense. Don't listen to them. Fengzi's safety is the most important thing. If this guy goes to Jiangnan and is remembered by the clans, we are all in Chang'an. There is no way to save Fengzi. At that time you will regret it." Cheng Yaojin's words were not without reason. Chang'an and Jiangnan were very far away. It would take at least 10 days to travel. If Zhang Feng was in danger in Jiangnan, they would be in Chang'an and would not be able to rescue him. Cheng Yaojin, don't disturb His Majesty's thoughts. Feng Xianling glared at Cheng Yaojin. Then he stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, even if there is danger in Jiangnan, you can send troops to protect Zhang Feng. However, you must not lay your cards on the table with Zhang Feng." Li Shimin took a deep drag of his cigarette. With a puzzled expression he asked, "Minister Feng, why is that?" Feng Xianling cupped his hands and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, you appeared on the streets of Chang'an in plain clothes before. Many people know you. If you lay your cards on the table with Zhang Feng, it will undoubtedly cause a great disturbance in Chang'an. Also, as Wei Zheng said, Zhang Feng's personality is lively. He is not suitable to be an official. Even if you give him an official position now, he may not be willing." Chapter 2059. At that time, Li Shimin didn't think so far ahead. When he heard what everyone said, he instantly felt that it made sense. Moreover, just like what Zhang Sun Wuji said earlier, if he were to lay his cards on the table, then Zhang Feng wouldn't be so close to him and might even distance himself. After thinking for a while, he said, "Everyone is right. Let's put this matter aside for now." Cheng Yaojin was unwilling. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, what if Fengzi is in danger in Jiangnan? Let's lay all our cards on the table. Fengzi will have guards to protect him in Jiangnan. Furthermore, how can your Majesty stand by and do nothing?" Feng Xianling waved his sleeves and looked at Chang Yaojin unhappily. In his eyes, Chang Yaojin was the kind of person who stirred up such *T. He would stir things up whenever something happened. It was originally a small matter, but once he stirred things up, it could not be resolved. Li Shimin naturally did not want to see the imperial study become a place for these people to quarrel. He hurriedly scolded, "All right, stop quarreling. I have my own plans." Then he looked at Wei Zheng. "Minister Wei, I heard that White Deer College is preparing for the year-end examination." Wei Zheng nodded. "Your Majesty, White Deer College is indeed preparing for the year-end examination. Now, Mr. Bo Shi is leading the students to prepare." Li Shimin nodded slightly and said with a serious face, "Prepare some things then. My ministers will go with me." "Your Majesty, should we send the imperial court officials to attend the ceremony?" Zhang Sun Wuji stepped forward and asked respectfully. Li Shimin was silent. Originally, he did not plan to send the officials of the imperial court to attend the ceremony. However, after thinking about it, even if he did not say anything, these fellows would probably attend the ceremony. It would be better to send the members of the imperial family. After thinking about it, he said, "Then send Li Shaogong. He previously appeared as a member of the imperial family. There should be no problem." Previously, Li Shaogong had met Zhang Feng as a member of the royal family, as well as many students of the academy. This time, there should be no problem for him to attend the academy meeting. Zhang Sun Wuji nodded. "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Shimin nodded slightly and stood up slowly. "It's been a long time since I've seen Feng Zi. Let's go out and see how she's doing." As he spoke, he walked down the hall with a majestic gait. Everyone followed closely behind him. Little Gizi took the lead and went to arrange a carriage in advance. Li Shimin and the others boarded the carriage and headed towards the Zhang mansion. They didn't speak a word along the way and soon arrived at the Zhang mansion. Li Shimin led the group into the Zhang mansion. As soon as they entered, they heard a series of shouts. "What's that sound?" Li Shimin turned his head and glanced at the crowd, asking curiously. Wei Zheng and the others all shook their heads in confusion. They had never heard such a sound, so they naturally didn't know. However, Chang Yaojin's ears perked up as if he had heard something. He said excitedly, "Your Majesty, this is the sound of military training." "Ha!" Li Shimin turned to Chang Yaojin and asked in confusion, "You mean this is the sound of military training?" As he spoke, he seemed to have remembered something. He seemed to have roared like this when he led the troops. However, this sound seemed to be a little special. It was even shouting numbers, such as 1, 2, 1, 2, 1 and so on. It seemed that he had never heard of it before. He had to ask again, "This seems to be the sound of military training, but it seems to be a little different from the other military camps." Cheng Yaojin naturally felt it too. He nodded and said, "Yes, it's a little different from the other military camps. It's even shouting numbers, which I've never heard before. Let's go and have a look." With a wave of his hand, Li Shimin turned around and walked towards the source of the voice. After a while, the group arrived at the front yard. What they saw was a group of men lying on the ground, as if they were doing some kind of exercise. Li Shimin was a little confused. He went forward and asked, "What are you doing?" He Quan saw that they looked familiar and guessed that they were guests of the residence. He quickly got up and replied, "We're training." "Training?" Li Shimin turned to Cheng Yaojin and asked in confusion, "Old Cheng, have you heard of this kind of training?" Cheng Yaojin shook his head in confusion. Although he came from the military camp, he had never seen such a strange training. He was about to say no when He Quan came up to Cheng Yaojin. He cupped his hands respectfully and said, "So it's Master Cheng." He Quan also came from the military camp, so he naturally knew Cheng Yaojin. However, after he retired from the military, he was assigned to the Zhang residence to protect Zhang Feng. He naturally knew their identities, so he called Cheng Yaojin Master Cheng. Cheng Yaojin saw that this guy knew him and smiled. "What were you training just now?" He Quan naturally didn't dare to hide it. He quickly said, "This is a training method that Master invented for us to use for daily training." "Fengzi?" Li Shimin frowned slightly. He knew Zhang Feng very well. He wouldn't be so bored as to come up with something like this. Since he came up with it, it must be useful. He just didn't know what it was. He thought and asked, Feng Zi, what's the use of this training method? Chapter 2060. He Quan's heart skipped a beat as he secretly guessed this person's identity. To be able to call Old Master Feng Zi, he should not be a simple person. Moreover, to have Lu Guogong by his side, he did not seem to be an ordinary person. After thinking for a while, he replied, Old Master said that this training method is to strengthen our bodies. He said that it is more effective than the military camp. More effective than the military camp? Chang Yaojin exclaimed and looked at He Quan in disbelief. He had been in the military camp since he was young and had experienced all kinds of training methods. He had even created some training methods himself. However, he had never heard of any training method that was better than the military camp's training method. This was because the military camp's training had always been the cruelest. Only soldiers could endure such training methods. However, today, someone actually said that this training method was better than the military camp's training method? He was a little unconvinced and glared at him. Are you kidding, Lao Tzu? How can there be a training method that is better than the military camp's training method? He Quan's face changed and he quickly said, Old Master Chen, how would I dare? This is what my old master said. After hearing this, Chang Yaojin started to doubt himself. This was because he knew that Feng Zi was not someone who would make up something out of nothing. Since he said it, there must be some basis. However, he still did not dare to believe that this training method was better than the military camp's training method. After thinking for a while, he waved his sleeves and said, Lao Tzu, come and try. Old Master Cheng, wait. He Quan grabbed Chang Yaojin and quickly said, If you do this push-up for the first time, it is easy to twist your hand. Why don't you do it first? And Chang Yaojin turned his head and glanced at He Quan. He said with disdain, Lao Tzu has such a strong body. Why would he be afraid of twisting his hand? After saying that, he pushed He Quan away and lay down on the ground, imitating the other guards and starting to move. Li Shimin crossed his arms and looked at Chang Yaojin playfully. In fact, he also wanted to see what kind of training method Feng Zi had created. Otherwise, he would have stopped Chang Yaojin just now. Wei Zhang and the others behind him had a look of disdain on their faces. They were just short of saying that it was a disgrace to the cultured. Because in their eyes, this action was really too unsightly. With both hands on the ground, and continuously crawling, what kind of behavior was this? But in the eyes of the guards, this was a treasure. The most important thing was the training method created by the old master. No matter what, they had to complete it. At this moment, they were all attracted by Chang Yaojin. This was because Chang Yaojin had already done more than a dozen, and he didn't even pant. Thinking back, when they first did it, they were all panting like cows. Now that Lu Guogong was doing it, why did he feel so relaxed? If it weren't for the fact that there were so many of them, they would have shouted, The High Duke is awesome! Of course, Chang Yaojin couldn't hear these words. This was because he was currently immersed in the admiring gazes of the crowd. While he was doing it, he glanced at the surrounding guards. Look carefully. Lao Tzu can do it with one hand. Chang Yaojin glanced at the crowd with a proud face. Then, he directly let go of one hand and started to exercise with his right hand. But the moment he let go, he suddenly felt powerless in his hand. His face fell to the ground with a bang. Old Cheng, are you okay? Li Shimin quickly went forward and supported Chang Yaojin. Old Cheng, are you okay? Chang Yaojin ate a mouthful of mud. Fortunately, Li Shimin helped him up. Otherwise, his nose would have been full of mud. He replied with a stiff face, My hand hurts. Li Shimin quickly turned Chang Yaojin over. This guy was really too heavy. He used all his strength to turn Chang Yaojin over. Then, he was half lying on the ground. He quickly asked, Which hand hurts? Chang Yaojin raised his trembling right hand and grimaced. This hand hurts. As soon as he finished speaking, He Quan quickly went forward. Let me do it. As he spoke, he reached out and rubbed Chang Yaojin's hand. Then he shook it. Chang Yaojin let out a pig's cry. How is it? Li Shimin looked at He Quan nervously. It should be fine now. He Quan gently put Chang Yaojin's hand back. Old Cheng, how's your hand? Li Shimin turned to look at Chang Yaojin and asked with concern. Chang Yaojin thought that his hand was going to break. When he heard this, he quickly raised his hand. In the end, he found that it didn't hurt as much as before. He said in surprise, "My hand is fine." With that, he stood up abruptly. However, because he used too much strength, his hand hurt again. He wailed, "Ouch, my hand."
Who told you to be brave just now?
Li Shimin glared at Chang Yaojin, then looked at He Quan.
How did you know his hand would be like this? How did you heal it?
He Quan glanced at Chang Yaojin and said with a smile, "When we were doing push-ups just now, we all twisted our hands.
Just now, there was another person who twisted his hand too. I think his surname is also Chang Yaojin. I healed him too." Hearing this, Chang Yaojin's face was a little embarrassed.
After all this time, there was another unlucky person just now. Moreover, this unlucky person had the same surname as him.
Chapter 2061.
He instantly felt that he couldn't stay here any longer. He hurriedly urged, let's go find Feng Zi." As soon as he said that, footsteps came from not far away. Not long after, Du Ziting walked over.
"So it's Master Li. I thought it was screaming here."
He had heard a series of miserable howls coming from here, so he ran over to take a look. Li Shimin saw Du Ziting and smiled. "Housekeeper, where's Feng Zi?" Du Ziting cupped his hands and smiled. "Master is eating hot pot with young Master Cheng and the others in the hall."
Young Master Cheng? Cheng Yaojin was slightly stunned. Could it be Tainyo, that kid?
Just now, the guard said that someone with the surname Cheng also twisted his hand.
Could it be this kid?
He hurriedly said, "Housekeeper, take us to see him." Du Ziting nodded and turned to walk to the hall.
Li Shimin and Chang Yaojin followed closely behind.
Before they reached the hall, they smelled the rich smell of hot pot.
This instantly aroused Chang Yaojin's appetite.
He didn't care about what happened just now and strode to the hall. As soon as he entered, he saw Cheng Chumo holding chopsticks in his left hand and trying to pick something in the hot pot.
He tried for a long time but couldn't get anything. It was a funny look.
Cheng Yaojin's expression changed and he shouted, "Tainyo, why are you here?" This shout scared Cheng Chumo so much that he almost fell off the stool. This was a fear that came from the depths of his bones. It was like the horn of the abyss, unforgettable. He sat on the stool and looked at his dead father with a bitter expression. His voice trembled. "Dad, why are you here?"
Chang Yaojin strode forward and picked Cheng Chumo up like a chicken. But this time, he used his left hand.
He said unhappily, "Lao Tzu was asking you."
"Why are you asking Lao Tzu now?"
When Zhang Feng saw that the situation was not right, he quickly went forward and pulled Cheng Yaojin back.
"Old Cheng, what are you doing?
Why are you so angry the moment you arrive?" Cheng Chumo knew that his father never knew the reason for his anger.
Whenever he was unhappy, he would beat him up. Whenever he was happy, he would also beat him up.
Therefore, he didn't dare to say anything. Cheng Yaojin glared at Zhang Feng and said, "This brat doesn't even know to call Lao Tzu when he's eating hot pot."
"He's eating alone? Don't you think he should be beaten? Also, did this kid sprain his hand when he was exercising in the front yard?
You sprained your hand from just a little exercise.
Don't you deserve a beating?"
Zhang Feng suddenly understood. It turned out that Iron Bull was telling the truth when he said that old Cheng didn't need a reason to beat him up.
How could he be beaten up just because he was eating hot pot? And what kind of exercise was this? As he thought about it, he turned to look at Chang Yaojin. Suddenly, he found that Chang Yaojin's right hand was half hanging. He was lifting Cheng Chumo with his left hand. When he saw this, he instantly understood. Old Cheng had also gone to do push-ups and sprained his hand. He didn't know that someone had told Old Cheng that Cheng Chumo's hand had also been sprained. Old Cheng was angry, so he came in to settle the score with Cheng Chumo. However, even if he wanted to vent his anger, this wasn't the time. Zhang Feng quickly pulled Cheng Yaojin away and said with a serious expression, "Old Cheng, even if you sprained your hand, you can't blame Iron Bull, right? What's the use of venting your anger on him?" As soon as he said this, Cheng Chumo, who was still in a daze, understood something. It turned out that this damn father had also sprained his hand. No wonder he wanted to vent his anger on him. Although he mocked Chang Yaojin in his heart, he didn't dare to say anything. He didn't even dare to laugh. However, Zhang Sun Chong, who was next to the table,
was overjoyed and burst into laughter. When Chang Yaojin saw this, his eyes widened like a bull's. "You two bastards dare to laugh at Lao Tzu? Are you looking for a beating?" As he said this, he clenched his fist and was about to punch Zhang Sun Chong and Cheng Chong. "Old Cheng, what are you trying to do?" A shout came from outside the door. Then, Zhang Sun Wuji, Li Shimin, and the others walked in. The person who spoke just now was Zhang Sun Wuji. He was just about to enter the door when he saw Chang Yaojin about to punch his son. How could he agree to this? Zhang Sun Chong was the only bloodline of the Zhang Sun family. Normally, he was afraid that he would melt in his mouth and break in his hands. Zhang Sun Wuji didn't even dare to hit him, so how could he let this fool hit him? Thinking of this, Zhang Sun Wuji strode forward and stood in front of his son to protect him. He glared angrily at Chang Yaojin. "What are you trying to do? How dare you hit my son? Is there no law in this world?" In fact, Chang Yaojin didn't really want to hit Zhang Sun Chong. After all, there was a generation gap between the two of them. It would be decent if he hit him. However, this guy just laughed at him, so he hit him. He just wanted to scare Zhang Sun Chong, but he didn't expect that Zhang Sun Wuji would stand up for him. He lost face and glared. "This brat just laughed at old man, don't you think he deserves to be hit?" Zhang Sun Wuji looked at Chang Yaojin's hand and then looked at Cheng Chumo's hand. Not only did his son want to laugh, but he also wanted to laugh at himself. However, there were too many people here, so he couldn't do anything. He could only say, "If you want to laugh at him, then so be it. Don't tell me you want to lower yourself to the same level as the younger generation?" Chapter 2062. That's right. Old Cheng, calm down. Li Shimin walked up and pushed Chang Yaojin. With a helpless expression he said, "Old Cheng, you're an adult. How can you lower yourself to the same level as a child? Even if he laughs at you, you won't do anything. Listen to me and let it go." Originally, Chang Yaojin wanted to argue with Zhang Sun Wuji, but seeing that Li Shimin had said so, he couldn't say anything. He could only pout and say unconcernedly, "Whatever you say." With that, he turned and found a stool to sit on. He picked up a wine cup and drank alone. Li Shimin looked helplessly at Chang Yaojin. He knew that this guy had a childish personality. Even though he was an official now, he still had a childish personality. He was a little angry now, but he would be fine later. Then he turned to look at Zhang Feng. "Fengzi, you rascal. What kind of training method did the yard make? Look, you've twisted old Cheng's hand." Originally, the matter had passed. With Li Shimin bringing it up, Chang Yaojin felt uncomfortable in his heart. Even Cheng Chumo felt a little uncomfortable. He sat down with Chang Yaojin and the father and son drank to drown their sorrows. Zhang Feng ignored the lonely father and son. He turned to look at Li Shimin and smiled helplessly. "There's nothing I can do about it. I'm going to Jiangnan soon. I have to arrange for some people to protect me. It just so happens that there are some guards in the manor. I want to make use of these guards. As for the training methods, I've tailored them. As long as they follow the training methods every day, after a long time, their bodies will be healthier and stronger than ordinary people." Hearing this, Chang Yaojin was a little unwilling. He was someone who came from the military. How could he not know the training methods? He was familiar with almost all the training methods of the barracks. Although he had tried out Fengzi's training method and felt that it was a little powerful, how could it be compared to the training methods of the barracks? He suddenly stood up, turned his head to look at Zhang Feng, and said with a playful smile, "Fengzi, be careful that you don't bite your tongue when you talk big. I've tried out your training method just now." Speaking of this, his old face turned red. "Although I twisted my hand a little, I didn't feel any useful effects." Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled expression. He had also seen the training method just now. Even someone like Chang Yaojin could do it. There was indeed nothing to be proud of. However, since Chang Yaojin had already raised doubts, there was no need for him to say anything more. Zhang Feng's face was full of disapproval. He smiled and said, "Old Cheng, you only did a few just now. If you do more, I guarantee that you won't even be able to lift your arms for a day. I'm not bragging. You also know that the guards in my courtyard are all veterans. In the first few days, these guys had difficulty eating, let alone lifting their arms. You still underestimate my training method?" This was true. At that time, There were a few guys who couldn't even lift their hands after doing push-ups. They had to rely on others to feed them. In addition, they had to run in the morning. Their legs didn't seem to listen to them. Later, those guys had to lie in bed for a whole week before recovering. However, after recovering, these guys seemed to have changed into another person. Their spirits suddenly became much better than before. Even their usual running speed was much faster. Zhang Feng was very pleased about this because many people couldn't handle this kind of cruel training method. He himself also thought that this was an inhumane training method. However, if there wasn't such training, how could there be good soldiers? But fortunately, these guys had made it through. This was what made Zhang Feng the happiest. However, Chang Yaojin knew nothing about these things. He still put on an arrogant look and said, "Fengzi, don't brag. I just tried your training method. Although it's not bad, it doesn't meet the standards of the military camp at all, let alone surpass the training method of the military camp. If it's only like this, it really won't work." "Who told you that it's only at this level?" Zhang Feng glanced at Cheng Yaojin and said with a disdainful look, "Let me tell you, my guards get up at 5 o'clock every day and run 5 laps around Chang'an City." "Get up at 5 o'clock? Run 5 laps around Chang'an City?" Cheng Yaojin's mouth was wide open. He couldn't believe it. Even the soldiers in the military camp didn't get up so early. Run 5 laps around Chang'an City? 1 lap around Chang'an City was several kilometers. Then wouldn't 5 laps be more than 10 kilometers? He didn't even train like this in the past. After thinking about it, he only felt cold sweat running down his body. Li Shimin was the same. He was an emperor on horseback and had been in the military camp for a long time. However, he had never heard of such a training method, let alone used it. It sounded a little scary. Wei Zhang and the others standing behind him had already shivered. They were all civil officials. Usually, they didn't have any training at all, let alone participate in any training. Although they had heard of some training, they had never heard of such a powerful training method. Chapter 2063. They turned to look at Zhang Feng, only to see that Zhang Feng was still talking. "After running, each of you will come back and do 500 push-ups, which is the exercise you saw just now. Then, you will continue to run in the yard. At dusk, you will go to the forge to practice firearms and archery." Li Shimin and the others' eyes widened, because they had never heard of such a cruel training method. Every morning, they would run 5 laps around Chang'an City, which was more than 10 kilometers. When they came back, they still had to run in the front yard and do push-ups. Needless to say, the push-ups alone were enough to make them suffer. Not to mention that they still had to go to Shao Mountain to practice firearms and archery at dusk. Chang Yaojin and Cheng Chumo had the most right to speak on this matter, because these two silly guys sprained their hands while doing push-ups. Now, these two guys directly hid aside and drank without saying a word. Because what happened just now had made them lose face, it was not appropriate for them to intervene now. However, Li Shimin could not sit still and hurriedly asked, "Fengzi, can they take it if you train those guys like this?" His words reminded Chang Yaojin and his son, who were drinking alone. They put down the wine jugs in their hands and looked sideways. Even Wei Zhang and the others cast a puzzled look. However, Zhang Feng waved his hand carelessly and said, "Of course they can bear it. My training method is based on scientific evidence. Ahem, it has been experimented. Although they will be a little uncomfortable in the first few days, after 7 days, their physique will definitely have a qualitative leap, and their spirit will be much better than that of ordinary people, including physical skills. In short, as long as they train for a long time, their bodies will definitely be stronger than those who do not participate in the training. Of course, they have to supplement enough nutrition every day, such as eating more meat, so that the consumption of the body can be maintained." Chang Yaojin quivered. Their physique would have a qualitative leap? Their spirit would be much better than that of ordinary people? He began to recall the people who did the push-ups just now. It seemed to be a little like that. The little guy who treated his injury just now looked strong and muscular, and his spirit seemed to be good. So, Fengzi's training method was really effective? What if this training method was introduced into the military? Then, as he thought, he turned to look at Li Shimin, as if to ask for his opinion. Li Shimin naturally felt Chang Yaojin's burning gaze. Their eyes met. In fact, he had also heard some clues just now. He even wanted to introduce this training method into the military camp. However, when he heard Fengzi say that the trainers had to provide a large amount of meat every day, his heart ached a little. Feng Zi's family was big, and he didn't have many guards, so it wasn't a problem for him to provide meat. But the Tang dynasty had hundreds of thousands of soldiers. How the hell were they going to supply them? Every year, there was not enough rations for the army, so there was no way to provide meat. After thinking about it, he still gave Chang Yaojin a regretful look. Chang Yaojin was extremely disappointed. However, the military camp was his second home. How could he give it up just like that? So he looked at Feng Zi and asked, Feng Zi, can your training method be promoted in the military camp? As soon as he said that, Li Shimon's eyes became bright. He was naturally concerned about this problem. If not all of them had to eat meat, it could be promoted. However, Zhang Feng said casually, it can be done. As he said that, he took out a few cigarettes from his waist and distributed them to everyone. Then he lit one for himself and took a deep breath before saying, it can be used in the military camp, but this method consumes a lot of food. To be precise, it consumes meat. The trainers have to eat meat at least once a day. Otherwise, their bodies will become useless. Eat meat at least once a day? Chang Yaojin's heart seemed to be hit by something and shattered with a bang. The food in the military camp was already scarce. Sometimes, they only had 2 meals a day, and they were all eating coarse grains. It was good enough if they could eat meat once a week. How could there be meat for the soldiers to eat? In an instant, he felt that his heart had fallen to the bottom. It seemed that this training method could not be promoted. Just as he was feeling sad, Zhang Feng said again, although the trainers need to eat meat every day, the military camp can't satisfy them. The military camp can set up a small team to train first and see the results. If this small team works well, we can specially train this small team in the future. A small team should be able to provide enough meat, right? This idea was the same as the idea of the guards in his yard. They would only set up a small team and then focus on training this small team. In the future, this small team would specialize in some tasks that were difficult for ordinary people to complete, such as assassinations, climbing some very high mountains, and so on. It could also be understood as a special force. Chang Yaojin had been in the military camp for half of his life, so he could naturally understand the meaning of Zhang Feng's words. The overall quality of the soldiers of the Tang dynasty was relatively high, but they were not particularly outstanding. Of course, there were also figures at the general level, but there was still a gap between those soldiers. According to Feng Zi's idea, if they could really set up a small team, they not only needed to be proficient in training methods, but also needed to be proficient in sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and firearms. If they went to the battlefield in the future, they would definitely be good fighters. Chapter 2064. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Li Shimin and said solemnly, Master, I think Feng Zi's method can work. Train a small team and let these guys be proficient in all kinds of martial arts and weapons in the military camp. They will undoubtedly become a thorn in our side. Li Shimin glanced at Chang Yaojin but didn't say anything. In fact, he was also thinking about it. Feng Zi's method just now could be tried. The Tang dynasty could still afford a small team of meat, and there wouldn't be too much loss. It didn't matter if it failed, but if it succeeded, it would be different. As old Cheng said, if this small team was proficient in all kinds of military equipment and firearms, they would definitely become a thorn in the battlefield in the future. After thinking for a while, he turned to look at Zhang Feng and said, Feng Zi, your training method is really good. I'll try it when we go back and see the effect. Zhang Feng nodded, took a puff of his cigarette, and said, You should try it. I've even thought of the name of the team. It'll be called the Army Special Forces. Army Special Forces? Li Shimin lowered his head and muttered silently. He was a little puzzled and asked, Why do you want to call it the Army Special Forces? Zhang Feng turned to look out of the door and pointed to the open space outside with his right hand holding the cigarette. He looked sideways and said, Land means land. The Army Special Forces are troops that can participate in any battle on land. If there is a chance in the future, I will also make the Navy Special Forces. Sea means water. Just like the Army Special Forces, the Navy Special Forces are troops that can participate in any battle on the sea. In fact, he also wanted to say the Air Force Special Forces, but after thinking about it, he held back because the hot air balloon technology was still incomplete. It hadn't been mass-produced, so it was impossible to complete air operations. However, his ideas shocked Li Shimin. He had never thought that soldiers could be used in this way. What kind of special forces were they? If that was the case, Wouldn't the combat power of the Tang dynasty's army be doubled? Thinking of this, he turned to look at Zhang Feng and said solemnly, Fengzi, is what you said true? Do you have a specific plan?
Of course it's true.
Zhang Feng's eyes widened as if he was afraid that others would not believe him. Of course there is a specific plan. Don't worry, let's talk about it while eating. After saying that, he turned his head and shouted towards the door. Old Du, remove the base of the pot and make a new pot of spicy. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Ziting led the servants in carrying the hot pot and quickly changed the bottom of the pot.
Lao Li, Old Cheng, come and sit down. Zhang Feng waved to the group, then found a seat and sat down.
After everyone was seated, he said, Actually, I've already formulated the plan, but I didn't write it down.
Let me tell you.
Li Shimin and the others nodded in unison, putting on the appearance of students listening to their teacher. Even Wei Zhang and the others looked at Zhang Feng with great interest. Although they were not very interested in military affairs, they also knew that if they wanted to rule a country, military affairs were inseparable, so they wanted to learn something from it. Zhang Feng seemed to be enjoying everyone's attention. He took a deep puff of his cigarette and said, If it's a military camp, I suggest setting up a team of 10 people, because my original intention when I set up the special forces was to let them do things that ordinary people can't do. If there are too many people, it'll be easy to be exposed, but if there are too few people and they're not strong enough, 10 to 15 people would be just right. 10 people would be the best, with one leader and one deputy leader, and they would undergo high-intensity training every day. As for the training, you've seen it just now, and I've also told you that it'll be crueler and harsher than ordinary soldiers. You don't have to use these special forces in normal battles, but when it comes to carrying out special operations, such as assassinating the leader of an enemy country, protecting a certain high-ranking official, and so on, these people can be deployed. Hearing this, Li Shimin understood. The special forces that Fengzi was talking about were to carry out missions that ordinary soldiers couldn't carry out. If that was the case, it wouldn't be a big deal to spend some money to raise these guys. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains. After thinking about it, he nodded and said, Fengzi, your idea is useful. I'll talk to the imperial court about it later.
Chen Yaojin was delighted.
He knew that Li Shimin's words meant that he agreed. Now that he was the first to know, he might be able to seize the leadership of the special forces.
The more he thought about it, the happier he was.
He picked up the wine pot and poured Li Shimin and Zhang Feng a cup each. He smiled and said, Come, drink. Zhang Feng and Li Shimin looked at each other, smiled, and drank the wine in one gulp.
Right, Fengzi.
Li Shimin thought of something and turned to look at Zhang Feng.
Have you prepared your plan for going to Jiangnan? Do you have any plans in mind?
As soon as he said this, everyone turned to look at Zhang Feng. They all knew that Zhang Feng was going to Jiangnan. At first, they tried to persuade him to stay, but he didn't want to. Now that he insisted on leaving, they naturally cared about what would happen after he went to Jiangnan.
Chapter 2065.
Zhang Feng put down the wine bowl and glanced at the crowd. With a solemn expression, he said, I heard that the prices in Jiangnan have risen a lot. I plan to go over and stabilize the prices first.
Li Shimin picked up a peanut and put it into his mouth.
He asked curiously, Then what are you going to do? The rising prices should be caused by the clans. They want to suck the blood of the people. If you want to stabilize the prices, you are undoubtedly cutting off their source of income. I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate to go against them as soon as you go, right?
That's right.
Wei Zhang stroked his white beard and nodded. The clans have been entrenched in Jiangnan for a long time. Fengzi, you should go over now to develop your power.
You shouldn't go against them immediately. Otherwise, I'm afraid.
At this point, he laughed bitterly. The meaning behind his words was self-evident. In fact, he was not from the clans, but he had interacted with many clans before, so he was quite familiar with them. He deeply understood that the clans were deeply rooted in the Tang dynasty, especially in Jiangnan. If Zhang Feng suddenly attacked the clans like this, it would probably bring about unspeakable consequences. However, Zhang Feng did not seem to care. He smiled and said, I understand what you're saying. However, think about it. Who will suffer the most when the clans raise the prices?
Of course, it's the people.
Li Shimin said without hesitation. As the ruler of a country, he was naturally familiar with the strategies of governing a country. The clans were the ones in power, and once the prices were raised, the people had no way of doing anything. This was because these things were all controlled by the clans, and the people could only pay a high price to buy the necessities of life. Naturally, the money would fall into the hands of the clans. Zhang Feng nodded. His face darkened as he said, "Lao Li, you're right. The clans are powerful in Jiangnan, but they exploit the people all year round. Just this time, they raise the prices to suck the blood of the people. I believe that the people dare not say anything to these clans. Therefore, I'm going over this time to win over the hearts of the people and help them stabilize the prices. This way, I can win over a portion of the people's hearts. Secondly, I can take the opportunity to develop my power. Thirdly, I can suppress the arrogance of the clans." Li Shimin nodded. He felt that this method was not bad, but he soon felt that something was wrong. He said, "Fengzi, the people of Jiangnan have been bullied by the clans for a long time. This is not wrong, but how can you guarantee that you can subdue them? Make them stand on your side? Moreover, the clans will not let you go." Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "I don't care about the commoners standing on my side. I just want the commoners to not help the clans. In any case, we should try our best to mobilize the power of the masses. If we really can't mobilize them, then we should tell them not to stand on the side of the clans. As for the clans, they aren't scary at all. Think about it, the reason why a clan is prosperous is because of the number of talents that come out. For a large clan like the clans, there are countless talents in their ranks. Weakness?" Zhang Sun Wuji was a little puzzled. How could there be a weakness when the clan was big? Didn't everyone hope that the bigger the clan, the better? Only then could they ensure the prosperity of the clan. Why would Fengzi say that? The reason why he had these questions was because he belonged to a big clan. Although it was not considered a clan, he was still a relative of the royal family. Until now, he still did not know about the shortcomings of the clan. Now that Fengzi said it, he could not help but ask, "Fengzi, you just said that a big clan has a fatal weakness. What is the weakness you are talking about?" As soon as his voice fell, the people present who were deep in thought turned their eyes to Zhang Feng. In fact, they were also thinking about this question because in everyone's eyes, a big clan was undoubtedly a great thing. This way, more talents could be left for the clan. Zhang Feng smiled, shook his head, and said, "Maybe in everyone's eyes, a big clan is a great thing and there are no disadvantages, but in my eyes, it is different. Everything has advantages and disadvantages. Even a big clan is no exception. Think about it, if a big clan is big, there will definitely be more people. With more people, the clan will definitely be difficult to manage. Many people will start to have disloyalty, and everyone's strength will not be in one place, so the clan will be easier to be defeated by others." Li Shimin turned his head and glanced at the crowd. He should have the most right to speak on this matter. Not to mention the other branches of the Li family. Just the imperial family alone seemed to be in line with Fengzi's words. With more people, many people will start to have disloyalty. Back then, didn't eldest brother and third brother ostracize him? Otherwise, why would the Xuanwu Gate incident happen? Thinking about it carefully, Fengzi's words did make some sense. Wei Zhang and the others also lowered their heads in silence because they all remembered some of the things they had dealt with in the past, such as the eldest son and the second son fighting for property, the first wife and the concubine fighting for favor, and so on. These things combined with what Fengzi said seemed to be true. Chapter 2066. Looking at the way everyone lowered their heads, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "You should all have some experience, right? Therefore, for a big family like the clan, the internal conflicts must be very serious. When the time comes, we can take advantage of this." Li Shimin nodded and said, "Fengzi, you can grasp this point yourself. I believe you should be able to do it, right?" Zhang Feng nodded slightly, took a deep puff of his cigarette, and said, "Of course, that's not a problem. Although I don't have 100% confidence in the clan, I will make them have an easy time." "That's good." Li Shimin smiled, picked up a piece of braised meat, and said with a smile, "You don't just use these methods to suppress prices, right? Lao Li, you know me well." Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin's shoulder, then poured a glass of wine for the latter and said with a smile, "Come, let's talk while drinking." After drinking the wine, Zhang Feng wiped the corner of his mouth and continued, "You also know that Jiangnan is an important port. I plan to open up the water transportation in Jiangnan to Chang'an and the whole country." Water transportation? Li Shimin was a little absent-minded. He vaguely remembered the scene of Emperor Yang of Sui dynasty building the Grand Canal. At that time, countless men in Jiangnan were used by Yang Guang as laborers and then used as coolies to build the Grand Canal. At that time, this project could be said to have caused the people's resentment to boil. Countless people died tragically because of the construction of the Grand Canal. Fortunately, with the help of countless working people, this unprecedented canal was built, and Yang Guang also paid a painful price for his tyranny. However, this canal played an important role. From Yuhang, now Hangzhou, in the south to Zhuozhuan, now Beijing in the north, all the people along the river benefited. However, Feng Zi said that if he wanted to open up the water transportation, he had to go through the Grand Canal, and he had to have his own boat to pass through the Grand Canal. This was not a small amount of money, but first of all, the clan occupied the riverbed. Would they let Feng Zi pass through the Grand Canal? He was puzzled and asked, Feng Zi, I have no objections to you opening up the water transportation. After all, water transportation is the fastest method of transportation. However, the Grand Canal has always been the territory of the clans. Why would they agree to let you open it? Zhang Feng took a sip of wine and said with a smile, Of course the clan won't agree to let me get through, because this will harm their interests. However, if I ask them to split the profits, they will definitely agree. Li Shimin was even more confused. Didn't Feng Zi want to get rid of the clan? Why did he have to give the clan a share? Wasn't this cutting off his own path of retreat? He could only ask, why do you want to give them a share? What you're doing is encouraging their arrogance. Sharing is a plan for the future when there is no other way. Zhang Feng sighed and said, Think about it. If I establish a force there, I will naturally not give them a share. However, if the force is not completely established, if I don't give them a share, they will definitely not agree to let me open up the waterway. However, if I give them the waterway, with the greedy character of the clan, they will definitely agree. Of course, the share is not for nothing. After it is completely opened in the future, I will naturally take it back. Hearing this, Li Shimin finally understood. This was a typical example of burning the bridge after crossing the river. However, this idiom was not suitable for Zhang Feng. It could only be said to be a blow to the clan. After all, those guys were used to being tyrannical in Jiangnan. They should have been like this long ago. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Zhang Feng and said with a smile, Feng Zi, you're right. I support you. I, Old Cheng, also support you. Chang Yaojin grinned and picked up a jar of wine. He smiled and said, Come drink. Drink. Zhang Feng also raised his wine glass and bumped into Chang Yaojin's, drinking in a mouthful. Sai, Feng Zi, since you're going to Jiangnan, bring our Tai Niu with you. Chang Yaojin turned his head and patted Chang Chumo's shoulder. Then he turned his head to look at Zhang Feng and said with a smile, Tai Niu has been strong since he was young. If he goes with you, he might be able to help you. At the same time, you can also let this stinky brat gain some knowledge. These words were from the bottom of his heart. Before Chang Chumo met Zhang Feng, he was a little devil. He spent his days fighting with grasshoppers, gambling, going to brothels, and flaunting his prowess on the streets. Anyway, as long as it was a bad thing, this brat had done it all. He even fought with Zhang Sun Chong and Fang Yai Ai, who were called the Four Tyrants of Chang'an. He had beaten them many times, but he couldn't beat them every day. If he didn't beat them, this brat would go out to drink and have fun. However, once he met Zhang Feng, this brat seemed to have changed. He was not like before and was even more obedient. Therefore, he really wanted Zhang Feng to bring this brat to Jiangnan to gain some knowledge. Secondly, Zhang Feng could help educate him. Seeing this, Li Shimin's heart was also moved. This was because he also wanted Zhang Sun Chong to go to Jiangnan. Zhang Sun Chong was his nephew, a standard royal relative. Usually, he was a treasure in Zhang Xuan's family. Zhang Sun Wuji was afraid that he would melt in his mouth and break in his hands. This also led to this brat's arrogant and despotic character. He was like Cheng Chumo, but more serious than Cheng Chumo. He also changed because he met Zhang Feng. If this brat also went to Jiangnan, perhaps he would change. At least, he would be much better than before. Chapter 2067. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Zhang Feng and said with a smile, Fengzi, why don't you bring Buggy along as well? As he spoke, he saw Du Go, who had dodged to the side, and hurriedly said, And Dabing, why don't you bring all three of them along? The moment he said that, Zhang Sun Wuji shuddered. He knew how dangerous Jiangnan was. Although it was known as the land of fish and rice, with countless talents and beauties, there were also many clans. If something happened to his son, what would he do? Especially since Zhang Sun Chong was the only son of the Zhang Sun family. If he was gone, then the entire Zhang Sun family would be gone. At this moment, he really wanted to refute, but thinking that this was what Li Shimin had said, he held back. He could only look at Zhang Feng with a pleading expression, hoping that he would not let his son go to Jiangnan. Du Ruhue, on the other hand, did not think much of it. This was because the Du family had always been very strict. If his son was useless, he would be too embarrassed to meet others. However, Du Go was a little disappointing. He hung around Cheng Chumo and the others every day. If he went to Jiangnan with Fengzi, it would not be a bad thing. Moreover, the Du family had more than one son. Du Go still had an older brother. What was there to be afraid of? However, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said helplessly, "It's not that I don't want to bring Tai Niu and the other two to Jiangnan, but I can't. If too many people go, it will easily attract the attention of the Jiangnan clans. If Tai Niu and the others stay in Chang'an, they can help me attract some of the clan's attention. Moreover, they won't be of much help even if they go. Most importantly, I've given them an important task." Li Shimin frowned and glanced at Cheng Chumo and the others. He asked in surprise, "What task did you give them?" "Steam engine." Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd, but when he saw the puzzled look on their faces, he could only explain, "It's a machine that uses steam as the raw material and can generate power. In the future it can be used on cars and ships." Li Shimin turned to look at Du Ruhue and the others, but the latter acted as if they had never heard of it before. However, he had never heard of it before, so he could only ask, "Fengzi, can that thing you mentioned really work? Using steam as a raw material? Why haven't I heard of it before?" "I can't explain it to you in a short time." Zhang Feng curled his lips and helplessly said, "All you need to know is that this thing will be used on ships in the future. Right now, Iron Bull and the others are working on it. That's why I asked them to stay." Hearing this, everyone was confused. However, they finally understood why Iron Bull and the others could not go. They had to stay in Chang, and to research something important. "Fengzi, if you don't bring Tai Niu and the others, who will you bring? Who can keep you safe?" Li Shimin turned to look at Zhang Feng and asked with a puzzled look, "Didn't you see it just now?" Zhang Feng glanced at the front yard and smiled. "Those training guards in the front yard are the people I'm going to bring to Jiangnan, as well as Yu Yao and Jing Shu." Hearing this, Li Shimin understood. No wonder this kid wanted to train these guards to death. It turned out that he was going to bring them to Jiangnan. However, why did he have to bring Zhang Yu Yao and Jing Shu with him? Needless to say, Jing Shu had a special identity, so it was fine to take her with him. However, Zhang Yu Yao was a little different. This girl was a lady from a respectable family. If she went to Jiangnan with Fengzi, thinking about this, he looked at Zhang Feng and said solemnly, "Fengzi, I don't mind if you let Jing Shu go to Jiangnan with you. After all, she has a special identity. However, how can you let Zhang Yu Yao go with you?" At this time, Zhang Feng really wanted to shout out that he was wronged. It was obviously the two girls who wanted to go. He quickly explained, "It's not that I want them to accompany me. It's these two girls who want to accompany me. I tried to persuade them for a long time, but it was useless. These guards are here to protect them." Li Shimin was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. It turned out that the two girls wanted to go with him? Did Zhang Yu Yao not care about her reputation? She was not married to Fengzi yet. If she went to Jiangnan, she would definitely be ridiculed. However, this girl was so infatuated that she would rather be ridiculed than go with Fengzi to Jiangnan. However, what Fengzi did was too honest. Even if this girl wanted to go with him to Jiangnan, he had to make some arrangements. At the very least, he had to give her a status. Thinking of this, Li Shimin put on the look of an elder and said solemnly, "Fengzi, even if the girl of the Zhang family wants to go to Jiangnan with you, you can't just accept it like this. At least give her a status. Otherwise, when she goes to Jiangnan, how much ridicule will she bear? How about this? Before you go to Jiangnan, you have to get married first. As long as you two get married, no one will gossip." "That's right. I think it's okay." Chen Yaojin grinned. He liked these festive things. He smiled and said, Fengzi, you have no parents. Let us make the decision for this wedding for you. Chapter 2068. Everyone present nodded. They were all people who knew Zhang Feng better. They were his relatives and friends. They had been worried about Zhang Feng's marriage. They had thought of many ways to make him get married, but Zhang Feng always found an excuse to refuse. This time, Li Shimin was present, so they naturally had to help. Besides, Zhang Feng was not young anymore. Children of his age were old enough, but he was still a virgin. It was really troublesome. Zhang Feng naturally understood everyone's thoughts, but as a modern person, he had always been disgusted with arranged marriages. It was not that he did not like Zhang Yuyao. After getting along with her for such a long time, even if there were no feelings, there would be feelings. It was just that he really did not like this. There was also the system. From the beginning until now, the system had not been awakened. He had been looking forward to the day when the system was awakened. When the system was awakened, it would not be too late to get married at that time. After thinking about it, he shook his head and said, I know your good intentions, but I have no intention of getting married now. The Jiangnan clan has not been eliminated, and the Zhang family has not been promoted. I really have no intention of getting married. He did think so. Now the clan regarded him as a thorn in their flesh. If he got married, it would harm Zhang Yuyao and Jing Shu. Moreover, he also wanted to revive the Zhang family. Now the Zhang family had some reputation in Chang'an, but it was not enough in the Tang dynasty, so he still did not want to get married. However, Li Shimin was not willing. He looked at Zhang Feng with a serious face and said, Fengzi, think about it. Zhang girl is not afraid of being ridiculed by others, but she still wants to go to Jiangnan with you. If you don't give her a status now, won't you disappoint her? The most important thing is, if you leave, how can Zhang Yuyao's parents establish themselves in Chang'an? Their daughter going on a long journey with another man is not pleasant to hear. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by others? Zhang Feng was speechless for a while. He didn't want to hurt Zhang Yuyao's feelings, because the two of them were previously engaged and could be considered as an unmarried couple. Even if they went to Jiangnan, it was okay to attract some gossip. Anyway, he didn't care. But Zhang Yuyao might feel a little uncomfortable. But since they had decided to go to Jiangnan, it should be fine. However, he really didn't think about Zhang Yuyao's parents. If he left, what would happen to Zhang Yuyao's parents? Although the people of the Tang dynasty were much more liberal, there were still some conservative ideas. If they left, the people in Chang'an would definitely point fingers at Zhang Yuyao's parents. The only way was to take Zhang Yuyao's parents away, but this method was obviously not suitable. Then, he could only settle them down when he went to Jiangnan, visit them first, and fix his and Zhang Yuyao's status. After thinking about it, he turned to look at Li Shimin and said helplessly, I really didn't think of it just now. But fortunately, you reminded me. Li Shimin was delighted. This kid finally understood. It seemed that he was finally getting married. Just as he was about to ask if they were going to get married, Zhang Feng's words surprised him. When I leave, I'll help Yu Yao's parents settle down. I'll also fix my relationship with Yu Yao again. I promise that Yu Yao's parents won't worry. Li Shimin really wanted to curse at this moment. Lao Tzu wanted him to get married. After thinking about it, he held back and put on a sincere expression. Fengzi, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? I said this because I want you to get married as soon as possible, preferably before you go to Jiangnan. Among all the people present, he and Zhang Feng had a deep relationship. It could be said that they were friends despite the difference in age. Therefore, he hoped that Zhang Feng would get married and leave a bloodline for the Zhang family. However, this guy didn't understand no matter how he persuaded him, which made him very annoyed. Zhang Feng naturally understood Li Shimin's intentions, but he already had a plan in mind. He could only say, Lao Li, I understand your intentions, but I don't want to get married now. Besides, getting married now won't do me any good. No good? Li Shimin was a little confused. How could there be no good in getting married? Getting married could carry on the family line. You could also do some things that you didn't want to do but had to do. There were so many benefits, but this guy said there were no benefits? He laughed. At this moment, he thought that Fengzi was really a child. How could he say such things? However, he didn't get angry. He only asked with a playful expression, You just said that getting married won't do you any good. Then tell me the reason. If the reason is sufficient, then I won't force you. Zhang Feng smiled. He picked up a bowl of wine and took a sip before saying, First, I am now on the opposite side of the 5 surnames and 7 expectations. In other words, I am now their enemy. If I get married now, the people around me will definitely face more or less danger. What kind of bullshit*T reason is that? Chang Yaojin glared at Zhang Feng with an indignant expression. How powerful can the people of the 5 surnames and 7 expectations be? Lao Tzu doesn't believe that they will dare to touch the people around you after you get married. Chapter 2069. He had always disliked the people of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes because they bullied others. Of course, part of it was because of the tigress at home. His wife was also a woman of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, and she was a top surname of Cui. For various reasons, he did not have a good impression of the clan, especially the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Li Shimin glanced at Chang Yaojin with disdain. He was obviously afraid of the Cui family at home, but now that he was out of the house, he began to boast that he was not afraid of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. But disdain was disdain. In fact, he still agreed with Chang Yaojin. No matter how bold the 5 surnames and 7 hopes were, they still did not dare to enter Chang'an. However, if they were out of Chang'an, it would be different. So, Zhang Feng's words were somewhat reasonable. So he could only say, Fengzi, continue. Don't pay attention to this fool. Zhang Feng knew Chang Yaojin's temperament, so naturally, he was too lazy to care. He lit a cigarette and continued, Second, I am now in the development stage of my career. It is not suitable for me to get married at all. Otherwise, it will distract me. Li Shimin rolled his eyes at Zhang Feng. What kind of reason is that? Continue. Zhang Feng smiled awkwardly. In fact, this was something that he had forcibly put together. Otherwise, he would have to face Lao Li's forced marriage. In fact, his real reason was the system, but how could he dare to say this to everyone? So he had to lie. Also, I want to glorify the Zhang family. Now that the Zhang family is in decline, I can't go on like this. Most importantly, I want to create a perfect world for the world. Perfect world? Li Shimin was interested and asked curiously, What does the perfect world look like? Zhang Feng picked up the wine bowl and took a sip. There was a trace of a proud smile on his lips. Last time, I told Xuanzang. Since you want to hear it, I will say it again. It is that there is no dispute in the world, no difference in culture, no entanglement between people. Choose the virtuous and the capable, and speak of faith and harmony. Old friends do not only have relatives, but also have children. So that the old have a purpose, the strong have a purpose, the young have strengths, the lonely and disabled, all have a purpose. There was a place for men and a place for women. Evil goods should be discarded from the earth, and should not be hidden from oneself. Evil strength should not come from the body, and should not be hidden from oneself. You are deliberately keeping your schemes closed and not prospering, stealing and rioting but not doing it, being an outsider but not closing your doors. Li Shimin felt that something was wrong and hurriedly said, Didn't you say Elysium last time? Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. He had been seen through by this guy, but his face remained calm. That was just a fool Xuanzang. Anyway, the meaning is the same. I'll only get married after I've completed all of this. Li Shimin's eyebrows jumped, and he hurriedly said, When will this be completed? If we don't complete it, won't we never get married? Zhang Feng waved his hand and said indifferently, Yes, we won't get married if we don't finish it now. It didn't matter whether Lao Li believed him or not, as long as he didn't force him to get married. Li Shimin naturally saw some clues and didn't want to continue to force him. He could only say, Forget it, I don't want to care about your marriage, but you must take care of the matter of going to Jiangnan. Don't let the Zhang family be ridiculed. Zhang Feng nodded. When he was talking about Zhang Yuyao's parents, he already had a plan in mind. Naturally, he wouldn't make things difficult for Zhang Yuyao's parents. Master. Master. At this moment, Du Ziting's voice came from outside the door. Zhang Feng looked up and saw Du Ziting running in quickly. Master, there's a worker outside the door asking to see you. He said that the potatoes you planted are ripe, and he brought a bag over. Really? Zhang Feng was overjoyed. He suddenly stood up and wanted to run out of the door. In a moment, He was outside the door and saw a worker carrying a bag. Zhang Feng hurriedly said, "Open the bag and take a look." Hearing this, the worker hurriedly opened the bag because he knew that this was the boss's house. He saw the bag open and the round potatoes inside appeared in front of him. Zhang Feng's eyebrows raised in joy. He grabbed a potato and weighed it in his hand. This potato was at least 8 taels to 1 caddy. It was basically the size of 3 fists. Such a big potato was enough for a family to eat. Of course, it wasn't all potatoes. Old Du, immediately send these potatoes to the kitchen and cut them into slices. Then send them to the hall. Zhang Feng happily handed the potatoes to Du Ziting. "Yes, master." Du Ziting took the potatoes and turned to leave. Zhang Feng turned to look at the worker. "Go to the accounts room to get some money and go back first. Tell your leader that I'm going to take a look later." The worker nodded and turned to leave. Zhang Feng also walked to the hall. As soon as he entered the door, he laughed and said, "Lao Li, I'll give you something good to eat later." Li Shimin turned his head with a puzzled expression. "What good thing?" Zhang Feng chuckled. "You'll know soon enough." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Ziting walked in with a servant carrying a plate. On the plate were the slices of potatoes. Li Shimin looked at the plate with a puzzled expression. "What's inside?" Chapter 2070. Although he had heard Feng Zi talk about potatoes before, he had never seen them, let alone cut them into slices. Zhang Feng took the potatoes from the servant's hand and looked around at everyone with a proud face. "These are the potatoes I mentioned before. Now they have been cut into slices." "These are potatoes?" Chang Yaojin exclaimed and stared at the potato slices with his eyes wide open. He had heard Feng Zi say that potatoes could yield 1,000 caddies per mu and 2 caddies per year. At that time, he didn't believe it. Now, looking at the potato slices in front of him, he instantly doubted it. Zhang Feng enjoyed Chang Yaojin's surprised look. He strode forward, put the potatoes on the table, and said with a smile, "Look, these are the potatoes that can yield 1,000 caddies per mu." Li Shimin picked up a potato slice, his heart full of doubts. Could this thing really yield 1,000 caddies per mu? Although he had heard Feng Zi say it before, he inevitably had some doubts in his heart. So he had to ask, "Feng Zi, can this thing really yield 1,000 caddies per mu? And it can be harvested for 2 seasons?" Zhang Feng nodded solemnly. "Of course, when have I ever lied to you about such an important thing?" Li Shimin fell silent. He was sure Feng Zi had never lied about such an important thing. Wouldn't that be the good news for the people of the Tang dynasty? Would the people of the Tang dynasty not have to starve in the future? Would the soldiers in the barracks have food? Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, "Feng Zi, where are you planting the potatoes? Take us to have a look." Chang Yaojin pulled Zhang Feng and said eagerly, "Let's go, Feng Zi. Let's go and have a look." "I know you want to have a look." Zhang Feng smiled, then shook off Chang Yaojin and pointed to the potato slices on the plate. "It's not too late to have a look later. Don't you want to taste the potatoes?" Originally, everyone was still immersed in the joy of the potatoes, but after Zhang Feng said that, everyone's eyes moved to the plate. "That's right, I can take a look at the potatoes later. Now that the potato slices are right in front of me, if I don't try them, wouldn't I be letting myself down?" "Try it." Chang Yaojin looked at Li Shimin and asked. Li Shimin was also a little tempted. Since Chang Yaojin asked, it was not good to say anything. He could only say, "Let's try it. Put it in the pot." As he spoke, he picked up a plate of potatoes and poured them into the pot. Chang Yaojin also picked up the potatoes and poured them into the pot. After a while, all the potato slices were poured into the pot. Zhang Feng's face sank. He wanted to curse. These guys poured all the potato slices into the pot, and there were still a few that hadn't been cut. He was planning to make potato stew with beef. After thinking about it, he stopped and said, "Everyone sit down. This thing cooks quickly. We can eat it soon." "Is it?" Chang Yaojin raised his eyebrows in joy. His chopsticks were already in the pot. He scooped up a piece of steaming hot potato slices and blew on it twice. Feeling that it was already cold, he began to eat heartily. After eating a few mouthfuls, he felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly said, "Feng Zi, didn't you say that it would be cooked soon? Why is it not cooked yet?" As he spoke, He swallowed the half-cooked potato slices one after another. I said it would be cooked soon, but I didn't say it would be cooked now. Zhang Feng looked at Chang Yaojin with some amusement. However, when he saw that this guy was eating half-cooked, he quickly said, "This is half-cooked. Why are you eating it?" Chang Yaojin ignored Zhang Feng and ate even more. This was because in his philosophy, food was precious. He was a person who had experienced a great famine. Generally, he didn't know how to eat food. Even now, he was a noble. This was one of his few advantages. "Feng Zi, you don't have to care about this guy." Li Shimin rolled his eyes at Chang Yaojin, then looked at Zhang Feng and said with a smile, "Are these potatoes cooked?" Zhang Feng said, "Oh." Then, he picked up a piece with his chopsticks and tasted it. When he found that there was no problem, he said, "It's cooked. Everyone try it." As soon as he said that, everyone put their chopsticks into the pot, especially Chang Yaojin. His chopsticks were very fast, as if he was afraid that others would snatch it from him. Everyone put the potatoes into their bowls and found that they were a little hot. They quickly blew on them with their mouths. When the potatoes cooled down, they wolfed them down. Other than Wei Zhang and the other literati who still maintained a steady appearance, Chang Yaojin and Cheng Chumo didn't care about eating etiquette at all. Their mouths were full of oil. "Feng Zi, why does your potato taste like hot pot no matter how you eat it?" Chang Yaojin looked at the potato on his chopsticks and seemed to be a little dissatisfied with the taste of the potato. This guy had eaten too much hot pot and always felt that he was eating something spicy. "Aren't you just spouting nonsense?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Chang Yaojin and said angrily, "If the potato doesn't taste like hot pot, what else can it taste like?" However, this was not wrong. The potato itself contained a lot of starch, so it didn't have any taste. As long as it was mixed with other seasonings, it would taste like other seasonings. Chapter 2071. Feng Zi, what do these potatoes taste like? Li Shimin picked up a piece of potato and looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled expression. He had eaten too much hot pot, so he couldn't completely taste the potatoes. The taste of potatoes is a little sweet. Zhang Feng glanced at the bottom of the pot, then looked at Li Shimin and said, "The reason why you think it tastes like hot pot is because you've eaten too much hot pot. Also, potatoes are like this. The taste depends on the seasoning you put in them." Li Shimin nodded. "So that's how it is." Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and said, "Okay, now let's go and see where the potatoes are planted." After saying that, he waved his hand and walked out of the door. Li Shimin led everyone and followed closely behind. They had been looking forward to the potatoes for a long time. The group sat in a carriage at the foot of the mountain. Zhang Feng glanced at the endless land and turned to Li Shimin. "Lao Li, look, these are the potatoes I asked people to plant." Li Shimin looked at the ground with some puzzlement, then looked at Zhang Feng and asked, "Where are the potatoes?" "The potatoes are all in the soil." Zhang Feng smiled and turned to look at the workers at the side. "Go and dig up the potatoes in the ground." As soon as he finished speaking, the workers who had been waiting for a long time moved. They held hoes in their hands and began to cultivate the soil. After a while, strings of golden potatoes jumped out of the soil. Chang Yaojin's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He reached out and grabbed one at random and laughed. "Haha, these are F***king potatoes." Li Shimin quickly went forward and picked up a fist-sized potato from the ground. He turned to look at Zhang Feng and asked, "These potatoes are so convenient. Can they be used as military rations?" Obviously, this was the question he was most concerned about. The Battle of Chotzi was tense and had consumed a lot of food. However, if they had such food, they might be able to alleviate the food shortage. Chang Yaojin also looked at Zhang Feng with a solemn expression. As a military commander, he naturally attached great importance to these matters. Zhang Feng naturally knew what everyone was thinking, but it was winter now. It was already good enough that they were able to grow potatoes. How could they be used as army rations? This was simply not enough, unless there was a greenhouse. With that thought in mind, he looked at Li Shimin and smiled. The winter harvest is low, so potatoes can't be used as military rations. Li Shimin and Chang Yaojin's hearts skipped a beat. The situation at the front lines was already tense, and they were running out of rations. If potatoes couldn't be used as rations, what would happen to the front lines? Just as the two of them were feeling despondent, Zhang Feng's voice rang out again. "Although it can't be used as rations for the army now, it can still be improved slightly. What do you mean? Chang Yaojin suddenly grabbed Zhang Feng and said excitedly, what did you mean just now? Let go of me first. Zhang Feng shook Chang Yaojin's hand. Only then did the latter react. After letting go, he slowly said, potatoes are a spring plant. It's not suitable to grow them in winter. It's already very difficult to grow them now, so the yield is very low. However, if you want to produce more, you have to raise the temperature. Raise the temperature? Li Shimin was a little confused. How could they raise the temperature? It was already winter, and it was unusually cold. Did they have to change the weather? That was also impossible. After thinking about it, he had no choice but to say, Fengzi, how can you raise the temperature? Zhang Feng glanced at the surrounding open space, then looked at Li Shimin and said, actually, it's not difficult. You just have to build something like a shed and then light a fire inside. As long as the temperature inside the shed is about the same as spring, then you can plant the potatoes inside. This way, when the temperature inside the shed is raised, the yield of potatoes will naturally increase. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Chang Yaojin was anxious like a child. You think I don't want to? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Chang Yaojin, then slowly said, the shed needs to be covered with a layer of film. This thing hasn't been developed yet. We can only use the shed when it's developed. Chang Yaojin hurriedly said, then hurry up and develop it. I'm going to Jiangnan soon. How can I have time? Zhang Feng glared at Chang Yaojin then said, although I don't have time now, this thing can be given to Iron Bull to do. Me? Chang Chumo widened his eyes and pointed at himself in disbelief. He had been standing there watching the show, and he never thought that the topic would be about him. In the end, this Fengzi just had to talk about him. He could only ask with a confused face, Fengzi, what can I do? Yes, Fengzi, what can Iron Bull do? You'd better give the task to someone else. Zhang Sun Wuji stood up. He glanced at Chang Chumo, then his eyes fell on Zhang Feng. You should give such a difficult task to Buggy. Chapter 2072. Chang Yaojin was instantly infuriated when he heard this. So this old thief Zhang Sun didn't have good intentions and wanted to get the good stuff to his son. Although he also admitted that his son Tai Nyo was disappointing, he still felt a little uncomfortable when others said it out loud, not to mention that it was someone who had become an official. Especially when this person wanted to steal his son's benefits. He was instantly enraged and glared at him. What are you saying, old man? Why can't my Tai Nyo do it? Make yourself clear. As he spoke, he clenched his fist and acted as if he was going to hit Zhang Sun Wuji. Li Shimin saw that things were bad and quickly went forward to stop Chang Yaojin. He shouted, Old Chang, what are you doing? Stop it now. When Chang Yaojin saw that the person who came was Li Shimin, his anger immediately reduced by half. He glared at Zhang Sun Wuji indignantly and then pushed him aside. After calming down, Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng and asked with a serious face, Fengzi, continue what you said just now. As for who to give it to, it's not important. The most important thing is how to develop it. Tell me the method. Zhang Feng nodded and said seriously, actually, it's not difficult to make this film. It's a plastic product, and plastic can be made with resin. We have it in the workshop. First, we melt the resin with fire, then dry it and spread it into thin sheets of paper. Hearing this, Chang Chumo roughly understood, because he had seen the process of dissolving the resin with his own eyes. He said excitedly, Fengzi, I know, isn't it similar to the composite bow? It means that it's similar. Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and said, but the resin has to be spread very thin. Chang Chumo nodded and didn't say anything else. Fengzi, our Tai Nyo's comprehension is not bad, right? Chang Yaojin hugged Zhang Feng and patted Zhang Feng's shoulder casually. Zhang Feng could only reply with a wry smile. He thought to himself, anyone can understand this, right? Iron Bull's perception is good? I really don't know where he got his face from. Fengzi, since Iron Bull understands, then why don't we leave this task to Iron Bull? Li Shimin glanced at Chang Chumo, then looked at Zhang Feng and said, all right. Zhang Feng nodded. Chang Chumo was the only one suitable for this task. However, Zhang Sun Wuji was a little unwilling. He took a step forward and stared at him. No, what about our bugs? Zhang Feng shook his head. He really didn't know what to do with this guy. He always wanted to poke his nose into everything. He could only say, "I've arranged other tasks for Bugs and Dabing. If you don't believe me, you can ask them." Zhang Sun Wuji looked at Zhang Sun suspiciously. Zhang Sun said timidly, "Fengzi wants us to make the steam engine." Hearing this, Zhang Sun Wuji's competitive heart barely calmed down. "All right, since it's all arranged, then there's nothing else?" Zhang Feng glanced at everyone. Seeing that no one responded, he said, "If there's nothing else, then let's go back?" Li Shimin nodded and turned to walk back to Zhang Mansion. Everyone followed closely behind. Back at Zhang Mansion, everyone drank some wine before Li Shimin and the others left. Zhang Feng felt a little drowsy and wanted to sleep. However, he knew that he couldn't sleep now. He still had to meet Zhang Yuyao's parents. So he shouted to the door, "Old Du, prepare some gifts. I'm going to Zhang Mansion." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Ziting ran in. He looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled expression. "Master, you're going to Zhang Mansion? Do you want to ask Miss Yuyao to come along?" Zhang Feng was stunned. When he was talking with Li Shimin and the others just now, he did not think of this. Now that old Du reminded him, he remembered that if there was anything difficult to reply to when he went to Zhang Mansion later, he would still need Yuyao to do it. Thinking about it, he nodded and said, "Then let's ask Yuyao to come along." Du Ziting nodded and left. He came back in a moment, but he said with a troubled expression, "Master, a servant said that Miss Yuyao went out just now. We don't know where she went." Went out? Zhang Mansion was puzzled. Where could Yuyao go? Could it be that she went shopping? Or went home? After thinking about it, he still couldn't find an answer. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Since she went out, I'll go alone." With that, he turned and walked out of the mansion. Du Ziting went to prepare the gifts. Zhang Feng waited at the door for a moment before Du Ziting brought the gifts. Zhang Feng got into the carriage and drove directly to Zhang Mansion. Soon, the carriage stopped in front of Zhang Mansion. Zhang Feng got out of the carriage and straightened his clothes. Then, he led the servant carrying the gifts to Zhang Mansion. "Hello, young master." The servants of Zhang Mansion bowed in unison. Good, good, good," Zhang Feng replied awkwardly. He didn't really like this title, but ever since he got engaged to Zhang Yuyao, the servants of Zhang Mansion would call him young master whenever they saw him. At first, he was shocked. Later, he slowly got used to it. However, after not coming for a long time, he didn't feel uncomfortable. "Young master, are you here to visit my master?" Chapter 2073. The leader of the guards bowed and looked at Zhang Feng with a smile on his face. Ahem. Zhang Feng deliberately coughed twice and glanced at the mansion. He nodded and said, "Not bad. Go and inform your master." The servant still had a smile on his face. He stretched out his hand and said, "Young master, my master said that you don't have to report your visit. Just enter the hall." As he said that, the servant extended his hand and said with a smile, "Young master, please enter the hall." Zhang Feng didn't want to be so close. After all, they weren't married yet. But since Father Zhang didn't want to be so formal, he didn't have to be either. He strode into the hall. After entering the hall, the servant served tea and pulled out a chair. He put on a show of hospitality before leaving. In fact, Zhang Feng wasn't used to this. He was very casual when he was in his own mansion. But when he was in Zhang Mansion, he felt a little restrained. This might be the feeling of a young master visiting his father-in-law's home. He smiled bitterly and took a sip of tea while waiting for Father Zhang to arrive. But at this moment, a burst of light footsteps and hearty laughter sounded. Ha ha ha. Before the laughter died down, a white-haired man appeared in the hall. It was Zhang Yuyao's father. He went straight to Zhang Feng and said, "Ha ha ha. Nephew, you're here." Zhang Feng quickly got up and saluted. "Hello, Uncle Zhang." Good, good, good." Father Zhang patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and smiled as he pushed Zhang Feng to the seat. "Sit, nephew." After that, he strode to the main seat and turned to sit down. He then looked at Zhang Feng and smiled. "Nephew, you're here because of the Jiangnan matter, right?" Although he stayed in the mansion all year round, he still heard about the news outside. For example, the incident with Xuanzang last time. He had specially sent a servant to inquire about it, but there were too many people and even the servant couldn't squeeze in. However, this also meant that this future son-in-law was a hero in the hearts of the people of Chang'an. If the son-in-law was a hero, then the father-in-law's status would naturally rise. That was why he was happy. Zhang Feng naturally knew nothing about this. He smiled faintly. That's right, uncle. I'm here because of the Jiangnan matter. You know that this trip is imperative, but... He smiled bitterly. I'm worried about Yu Yao. Although Yu Yao and I are engaged, I'm worried about her after she goes to Jiangnan, so... He didn't continue because he knew that Mr. Zhang was a smart man. He didn't need to say anything more to understand what he meant. Sure enough, Father Zhang frowned at first. Then, as if he had figured something out, he laughed loudly. So that's what you're worried about. If that's the case, you don't have to worry. This time, it was Zhang Feng's turn to be puzzled. He quickly asked, Uncle, what do you mean? Father Zhang didn't answer. Instead, he beckoned a servant over and whispered a few words in his ear. Then he smiled and said, Nephew, you can ask Yu Yao when she arrives. Yu Yao? Zhang Feng instantly understood. So Yu Yao had come to the Zhang mansion. Since Yu Yao had come to the Zhang mansion, she must have told them about the Jiangnan matter. A reasonable person like Mother Zhang should be able to understand, right? Just as he was thinking, a burst of brisk footsteps sounded. A moment later, a slim and graceful woman stood in the hall. Beside her was an attractive middle-aged woman. It was Zhang Yu Yao and her daughter. Zhang Feng slowly stood up and said softly, Yu Yao? Zhang Yu Yao didn't know why, but she was especially shy in her own home. When she heard Zhang Feng call her that, her face turned red all the way to her neck. She didn't answer, only bowing slightly in return. Mother Zhang was familiar with her daughter's temperament. She pulled Zhang Yu Yao behind her and reached out her hand. Prince Zhang, please sit here. We can talk about it after sitting down. Thank you, Auntie. Zhang Feng nodded and returned to his seat. Then he looked at Mother Zhang and said, Auntie, I'm sure you know why I'm here this time? Mother Zhang nodded slightly and glanced at the shy Zhang Yu Yao. Then, her gaze fell on Zhang Feng. She smiled and said, Of course I know. What about Yu Yao in Jiangnan? Auntie is wise. Zhang Feng cupped his hands and said solemnly, Auntie, although Yu Yao and I are husband and wife in name, we haven't gone through the wedding ceremony. Originally, I didn't plan to take Yu Yao to Jiangnan this time because it's really dangerous there. But Yu Yao insists on going, so I can only go along with her wishes. But I'm worried that after we go there, people will point fingers at her and the Zhang mansion. Mother Zhang smiled faintly and turned to Zhang Yu Yao. Daughter, what do you think? Zhang Yu Yao secretly glanced at Zhang Feng and quickly covered her face with her handkerchief. Then, she looked at Mother Zhang. Mother, didn't we just discuss it? I must go to Jiangnan with Prince Zhang. Mother Zhang smiled bitterly and helplessly. A grown girl can't be kept at home. After saying that, he turned to look at Zhang Feng and smiled. Young Master Zhang, we've just discussed it. Yu Yao must go to Jiangnan with us. There's no need to argue about this. As for after Jiangnan, it's your business. There may be some gossip, but I don't think anyone knows about your relationship. It doesn't matter. As for Chang'an, you have so many good friends. What are you afraid of? Chapter 2074. After that, he turned to look at Zhang Feng and smiled. Prince Zhang, we just discussed it. Yu Yao must go to Jiangnan with us. There's no need to argue about this. As for after Jiangnan, it's your business. There may be some gossip, but no one should know about your relationship, so it doesn't matter. As for Chang'an, you have so many good friends. What are you afraid of? Zhang Feng was stunned. Why didn't he think of this? If he had so many good friends in Chang, and after he left, the Zhang mansion would be fine. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Mother Zhang and smiled. Auntie, you have a point. Mother Zhang nodded slightly and glanced at Zhang Yu Yao, whose cheeks were slightly red. Then she looked at Zhang Feng and said, Prince Zhang, actually, I still hope that you and Yu Yao can get married in Chang'an before leaving. After all, you are already engaged. It's not good to keep holding on like this, right? What do you think? After that, she gave Father Zhang a look. Father Zhang immediately understood. He looked at Zhang Feng and said with a smile, Prince Zhang, you see, our Yu Yao is not young anymore. It's not good for her to run to your mansion every day. It's indeed time to consider marriage. This was also true. Although Zhang Yuyao was engaged to Zhang Feng, she was still not married. It was not nice to run to Zhang Feng's place every day. Father and Mother Zhang had been anxious for a long time. They were worried about their daughter's marriage, but since their daughter came back, she had been talking to Zhang Feng, which made them a little speechless. Now that Zhang Feng was here, they naturally had to talk about it. Faced with such a situation, Zhang Feng had never experienced it. The corner of his mouth twitched, and for a moment, he didn't know how to answer. This was because he didn't expect that Mother and Father Zhang would also force him to marry. This was undoubtedly a death sentence for a naive person. However, with the answers he had given to Li Shimin and the others, he felt a little more confident. Thus he smiled faintly and said, "Uncle, Auntie, I'm preparing to go to Jiangnan to develop my career. The situation there is still unclear. It's better to wait until I come back and get married. Besides, I'm currently in the development stage of my career. If I get married rashly, I'm afraid I'll be neglecting Yu Yao." Mr. Zhang and Mrs. Zhang looked at each other in dismay. For a moment, they even felt that what this guy said made sense. But when he thought about it carefully, it made no sense at all. He was clearly looking for an excuse not to get married. They still wanted to dissuade him, but after thinking about it, they decided against it. This Zhang Feng looked so determined that it was impossible to persuade him. Father Zhang could only let out a long sigh and faintly said, "Since you say so, then fine. We'll do as you say." "Thank you for your understanding, Uncle and Auntie." Zhang Feng smiled awkwardly and cupped his hands. "Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." As he spoke, he waved his hand and the servant behind him came forward. He took the gift from the servant's hand and stood up to place it in front of Father Zhang. He smiled and said, "Uncle, this is a little token of my appreciation." Father Zhang smiled and stood up to accept the gift. "Thank you, dear nephew." Zhang Feng bowed to Mother Zhang again and said with a smile, "Auntie, I'll take my leave." "Zhang." Zhang Yuyao glanced at Zhang Feng. She wanted to say something but stopped. Mother Zhang had already seen through her daughter's thoughts. She smiled and turned to Zhang Feng. "Prince Zhang, wait." Zhang Feng stopped and turned to look at Mother Zhang. Mother Zhang glanced at Zhang Yuyao dotingly and stood up to look at Zhang Feng. "Prince Zhang, isn't Yu Yao going to Jiangnan with you? Why don't you take her with you?" Zhang Feng originally wanted to let Zhang Yuyao rest at home for a few more days. It wouldn't be too late to delay the trip to Jiangnan for a day. Anyway, he hadn't finished his business in Chang'an. Now that he heard Mother Zhang say this, he didn't argue and said, "Thank you, Auntie." Zhang Yuyao glanced at Zhang Feng and then bowed to Mother Zhang and Father Zhang. After all, this trip to Jiangnan was hundreds of miles away from Chang'an. It was uncertain when they would come back. Naturally, they had to bid farewell to their parents. Then, Zhang Feng and Zhang Yuyao got into the carriage and drove to the Zhang mansion. In the carriage, the blush on Zhang Yuyao's face had yet to recede. Perhaps it was because her parents were by her side just now, and she felt shy. Looking at it now, it was as if the white clouds were dyed with a red blush. She raised her head slightly and glanced at Zhang Feng. Then she lowered her head and said softly, "Prince Zhang, my parents had a conflict just now. Please forgive them." "Ah!" Zhang Feng suddenly raised his head. He was thinking about what to do after going to Jiangnan and didn't hear Zhang Yuyao clearly. He said a little belatedly, "What did you say just now?" Zhang Yuyao saw that Zhang Feng was a little absent-minded. She said coquettishly, "Nothing." Zhang Feng nodded slightly. Then he seemed to think of something and said, "What did you and Auntie discuss just now?" "Just now, I told Mother that I would go to Jiangnan with you." Zhang Yuyao clutched the corner of her clothes and her face was a little red. Zhang Feng finally understood. No wonder his conversation with Father and Mother Zhang went so smoothly. It turned out that this girl helped him from behind. Thinking about it, he smiled and said, "Thank you, Yuyao." Chapter 2075. Zhang Yuyao blushed and shook her head. It was embarrassing for a girl like her to talk about this kind of thing. After all, she hadn't married Zhang Feng yet. She felt a little ashamed to speak for Zhang Feng in front of his parents. Now Zhang Feng said so, she didn't know how to answer. But at this moment, The neighing of horses came from outside the carriage and the carriage stopped. "Master, we've arrived at the mansion."
A voice came from outside the carriage. Zhang Feng nodded slightly and helped Zhang Yuyao get off the carriage. "Yuyao, go back to your room and have a rest." Zhang Feng let go of Zhang Yuyao and said with a smile. Zhang Yuyao nodded slightly, bowed, and turned to her room. Zhang Feng also turned to the study and said to Du Ziting as he walked, "Go to the study and pour a cup of tea. And don't let anyone disturb me in the study." Du Ziting frowned. He knew that the master usually didn't go to the study. Why did he go to the study today? But seeing that the master was in a hurry, he didn't ask more. He nodded and left. Zhang Feng didn't say anything along the way. Soon he came to the study. He found a piece of paper and spread it out. Then he started to write. The year-end examination was about to begin. He needed to draw up the curriculum for the students of the academy. The students of the academy had been learning the middle school curriculum. This time he needed to draw up the college curriculum for the students. After writing for a while, Du Ziting gently pushed the door and came in. Seeing that Zhang Feng was writing attentively, he gently put the tea on the table and left. After writing for a while, Zhang Feng felt that his hands were a little sore. After all, he had rarely written since he came to the Great Tang, and most of the work was done by others. He could only rest for a while, light a cigarette, and slowly smoke it. After the cigarette went out, he began writing again. After about half an hour, the curriculum was finally prepared. Zhang Feng stood up and stretched his body. Then, he lit up a cigarette and sat down on the chair, smoking with a face full of enjoyment. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Zhang Feng stubbed out the cigarette and glanced outside the door. "Who is it?" "Master, Mr. Zihuai is here." Du Ziting's voice came from outside the door. "The old scholar?" Zhang Feng, a little confused, frowned. Wasn't the academy preparing for the year-end examination? The old scholar should be very busy. Why did he have time to come to the mansion? Even though he didn't understand, he still got up and walked towards the door. "Coming, coming!" Before he could reach the door, he heard a Jia sound as the door was pushed open. A familiar face came into view. It was the old elementary scholar. "Old scholar, why are you here?" Zhang Feng asked subconsciously. "Why? Can't old man?" The old scholar smiled playfully and then stepped through the door. He glanced at Zhang Feng and said, "The old man is looking for you." "Do you think the old man is willing to come?" Zhang Feng smiled and closed the door, blocking Du Ziting outside. He knew that if the old scholar was looking for him, there must be something. As expected, the old scholar found a chair and sat down. He glanced at Zhang Feng and said seriously, "Fengzi, are you ready for the curriculum after the new year?" "I've been ready for a long time." Zhang Feng smiled awkwardly and walked to the desk. He was about to pass the curriculum to the old scholar when he found that the ink on it was still wet. He smiled and said, "Take a seat first. I'll pass it to you later." The old scholar's eyes were sharp. How could he not see Zhang Feng's little movements? But he was not in a hurry, so he didn't care. He smiled and said, "Take a seat. I have something to ask you." Zhang Feng nodded and found a seat near the old scholar. He asked, "What's the matter?" The old scholar said seriously, "Fengzi, when do you plan to leave?" "As soon as possible." Zhang Feng waved his hand and then thought of the curriculum. He smiled and said, "I wanted to leave today, but I haven't finished writing the curriculum. I just finished writing it and I want to leave tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" The old scholar raised his head and said a few words in his heart. He then looked at Zhang Feng and said seriously, "What's the first step of your plan to go to Jiangnan?" Zhang Feng was silent for a while and said seriously, "The prices of goods in Jiangnan are rising. I want to stabilize them first. Otherwise, the people will have a hard time." The old scholar nodded. He was quite satisfied with Fengzi's plan. At least he could see that this kid cared about the world. He smiled and said, "Not bad. This plan is not bad. At least you can win the hearts of the people." As he spoke, he glanced outside the door and then looked at Zhang Feng. With a mysterious expression he said, "Feng, I have a good friend in Jiangnan. He used to be a declining aristocrat. Now he has some coal mining business. You can ask him for help when you go to Jiangnan. Give me that piece of paper and I'll write down the address for you." Zhang Feng was happy. He needed some hidden power in Jiangnan. This old scholar was no doubt giving him a pillow when he was sleepy.
He quickly took a piece of paper and a pen and handed it to the old scholar.
Chapter 2076. The old scholar picked up the brush and wrote a line of small characters. Then he handed it to Zhang Feng and said, "This is the address. You just need to follow this address and you will find it." Zhang Feng took the paper and glanced at it. On the paper was written, Wang Shi, living in the Wang mansion beside the Jiangnan Canal Street. After reading it, Zhang Feng folded the paper and cupped his hands. "Thank you. You don't have to be so polite with me."
The old scholar waved his hand and said carelessly, "As long as you are safe in Jiangnan."
Then he pointed to the curriculum on the table and said, "Give it to me. I will take it back to the academy." Zhang Feng quickly got up and looked at the curriculum. He found that the ink had dried.
He handed it to the old scholar and asked, "When is the end-of-year examination?"
The old scholar took the curriculum and glanced at it. Then he said, "Probably in 2 months." Zhang Feng frowned. He had originally wanted to wait until the end-of-the-year examination before leaving, but now it seemed that it was too late. The time had already been pushed back to the new year. He thought for a moment and said, "Old Shotsai, I won't be able to participate in the end-of-the-year examination. You tell my teachers." The old scholar had known that Zhang Feng would say this, but hearing it with his own ears made him feel uncomfortable.
He laughed and scolded, "Why don't you go and tell them yourself?"
Zhang Feng smiled bitterly. If he went and told his teachers, he would be scolded to death. But he would not say this in front of the old scholar. So he said, "Aren't I leaving soon? There is no way to tell them. I'd better go and tell them." "Forget it, forget it." The old scholar sighed. He knew Zhang Feng's difficulties and did not want to tease him. He smiled and said, "Okay, I will go and tell those old guys." After saying that, he turned around and opened the door, walking straight to the door. Looking at the receding figure, Zhang Feng felt reluctant to part with him. Ever since he knew the old scholar, he had been treating him like a nephew. He even sent him a friend's message before he left.
This friendship was really better than that of an ordinary master and disciple.
For a moment, he didn't even want to leave. But he had to go to Jiangnan, because Yu Yuer and the clan were there. "Master, everything is ready." Du Ziting came over. Zhang Feng's thoughts were interrupted. He glanced at Du Ziting and said, "Tell them that we will leave for Jiangnan tomorrow morning. You and the servants will stay here." A complicated look flashed through Du Ziting's eyes. In fact, he wanted to go with his master, but when he heard his master's words, his mood fell to the bottom. Of course, he also knew why his master asked him to stay. The Zhang mansion was so big that no one could take care of it. Other people were not reliable, so he had to stay. At night, the sky gradually darkened. The Zhang mansion seemed to have become deserted all of a sudden. There were no longer the usual sounds of laughter and chatter. There were only lonely lights in the garden. Leaves fell from the trees, as if they were sad for Zhang Feng's departure. There was no snow tonight, but there was still a creaking sound in the courtyard. It was the sound of the servants on night patrol stepping on the fallen leaves. They seemed to be extra diligent tonight. They circled Zhang Feng's room several times, as if they were afraid that something unusual would happen. This was because they knew that their master was leaving the next morning. If they could catch a glimpse of him now, it would be good. Otherwise, they didn't know when they would be able to see him again in the future.
Another reason was due to the loyalty of the servants.
From the moment they entered the Zhang mansion, it was as if they were deeply tied to their master. Now that their master was suddenly leaving, they were very reluctant. The night passed quickly. Zhang Feng woke up early. When he opened the door, he saw Du Ziting standing outside.
"Old Du, good morning."
Zhang Feng yawned and said with a smile, "Tell all the guards to eat and then gather in the front yard. We will leave in a moment." Du Ziting nodded and left. Zhang Feng also went to the hall to eat. Unexpectedly, the two girls had already arrived. When they saw Zhang Feng, they stood up together. "Prince Zhang, have a seat. We'll set off after dinner." Zhang Feng waved his hand to signal the two girls to sit down. He then picked up a bowl of porridge and looked at them. "The road to Jiangnan is long. You have to eat more. Otherwise, you can only eat dry food on the road." Chang'an was a few hundred miles away from Jiangnan.
Although there were post stations on the way, it was impossible to have fresh food when one was hungry. Moreover, the food on the road was not as good as the food in the Zhang mansion. To put it bluntly, even the dry food in the Zhang mansion could not be compared. Therefore, it was better to eat on the way. A complicated look flashed in Zhang Yuyao's eyes. She was still infatuated with Chang'an. After all, she was born and raised in Guangzhou. If Prince Zhang was not going to Jiangnan, she might not leave Chang'an for the rest of her life. However, since they were going to Chang'an, there was nothing to say. She nodded and ate the porridge. Chapter 2077. Jing Shu was a little different. She wasn't from Chang'an, so she didn't have the same infatuation as Zhang Yuyao, so she was still a little disappointed. After the meal, Zhang Feng glanced at the two girls. Go and get ready, then gather at the door. We're about to leave. After that, he turned and walked to the front yard. The guards had already gathered. There were 50 people in total, no more, no less. Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd. Let's go. Yes, master. Everyone spoke in unison, and their momentum was loud. Zhang Feng's lips curled up. He didn't neglect the training these days. These guys were as strong as bulls. When they reached Jiangnan, they would definitely become a big killing machine. The Jiangnan clan, prepare to suffer the wrath. He strode to the door, and the guards followed closely behind. The carriage had already been prepared at the gate. Zhang Feng boarded the carriage and waited for the two girls to arrive. After a while, there was a flurry of footsteps. Zhang Yuyao walked over with big and small bags, followed by her maid Xiao Cui. Xiao Cui was also carrying all kinds of bags, and he didn't know what was inside. Zhang Feng's mouth twitched, and he suddenly felt speechless. Yuyao, we're going to Jiangnan, not to take refuge. Why are you carrying so many bags? Also, what's in these bags? Zhang Yuyao stopped and put the bags on the carriage. Then she looked at Zhang Feng and said breathlessly, these are all important things that we girls use. You don't understand. I don't understand? Zhang Feng frowned. As a modern person, what don't I understand? Although he was dissatisfied, he didn't want to argue with this girl. After all, he knew that a good man wouldn't fight with a woman. But why wasn't Jing Shu here yet? He turned to look behind Zhang Yuyao. Soon, he saw Jing Shu's figure. He saw Jing Shu holding a pipa and walking over leisurely. That's more like it. It's not like we're taking refuge. Why do we need so many things? Zhang Feng glanced at the two girls and said indifferently, get on the carriage and set off. The two girls lifted their skirts and boarded the carriage one after the other. Zhang Feng glanced at the plaque on the door of the Zhang mansion and looked at the coachman with a complicated expression. Let's go. The coachman understood. He raised his whip and shouted, and the carriage slowly moved forward. Du Ziting led a group of servants to look at the master's back from afar. They knew that this was the master's road to meteoric success from now on, and it was also the road that the master had to take to return home. The carriage went further and further away, speeding along the street. Soon, it was out of the gate of Chang'an City. Time passed little by little. The carriage was on the road. Zhang Feng and the others didn't find any inn on the road, so they could only eat the dry food they brought along. This made the two girls feel a little uncomfortable, especially Zhang Yuyao. She had never suffered any hardships. She basically lived a life of luxury at home. But on the road, she had to eat dry food? They couldn't not eat. There was no fresh food on the road. This made the two girls feel nauseous again and again, and they almost vomited. The good thing was that the dry food was beef jerky. Although it was dry and unpalatable, they could still make do. Zhang Feng was a little better. He didn't care so much. What couldn't he eat? Beef jerky was a good thing. Finally, after more than 10 days, a group of carriages came to the gate of Jiangnan City. The carriage in front was covered with dust. At first glance, the rather gorgeous carriage looked like it had been robbed. However, the carriage behind was a little better. There was basically no dust. The group of carriages stopped. An elegant young man with a folding fan in his hand stepped out of the carriage. He glanced at the bustling street and smiled with satisfaction. Jiangnan is really a rich land. This young man was naturally Zhang Feng. The journey of more than 10 days had made him a little tired. But when he saw the scenery of Jiangnan, he instantly felt a little better. Prince Zhang, look, there's delicious food over there.
The one who spoke was Xiao Cui. This girl had been taking care of Zhang Yuyao all the way. She was already suffering. But when she saw the food next to her, she was as happy as a child. She hugged Zhang Yuyao and said with a smile, "Miss, there's delicious food over there. Let's go and have a look."
Zhang Yuyao wiped the bitter water from the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief and turned to look at Zhang Feng with a pleading face.
Zhang Feng was a soft-hearted person. In addition, he was also hungry, so he went with the flow and agreed. The group walked to the front of the stall and found out that they were buying wontons. Zhang Feng was hungry. He didn't care about anything else. He ordered 5 big bowls and wolfed them down. Although Zhang Yuyao was also hungry, she still cared about her status as a lady. She didn't act as presumptuously as Zhang Feng. She chewed and swallowed slowly. Jing Shu was the same. She put on the appearance of a lady. But when it was time to pay the bill, Zhang Feng was shocked. "What? It's actually 50 copper coins?" Chapter 2078. When he was in Chang'an, the most expensive wonton he had was 2 copper coins, and the cheapest one was 1 copper coin. But in Jiangnan, 5 bowls of wonton actually cost 50 copper coins. It was not that he was stingy and did not want to pay, but the price was too unreasonable. It was several times higher than in Chang'an. "Sir, I'm not deliberately asking for a high price, but the price is the same everywhere in Jiangnan." The stall owner put on a pitiful expression. He pointed at the street vendors and said, "Right now, prices in Jiangnan are soaring. The raw materials are more than 5 times more expensive than before, and we bought this place. Every month, we have to pay 2 strings of money as a stall fee. Otherwise, we can't do business, so we have no choice." The price is the same everywhere in Jiangnan? Zhang Feng was stunned. Before he came, he had heard about how high the prices in Jiangnan were, but he did not expect the prices to be so high. 5 bowls of wontons cost 50 copper coins, which was an average of 10 copper coins per bowl. It was more than 5 times higher than in Chang'an. Hiss! He could not help but gasp. But more than that, he was resentful because he knew that this was all a trick by the Jiangnan clans. All the financial power and goods in Jiangnan were in the hands of the clans. As long as the prices were raised, they could profit from it and exploit the people's money. These bastards were really inhumane. Even though he was resentful, he still had to pay the money. After giving the money to the stall owner, Zhang Feng walked to the carriage with the 2 girls. But at this moment, a shout came from not far away. "Get out of the way!" Zhang Feng felt that something was wrong. He turned his head and saw a man dressed in silk rushing over. He was so scared that his face changed. He quickly pushed the 2 girls and Xiao Cui away, but he stumbled. Whoosh! The man suddenly reined in his horse. Seeing that the people on the ground were fine, he suddenly became angry. Where did this bastard come from? How dare you block Lao Tzu's way? Zhang Feng was instantly angry. He stood up and stared at the man with red eyes. Who do you think you are? This road is not your home. How dare you say it is your road? Also, you almost hit Lao Tzu? Hurry up and apologize to Lao Tzu. He didn't want to cause trouble as soon as he arrived, but now that trouble had come to him, he couldn't back down. Otherwise, others would think that he was easy to bully, and he would never be able to make a name for himself. However, this man was clearly not a kind person. When he heard Zhang Feng's words, the veins on his face bulged, and the whip in his hand creaked. How dare you? In all of Jiangnan, no one dares to speak to Lao Tzu like that. Today, I actually met someone who doesn't care about his life. As he spoke, he glanced behind him and said coldly, "Where is the Gao family? Break this dog's legs." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a commotion in the crowd. Dozens of men with sticks in their hands rushed out from the crowd and stood behind the man. "Young master." The roar was so loud that it was deafening. Of course, this voice naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Many vendors even stopped doing business and gathered around to watch. Voices of worry, ridicule, and ridicule all entered Zhang Feng's ears. Where did this wild brat come from? How dare he provoke the Jiangnan Gao family? Isn't he seeking his own death? Isn't that right? The Gao family is one of the tyrants of Jiangnan. They control a full 1/7 of Jiangnan's financial resources. Today, this brat fell into the hands of the Gao family's second young master. Maybe he'll die. Not necessarily. Look, This person is also wearing silk. Maybe he's a descendant of that family. Let's take a look first. Hearing the voices of the crowd, Zhang Feng frowned. The Jiangnan Gao family? A full seventh of Jiangnan's financial resources? Could it be that this person had 5 surnames and 7 hopes? No, there was no one with the surname Gao among the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Could it be a branch of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? He racked his brain and finally found a clue. It was the Fanyang Lu family of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. The Lu family originated with the surname Jiang and were descendants of Qi's Taigong. The Duke of Qi, Gao Ji, was the ancestor of the surname Lu. His descendants were given the surname Lu because they were in theft with Lu Yi. In 385 BC, Tian he replaced Qi. The Lu and Gao families were driven out. After leaving Lu Yi, the Lu family lived scattered between Yan and Qin. The main branch lived in Yan. In the Qin dynasty, there was a scholar of the 5 classics, Lu Ao. His descendants later moved to the Zhua River and settled in Zhua County. Because Zhua County was part of Fanyang County, they were called the Zhua people of Fanyang. Because of all these reasons, the person in front of him could only be a branch of the Lu family. Because the Lu family was originally surnamed Gao, they later changed their surname to Lu. Only the Lu family of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes had the power to control a seventh of Jiangnan's financial resources. He really didn't expect to get into a fight with the Lu family's henchmen as soon as he arrived in Jiangnan. He was instantly furious. He glanced at the carriage behind him and shouted, "All the guards of the Zhang family, come out!" As soon as he finished speaking, the guards who had been resting in the carriage all got off and stood behind Zhang Feng with Mitsubishi bayonets in their hands. With the addition of the guards, the atmosphere on the scene instantly became incomparably solemn. Chapter 2079. The onlookers subconsciously took a step back because they could feel the murderous aura coming from these people. It was the aura of someone who had killed someone. It was like a scream from hell. Even so, there were still quite a few brave onlookers who started to discuss. Lao Tzu said that this kid isn't simple. Look, he's really hiding something. He even has a weapon in his hand. I wonder what that weapon is. It looks quite exquisite. I'll get it to play with when I have time. So what if this kid has someone? The second young master of the Gao family also has someone. Moreover, this kid doesn't seem to know young Master Gao's identity. If he does, I wonder if he'll pee in his pants. You guys, the Gao family has been exploiting us for years. Why are you still speaking up for them? You should be cursing the second young master to die a horrible death. When the discussions reached young Master Gao's ears, he already felt a little uncomfortable. At first, he thought that this kid was just an ordinary person. Who would have thought that he could summon so many people with a wave of his hand? He wasn't afraid. With the Gao family's status, they could do whatever they wanted in Jiangnan. Why would they need to be afraid of a kid who was still wet behind the ears? He just felt a little uneasy because these people gave him the feeling that they were demons from hell. Everyone's hands were stained with blood. Who was he? He was made of porcelain. As for the other side, they were all boorish people. They were all pots. Let me ask you, how can porcelain and earthen pot meet force with force? Moreover, this guy had so many people. He couldn't go head-to-head with them. It was better to ask about this guy's background first. He repeatedly reminded himself that he wasn't afraid of these kids or the number of people. With that thought, he turned to look at Zhang Feng and said coldly, "Kid, who are you? Don't you know that I'm the second young master of the Gao family? Do you know the consequences of offending me?" He emphasized the words, Gao family, and consequences, in an attempt to warn the other party. However, these words were like farts in Zhang Feng's ears. Because he had no intention of letting this guy go. Even if he knew that this guy was a lackey of the Lu family, he was still fearless. Previously, he had already clashed with the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Now, this Lu family's dog was contradicting him. Of course, he would not let him go so easily. He clenched his fist and pointed his index finger at the second young master of the Gao family. Lao Tzu, listen up. Lao Tzu's name is Zhang Feng. You must have been blind to bump into me, so I'll make you pay. As he spoke, he glanced at the guards behind him and said coldly, "Break one of the legs of that Gao guy." Hearing this, the guards all nodded their heads and walked towards the Gao family's young master with their Mitsubishi bayonets in hand. Gao Ju shivered and thought to himself, "Not good.
He had already announced his name, but this guy didn't seem to be afraid at all. It seemed like he wasn't a good person either. If it were any other time, he would have already ordered his servants to beat them up. But now, he felt a little uneasy. They only had a dozen people on their side, while the other side had 50 people. There was a huge difference in numbers. If they fought, they would be at a disadvantage. Retreat? No, if they retreated now, where would the Gao family's face be? After thinking about it, he decided to take a gamble. He glanced at Zhang Feng and said coldly, "Brat, don't think that you can show off just because you have more people. Lao Tzu's Gao family isn't a pushover." As he spoke, he glanced at the servants and shouted, "All servants of the Gao family, kill this brat. Everyone will be rewarded 50 strings of silver." Hearing this, the eyes of the servants behind him instantly turned red. 50 strings of silver? That was 50 strings of silver. Their annual salary was only 5 strings of silver. 50 strings of silver was money that they could only earn in 10 years. Generous rewards would attract brave men. This saying was indeed true. Even though they knew the difference in strength between the two sides, none of the servants retreated. Instead, they gripped their clubs tightly and charged straight at Zhang Feng. The Zhang family's guards didn't hold back either. The Mitsubishi bayonets in their hands creaked. Soon the two groups of people clashed. In an instant, many people fell on the street. Gao Wu's eyes widened because the people who fell were none other than his servants. He thought that even if these fellows couldn't beat the other side, they could at least exhaust some of them. As long as they could delay for a while, his reinforcements would arrive. But he didn't expect these fellows to be so weak. They fell as soon as they clashed. Did he raise them for nothing? Seeing those people with strange weapons coming over, he was a little scared. He turned to glance at Zhang Feng and said, "Brat, Lao Tzu will remember you. See you next time." With that, he quickly turned his horse around and galloped forward. Zhang Feng was a little dismissive of these harsh words. The Gao family was only the Lu family's lackeys. They didn't pose any threat at all. What worried him the most was the Lu family. They were a huge monster. Chapter 2080. Although the Lu family had been recorded since the Qin and Han dynasties, it was during the Eastern Han dynasty that Lu Ji became famous for his Confucianism. Thus, he was called the ancestor of the Lu family. During the Three Kingdoms, Lu Yu held the position of Minister of War of Chao Wei. After that, Lu Qin, Lu Gui, Lu Ji, and Lu Chen held high positions. During the Northern Wei dynasty, Lu Xian entered the imperial court as the First Order. During the Empress Xiaowen's time, Lu Xian became one of the 4 surnames, Lu, Cui, Zhang, and Wang. After the Northern Wei dynasty split, Lu Jing's 3 sons became the imperial tutors of Western Wei, Northern Qi, and Northern Zhou. During the Tang dynasty, they were one of the 7 surnames and 10 families, producing 8 prime ministers. Together with the Cui family of Bowling and the Cui family of Qinghe, they were known as the Cui Lu. Of course, this was not an exaggeration. In fact, the Lu family did indeed have the strength and reputation. Every family held a high position in the imperial court, and were even respectfully called the imperial preceptor. There were countless scholars and beauties. The most important thing was that they settled in Zhuo County, now Zhuozhou, Hebei province. It was a flat land with fertile fields and was famous for being a fertile land. The map of the Yan kingdom that Jing Ku presented when he assassinated the king of Qin was located in this area. The Fanyang Lu family had been farming and studying here for generations. Their descendants had multiplied and become a world-famous aristocratic family. The reason why Zhang Feng was worried was because of the Lu family's geographical advantage. Fortunately, the Lu family had extended their reach to Jiangnan, but the overall family was still in Zhuo County. Therefore, they had to take advantage of the time when these guys were not paying attention to them to develop their power. Thinking of this, he called for the guards to stop. That Gao fellow had already run far away. There was no need to chase after him. It would be bad if the Gao family retaliated. After cleaning up the scene, Zhang Feng began to search for Jia Doran's whereabouts according to the address. Seeing that the guards had left, the Gao family's servants hurriedly got up to chase after their young master. They had failed to protect their young master today, and had to return early to avoid punishment. After chasing for a while, the servants finally saw their young master running on the road. They hurriedly rushed forward and said, "Young master, young master." Hearing this, Gao Su reined in his horse and turned around abruptly. He lashed out with the horsewhip in his hand and shouted, "You bastards, I was almost beaten to death just now.
Are you all dead?"
The servants all knelt on the ground, not daring to say a word, silently enduring the young master's anger. Blood splattered all over their backs, and their clothes were torn apart, but their eyes were filled with coldness. Because they knew that they couldn't blame the young master. It was all because of that brat called Zhang Feng. In the future, he would definitely tear that brat Zhang Feng into pieces and plant the seeds of hatred. After a moment, Gao Su seemed to be tired of whipping. He withdrew his whip and coldly swept his eyes over the crowd. Where did that reckless brat go? The leader of the guards raised his head slightly, but the cold sweat on his forehead revealed his fear. He said in a trembling voice, "Young master, that brat left with the guards."
"He left."
Gao Su narrowed his eyes and said with a gloomy face, "You're leaving just like that after offending Lao Tzu?" As he spoke, he glanced at the head servant. "You, take 2 men with you and follow that fellow. Find out where that fellow lives. When the time comes, report back to me. The rest of you, follow me back to the residence." After he finished speaking, he whipped his horse and galloped forward. The head servant glanced at the people around him, randomly picked a few, and turned around to leave. The others followed young Master Gao to the Gao residence. A moment later, a huge mansion appeared in front of everyone. There was even a gold-rimmed Phoebe Jeannon wooden plaque hanging on it. There were 2 big words written on it. Gao Mansion. Next to these 2 big words was a line of small words. Fanyong Lu family. Gao Su flipped off his horse like a carp and walked straight to the door. There were 4 servants standing at the door. When they saw that their young master had returned, they hurriedly went to greet him. "Young master, get lost," Gao Su shouted. He was in a bad mood, so how could he let these lowly servants dirty his eyes? Hearing this, the servants hurriedly retreated. They knew that this second young master had a bad temper. Usually, he relied on second madam's favor to be arrogant and unrestrained in the residence. Who knew how many servants had been beaten to death? They didn't want to be the next one. Gao Su threw his whip on the ground and quickly walked to the front yard. "Young master, you're back." A white-haired old man greeted him. He was the head steward of the Gao residence. He was brought over by second madam when she got married, so he was given the name Gao Cheng. He watched Gao Su grow up, so he had an indescribable feeling for Gao Su. "Gao Cheng, where's my father?" Gao Su glanced at Gao Cheng, his expression slightly better. However, Gao Cheng's brows furrowed. He knew that the second young master was usually a dandy, but he treated him well and called him steward. Why did he call him by his real name today? Could it be that this fellow fought with some family's young master again? Did he lose and come back to complain? After some thought, he sighed and said, "Young master, old master is in the backyard." "Then I'll go find him." Gao Su turned around and prepared to walk to the backyard. Chapter 2081. Gao Cheng pulled Gao Shi back and dissuaded him. "Young master. Master doesn't like to be disturbed in the backyard. Why don't you wait for a moment?" "How can I do that?" Gao Su's face was full of astonishment. His eyes widened as he said, "I have an important matter to discuss with father." "Mother Fastress Kerr, I was almost beaten by a brat today. I must get justice for father." As expected, Gao Cheng secretly said in his heart, "Young master really fought with someone else. Young master is too restless. He fights with others every day. Last time, he just beat up someone from the Wang family. This time, he beat up someone else? I wonder who he beat up this time? Last time, the Wang family was fine. He was just a lonely noble. Just give him some money and suppress him with force. This time, if he beat up that young master, it wouldn't be easy to clean up the mess." After thinking about it, he turned to look at Gao Shi. "Young master, you go to the hall first. I'll go to the backyard and call master over." Gao Su originally wanted to go directly to the backyard to find his father and smear some mud on the way, pretending that he had been beaten up. With his father's doting personality, he would definitely kill that brat surnamed Zhang. But now, it seemed that it was better to lie down in the hall and pretend to be seriously injured. Thinking about it, he nodded and said happily, "Okay, Uncle Cheng, quickly go and inform father. I'll lie down in the hall first. Remember, You must say that I'm seriously injured and can't get up. Gao Cheng let out a bitter laugh. Young master's temperament really didn't change at all. Just now, he called him Gao Cheng. Now, he called him Uncle Cheng? And he wanted to lie down in the hall and pretend to be seriously injured? However, he had watched Gao Shi grow up. No matter what kind of rude request he made, he would agree to it. So he could only turn and walk to the backyard. Gao Shi grabbed some mud and smeared it on his face. He even deliberately tore his clothes and lay down in the hall, thinking about what he would say when father came. On the other side, Gao Cheng had already reached the backyard. Countless exotic flowers and herbs were planted here, and there were even quite a few precious species. Many of them were species that even the imperial palace did not have. A middle-aged man stood in the middle of the flowers. He had a high bun on his hair, and the hair on his temples were graying. There were obvious wrinkles on his face, and his turbid eyes were half squinted, as if he was sensing the aura of the flowers. He was the head of the Gao family, Gao Xian. Master, second young master is back, Gao Cheng said from behind. Gao Xian frowned, obviously dissatisfied. He didn't like others to disturb him at this time, but when he heard that it was his son, his frown relaxed a little. It's fine that you're back, but do you have to report to me? Don't you know that I don't like to be disturbed? Gao Cheng was slightly stunned and immediately said, Master, I didn't mean to disturb you, but it's young master. Vow? Gao Xian frowned. She turned her head slightly and asked, What's wrong? Young master fought with someone again. This time, it seems that his injuries are not light. Gao Cheng lowered his head and said worriedly. He knew that master usually doted on second young master the most, but at the same time, he hated it when second young master went out to fight. That was because master only had 2 sons, and there were only 2 successors in the big Gao family. If anything happened to second young master, the heavy responsibility of reviving the family would be left to eldest young master alone. This was very disadvantageous for a big family. Sure enough, when Gao Xian heard Gao Cheng's report, he frowned and shouted angrily, Who dares to hit my Gao family's disciple? And how is that unfilial son now? Gao Cheng hurriedly lowered his head and said softly, Young master is lying in the hall now. We don't know who hit him yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Xian waved his sleeves and walked towards the hall. Seeing this, Gao Cheng hurriedly followed behind. In the hall, Val was lying on the ground, purposely moaning in pain, trying to confuse his father who was about to arrive. Ouch! It hurts. A series of cries entered Gao Xian's ears. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickened his steps. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his most beloved son sitting on the ground. His whole body was covered in mud, and his clothes were torn. This was definitely a beating, and not a light one at that. He hurriedly went forward and asked with a face full of concern, What's going on? Who did you fight with? When Val saw that his father had come, it was as if he had found someone to vent all the grievances he had suffered. Tears streamed down his face and he said while crying, Father, it was an unknown boy. I was riding a horse on the street, and that bastard blocked my horse and let the servants hit me. Father, you have to help me. Hearing his sons crying, Gao Xian frowned. He faintly felt that something was wrong. With the Gao family's status in Jiangnan, not to mention an unknown boy, even the other 4 big families did not dare to touch the Gao family, let alone the Gao family's young master. How could a boy dare to hit the Gao family's young master? There was something strange about this. Could it be an outsider? But an outsider should have heard of the Jiangnan Gao family, right? Chapter 2082. After all, the Gao family was backed by the Liu family. Who dared to provoke them? However, there was someone who dared to touch the Gao family and even made an oath? He couldn't care so much now. Even if it was a branch of the other 5 families, he had to tear off a piece of skin for beating his son. Thinking about it, he turned his head and glanced at the steward, Gao Cheng, and said fiercely, Gao Cheng, immediately send someone to find that kid and then come back to the residence. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. A vicious look flashed in Gao Su's eyes. He quickly said, Steward, my men have already followed that kid. You can ask them and they'll find him. He couldn't wait anymore. He couldn't wait to trample on that reckless kid. However, at this moment, a mocking voice came from outside. You still have the face to go home after being beaten?
Gao Su's eyes narrowed. He had a bad feeling.
This was because he knew that this was his big brother, the young master of the Gao family, Gao Ming. This guy had been smart since he was young. He was familiar with the classics and history and was deeply doted on by his father. He heard that his father wanted to make this guy the heir of the Gao family. However, he knew that his father liked him at the same time, so he didn't make this guy. It seemed that he was preparing to think about it. He wasn't worried that the heir would fall into his big brother's hands. This was because his mother was deeply doted on by his father, and that big brother's mother had already fallen out of favor. Therefore, this big brother was now just a decoration in his eyes. He responded rudely, "Gao Ming, what do you mean?" As soon as his voice fell, a young man with a folding fan in his hand walked out from the side of the door. This young man had a delicate face with distinct features. In particular, his white clothes made him look fresh and refined. However, there was a hint of coldness in the corner of his eyes, giving people a very gloomy feeling. "Second brother. I'm your big brother. It's not good to call my real name like this, right?" Gao Ming waved his folding fan, and the corner of his mouth outlined an indescribable smile. "What's not good about it?" Gao Shi snorted and curled his lips. "Didn't you just mock me?" Gao Ming was about to speak, but Gao Xian waved his hand and interrupted. "All right, you two are brothers. What can't be solved? Why must you quarrel?" These words left Gao Lu speechless. He originally wanted to ridicule Gao Lu, but he had no choice but to stop. However, Gao Su was unwilling to let it go. He tugged at Gao Xian's sleeve and begged, "Father, I was beaten up. Big brother is still mocking me. You should punish him. And that brat you have to avenge me." "All right." Gao Xian flicked her sleeves impatiently and turned to look at Gao Cheng, who was standing by outside the door. "Gao Cheng, send someone to capture him immediately. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse." Gao Cheng nodded and turned around to leave. But at that moment, Gao Ming took a step forward. "Father. Wait. I think there's something fishy about this." When he thought about it, he couldn't stand this younger brother of his. It was fine that he usually acted like a tyrant at home, but he even ran to the streets to fight. Last time, the family had spent a lot of money to clean up this brat's mess, and this time he was here again? Another reason was that his father had never announced his successor. He was very worried that the successor would fall on this useless younger brother of his. After all, his mother was no longer favored. If that vixen from the second branch was blowing pillow talk, this would obviously be ruined. Of course, there was another important reason for him to go forward. That was, he could see that Gao Su's injuries were fake. With this reason, he was even more fearless. Thus he pointed at Gao Su and said sternly, "Father, second brother's injuries are fake. There must be something strange about it." Hearing this, Gao Su's heart thumped. He thought to himself, how did big brother see through it? I've been hiding it very well. If father finds out that I'm faking it, will he not catch that brat? Thinking of this, he turned to look at Gao Xian. Gao Xian was as calm as usual because he had long seen that his son was faking it. But what could he do? Something like this had happened before. This brat had pretended to be dead. This time, if he didn't follow his request, he would probably have to lie in bed for 17 or 18 days. The Gao family was big, and he only had 2 sons. What could he do if he didn't pamper them? Now that his eldest son had exposed his second son, he could only play the peacemaker. Ming, even if you can see through it, there's no need to say it. You don't know Gao Er's personality. With that, he turned and sat upright on the chair, as if relieved of a burden. Gao Su also finally breathed a sigh of relief because his father wasn't angry. But his father didn't seem to have said anything about revenge. He hurriedly got up and half knelt at Gao Xian's feet, pleading, "Father, you must avenge me." Gao Xian had thought that his son was lying on the ground to put on an act. Maybe he had beaten up some family's young master or bullied someone. Now that he looked at it, he was afraid that wasn't the case. He knew his son too well. Normally, he wouldn't tear his clothes apart because of this, unless he was beaten up by someone. Chapter 2083. His expression immediately became serious, and he said with a serious face, "Gao, what's going on? Who dares to hit a member of our Gao family?" Gao Ming also became interested. He crossed his arms and looked at Gao Wu with an evil smile. Someone dared to hit a member of the Gao family? And it was the young master of the Gao family? This matter seemed to be getting more and more interesting. Right now, he even wanted to get to know the person who hit this guy. Where did he get the courage? Gao Wu didn't know these thoughts. He deliberately squeezed out a tear and cried, "Father, today I was riding a horse on Canal Avenue. There was a person in front of me who blocked my way. He even said that our Gao family was a low-class family. He called the guards to beat me. Fortunately, I ran quickly. Otherwise, I would have been beaten to death." Wait. Gao Ming smiled and waved his folding fan. "Second brother, your words are full of loopholes. First, everyone knows your personality. Who dares to stop you when you ride a horse on Canal Avenue? Who dares to not give our Gao family face? Second, why did someone stop you? This is simply impossible. Also, even if someone is dissatisfied with the Gao family, they wouldn't mock us on the street unless they are idiots." Gao Wu seemed to have been caught. He suddenly jumped up and pointed at Gao Ming. "What do you mean? Are you suspecting that I'm lying?" "Gao, tell me the truth. Otherwise, don't expect me to help you." Gao Xian frowned slightly. He also noticed the problem with these words. Gao Wu instantly withered and could only say submissively, "Today, I was riding a horse on Canal Avenue and almost hit someone. I wanted to make that person go away, but that person fell. Then we quarreled. I said that he was from the Gao family, but that person didn't seem to be afraid. Then, I asked the guards to beat this guy. In the end, this guy waved his hand and called over 50 people. He even knocked down all the guards. Only then did I run back." Gao Xian's frown deepened. There were clearly many things that were wrong here. Even if his son hit someone, the average person wouldn't dare to offend the Gao family. They would all pat their butts and go home. Some even went up to apologize. Why did this guy come out now? Not only did he not apologize, but he also dared to beat people? And there were more than 50 guards? When did Jiangnan have such a powerful young master? He was a little confused. He turned to look at Gao Ming, hoping that his eldest son would have some clues. Gao Ming was actually very happy because there was finally someone in Jiangnan who dared to go head-to-head with his younger brother. Wasn't this a good thing for him? But at the same time, he was also confused, because in his social circle, there was no such young master. The young masters of the clans usually liked to bully the poor people, and it was not easy to bully those of the same level. After all, they all had the 5 surnames and 7 hopes standing behind them. Since he was not a young master of the clan, there was only one possibility. Foreigners? A foreign young master? As he thought about it, he turned to look at Gao Xian. "Father, there's usually no one in Jiangnan who dares to go against us. The other 6 forces shouldn't be so stupid either. After all, we're in a cooperative relationship now. Do you think there could be outsiders?" Gao Xian nodded as if he agreed with his son's words. But suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Ming, do you think it could be that hidden power?" Gao Ming frowned, obviously thinking about something. After a while he said, "Father, it shouldn't be. After all, that hidden power is not as strong as our 7 families. They wouldn't dare to provoke our Gao family so brazenly." Gao Xian nodded slightly and said to himself, "Then who could it be? Who could have so many people in Jiangnan?" As he spoke, he turned to look at Gao Yu at his feet. "Gao Yu, did the person who came leave his name?" "His name is..." Gao Yu raised his head and thought for a while. Suddenly he shouted, "I remember, that person is called Zhang Feng." Zhang Feng? Gao Xian frowned. He was thinking about who this person was. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He slammed the table and stood up. He said sternly, "That person is Zhang Feng?" "Gao Yu, are you sure you didn't hear wrong?" He had heard of this guy's name in Chang'an before. It was rumored that he had founded an academy at a young age and had Yu Shernan and the others as his teachers. He studied military counselor's life and so on. He had endless means. The most terrifying thing was that this guy was the public enemy of the 5 families and 7 kingdoms. Think about it. How powerful must this guy be to attract the attention of the 5 families and 7 kingdoms? He had heard that this guy was coming to Jiangnan. As a branch of the Lu family, he had naturally sent people to inquire about it. But there was no news on the way.
How could he have expected that he would suddenly appear here and fight with his son? This was obviously not a good sign. It was not because he was afraid of Zhang Feng, but because he was cautious as the head of the family. This guy had been very famous in Chang'an before. This time, he must have come to Jiangnan prepared. If he attacked rashly, he might not be able to get anything good. Gao, you didn't know about this? He asked with a startled face. Father, what's wrong with you? Why are you so nervous about a Zhang? Chapter 2084. In his impression, his father was someone who would remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Now, he became like this after hearing a kid's name? Could it be that this kid had a strong background? Or was it the young master of the clan? Could it be that he could not take revenge? Gao Xian was not in the mood to pay attention to him. Instead, he turned to Gao Ming and said solemnly, Ming-er, I've told you about Zhang Feng before. Do you still remember? Gao Ming nodded. He remembered that his father had said that Zhang Feng was a famous talent in Chang'an. Although he had no parents, he had a group of friends and relatives. All of them had extraordinary status, especially the group of businessmen. It was as if they could cover the sky with one hand. Back then, Madame Lu had sent people to investigate, but there was no news. The only thing they knew was that this group of businessmen was very rich, and that was all. And Zhang Feng, with the help of this group of businessmen, slowly rose from a small tavern to a noble title in the imperial court. He even opened an academy, made weapons, and produced necessities. In short, as long as it was something that could not be found in the world, this guy seemed to be able to do it. Even Jiangnan would sell some of Zhang Feng's goods, such as braised meat, rubber, food, and so on. For a moment, he even wanted to get to know this guy and see what kind of person the people of Chang'an worshipped as a god was. However, he knew that he could not. This guy was the enemy of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. If he got to know him, he would undoubtedly be digging his own grave. At the same time, he also felt sorry for Zhang Feng. What kind of people could he offend? Why did he have to offend the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? Wasn't this courting death? Sigh, a talent was going to fall. While daydreaming, he turned to look at Gao Xian and said solemnly, Father, you've told me about this Zhang Feng before. I've also studied him. He is indeed quite talented, but he is a bit arrogant and conceited. He dares to make enemies with the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? I'm afraid he's someone who can't see the situation clearly. Gao Xian nodded. He felt the same way. After all, the 5 surnames and 7 hopes were famous families. Even if Zhang Feng was more powerful, what could he do? Could he still shake the 7 great families? However, since this guy dared to come to Jiangnan, he must have made preparations. It was better not to confront him head-on. After thinking about it, he looked at Gao Ming. Ming-er, what do you think? Gao Ming slightly furrowed his brows and said, Father, I don't think it's the right time to confront Zhang Feng. We should figure out his purpose. Firstly, he didn't want to avenge Gao Jian. Secondly, he didn't know Zhang Feng's power at all. If he acted rashly, he would definitely be at a disadvantage, so it was better to wait. Thirdly, he wanted to see this mysterious person and see if he was really as powerful as the rumors said. If it was true, maybe he could take him in and make plans for the future. Of course, these were all his own thoughts. But Gao Hu, who was at the side, didn't agree. He jumped 8 feet high, pointed at Gao Ming angrily, and said fiercely, What do you mean? Could it be that you don't want me to take revenge? Lao Tzu is your brother, and this is how you treat me? Younger brother? Gao Ming sneered. He thought to himself, Do you think you're worthy? But because his father was here, he couldn't go too far. He could only say, Second brother, that Zhang Feng didn't hit you, right? Besides, we haven't figured out his purpose. How do you want to do it? Do you want to be beaten by him? You. Gao Hu's eyes were red, and the veins could be faintly seen. He was very dissatisfied with his big brother's attitude, especially this sneer, which made him feel a chill. Just as he was about to curse, Gao Xian couldn't stand it anymore. He only had 2 sons, and he thought that both of them were talented. But the eldest son was talented, and the second son had developed a playboy temperament. Usually, he couldn't hit or scold him, and the 2 of them were like fire and water. Today, they were quarreling because of an outsider? He sternly scolded, Enough, both of you shut up. As his voice fell, Gao, who was slightly stunned,
Then he glared fiercely at Gao Ming before letting it go. Gao Ming, on the other hand, looked indifferent because he understood his father's temperament. Although he doted on his second son, he wouldn't absolutely indulge him. Sure enough, Gao Xian glanced at his two sons, and finally his gaze fell on Gao Hu. He said with a loving face, "Gao Hu, put your personal grudges aside first. Wait until I investigate Zhang Feng's forces in Jiangnan, then I will avenge you." Gao Hu's heart skipped a beat. He was about to plead, but he saw Gao Xian looking at Gao Ming again, and said with a serious face, "Ming-er, I'll leave the investigation of Zhang Feng to you. You must investigate Zhang Feng's forces in Jiangnan. Also, inform the other 6 families of Zhang Feng's arrival in Jiangnan. Let them know as well." "Yes, father." Gao Ming folded his fan and cupped his hands. Then, as if he thought of something, he asked, "Father, it's not good to tell the other 6 families about Zhang Feng, right?" Gao Xian raised his eyebrows and asked with a little doubt, "Ming-er, do you have any objections?"